Have you ever wanted to build your very own web shop or online store where you could sell various types of products either for yourself or for your business or for your company? You're in the right place. My name is Jason Kenya, and in today's tutorial, I'm going to be showing you how to build your very own free web shop or online store. It's going to be beautiful and it's going to be fully functional as well. Let me show you what we are going to be covering in today's tutorial. If you are starting from scratch, I'm going to show you where you can get a very good, affordable, and reliable hosting that's going to protect, secure, and as well as rank your website as it is live on the internet. And after that, I'm going to show you where you can get your own .com domain name or whatever extension domain name that you want available for your online store. Then we are going to be installing WordPress. WordPress is the most powerful website builder on the web, and it powers over 43% of websites on the internet. If you are looking to build an online store or any type of website, WordPress is the way to go. After that, we'll be installing Woocommerce. Now, Woocommerce is a very amazing and special plugin that's going to transform our website from being a normal website into a full-blown online store or online web shop with the various functionalities every online store should have. Then I'm going to show you guys how to create 5 different types of products. The first being a simple product with only one variation. Then a variable product, that's a single product with multiple variations or types. As you can see, this phone has variations in color. So we have the gold and then the gray phone, and it has variations in storage. So if I change this to 256 gigabytes, then the price also changes as well. Also a virtual product, that's a product that's not physical or tangible. So in this case, it's a one-on-one web design lesson. We'll also be creating a downloadable product. For example, this book, as you can see, an ebook is an example of a downloadable product. But if you have an audio book, a song, any type of online product that is downloadable, you also learn how to create that in this tutorial. And we'll be handling many things like categories, tags, featured images, and brands for the product as well. I'm also going to show you how to integrate various online payment methods on your website so that clients can pay for their products online without having to go to any third-party app or software. Everything is going to be done locally on your website. I'm also going to be showing you guys how to create coupon codes so that when clients are buying a product on your site, they can just enter the coupon code on your coupon code section and they'll get a smooth percentage of the subtotal, as you can see. I'll also be teaching you guys how to set up various delivery options for your website, such as shipping, so that you can enter the various locations where your company ships to, and clients can enter their shipping addresses, or even local pickup so that clients can come and pick up their goods locally from your stores. And we're also going to be learning a bit about taxes in this tutorial, so that the taxes that apply to various places where you ship to or where you deliver to will be applied automatically during the checkout stage. You are not going to need any coding knowledge in this tutorial because we are going to be using a free page builder called Elementor to build the beautiful and professional online store that you see on your screen today. So everything is going to be smooth, drag and drop, and then very easy. And I promise you that if you stick with me to the end of this tutorial, you're going to be having a very beautiful online store that has all the basic and advanced functionalities that you are going to need, and it might just be better than Shopify. So before we proceed, let me show you what the website we're building in today's tutorial looks like. Alright guys, so as you can see, this is the website I will be building in this tutorial or in this video. At the top section, we have a white top bar with some discount information at the top. And if you click this button, it's going to link you to a section on the page. So now this is the header. We call this section the header. And here we have our logo. I'll show you how to create one of these for free. Then we have a search box, okay? And this is very important because I have created basically a checklist, okay, or a to-do list with the basic features of an online store. And this is going to guide us as we are creating our online store to make sure that we create the best online store that users or our clients or our customers can experience. All right. Now let's go back. And then we have this button that will link you to the dashboard or the My Account page to let you create an account or log in if you already have an account. This button takes you to your wishlist page, and this is the cart button as well. And these are really for the sticky header. Okay. And here we have our page links: the home page, shop page, the wishlist page, the cart page, the My Account page, and then the contact page. All right. Now, if I scroll down, we have this main section here. Okay. So we have categories. If you click on them, they're going to take you to the products of each of these individual categories. We have a banner over here. Then we have another banner here with this nice hover effect when we hover on the image. And you can make these any products that you want. Maybe if you sell dresses, you can make these dresses as well. Okay. I just chose furniture because I wanted to. Now here we have another banner advertising a shoe, and here advertising a home appliance. All right. And as you can see, the header has become sticky. Okay. It's a sticky header. Now let's look over here. We have features. Okay, these are the features of our site. So we have fast delivery, next day delivery, and you can customize this to be anything you want to be. And here we have more banners, but here we are advertising like some promos. Okay, so if you buy this, you get 50% off. Buy this, it's from 250 cities going, and then here is buy one get one free kind of promo. I'll show you how to create this, and you can customize them if you like. Okay, and here we have our best selling products. Okay, so as you can see, I've listed a few of the best selling products over here. You can click on this button to view all the products, and if you click on this, it's going to take you to the individual products page. I'll show you what that looks like later. But if you click on this eye icon, okay, it's going to give you a quick preview of what it looks like. Okay, so here as you can see, we have the phone, and we have the title, customer review, then we have add to cart, add to wish list, and then just a short preview of what the products looks like. Okay, so I'll teach you how to get this. And if you scroll down over here, we also have categories. Okay, so we have the sports gear categories, the devices, and then the clothing categories as well. All right, now if I scroll down, we have more categories. So we have watches, we have controllers. You can make this into any categories for your online store or for what you sell. Okay, and I'll show you how I got all of these, or actually where I got all of these. All right, now let's keep scrolling, and here we have the digital product section. Okay, so maybe on your company or what you sell for your company, you sell a different kind of product, so you can customize this section. Just because the tutorial I'm showing you how to build this exact website, that doesn't mean that you'll not be able to customize it. I promise you that the knowledge that you gain from this tutorial is going to help you build any kind of online store for any kind of business that you want to do. Right, so here we have the digital product section, advertising, books, and then we have this banner over here. And when you click on this shop now, it's going to take you to the shop page. Then we have our newsletter. Okay, now this is a bonus. I'm going to be showing you guys how to create a newsletter that actually works. Okay, so people can subscribe to your newsletter over here, and then you can start sending them messages and emails. That is going to be in a full email marketing course I'm going to do. Email marketing is very important, and it's also very popular today. If you want me to do an email marketing course, just say it in the comments below and I'll do it. But I'll teach you a bit about it in this tutorial on how to get your newsletter. Okay, then we have the footer over here. Okay, so this is our footer. Now let's go back to the top of the page, and the next place we want to check is the shop page. So this is what the contact page looks like. All right, so we have the contact information over here at the top. We have a beautiful form to enter some questions or some information to the company or to the store, and here we have our map with our location. If I scroll down, we have our various stores around the world. Okay, so we have the location of the stores, and you can even add some other details like the phone numbers and then the messages or the emails. All right, so this is basically the site we are going to be building today, and it has all the functionalities like I told you already. Okay, basically it has online payment, has a secure SSL for the online payments. You can enter products, have a wish list, have a cart, have a my account. You can have everything on this site. Okay, I'm going to show you how to build it step by step. Now, before we proceed, I have to show you how to do the first thing. And the first thing to do is to get a correct hosting service. Okay, so how do you do that? First, open a new tab and then type in hostinger.com. Okay, hostinger.com. Now, this is the hosting service that I use personally. What is a hosting service, you may ask? Now, a hosting service is basically a platform on the internet. Right now, they think of it as a storage location. Okay, it's where all your website files are going to be stored. Every single image, text, media file that you upload on your site, this is where they are going to be stored on the web, your hosting service or your hosting server. And if you get a good hosting for your website, there are some advantages that you are going to get. Okay, first of all, your site is going to be secure. Okay, there are not going to be any malicious attacks on your website, or even if there are, the hosting service is going to handle it. Secondly, people trying to hack into your site is a thing you rarely see. Okay, the hosting service is going to prevent people like hackers or scammers or any sort of malware from entering your site. All right, and also if you get a good hosting, it's going to make your site very, very fast. When people search for it, it's going to load up very, very quickly, and it's not going to take time, and that's obviously a plus for you. All right, and if you get a cheap, crappy hosting, you're basically going to get the opposite of everything I just told you. Okay, so with Hostinger, the reason why I like them is because everything I said, they offer it for the business plan, and their hosting is also so cheap. It's very, very good. All right, So normally you can go for the premium plan if you're just starting. It's very cheap. You get 25 websites, manage hosting, 7-day Horizon. Horizon is their AI. Okay, you get 25 gigabytes SSD storage, and then so many more features. You get an unlimited free SSL. Okay, and this was going to secure your website as they are making online payments. All right. So if you want this plan, all you have to do is click on choose plan. All right, just click on choose the plan. It's very important. When you choose the plan, it's going to add it to your cart. Okay, this is the hosting that I recommend you to use, but you can use any. You can use Bluehost. You can use there are many hostings out there. There's Bluehost, there's Aveshost, there's Hostinger, and there are many more out there. Even GoDaddy is a hosting you can use. All right, but this is the one I recommend you to use. So you can set your period to 48 months, 24 months, or even 12 months, just a year if you just want to try it. Okay, and you see what it renews at, and then you can just pay for it. If you have a coupon code, you can enter it, and you can click on continue, and then you can pay for your hosting. Okay, and one thing about Hostinger is once you've selected your hosting, they most often give you a free domain. Okay, so as you can see, free domain. So you're going to get a free .com domain. So immediately you buy your hosting, they're going to ask you to enter your free domain, and your domain name is what your site is named on the internet, basically. So we have domain names like google.com, jasonkenya.com. So whatever your store is, you can choose. If you want to make it .net, .org, it's all up to you, right? And they're also going to be able to check if the domain that you want is available by typing it in. Okay, you can normally get the domain and the hosting all from the same place. Okay, so once you are done with that, you basically have to install WordPress. Okay, and then when you install WordPress onto your hosting, then we are good to go. We can start building our online store. Alright guys, so once you've installed WordPress onto your domain, if you want to access it, just go to your address bar and type in the domain name of your website. In my case, I'm using a subdomain, so I'll just type it in the search box. When you're done typing it, all you have to do is type in /wp-admin. Okay, so type in /wp/admin-admin by it. Okay, and then just hit the enter key. And that's going to take you to the WordPress login page. When you're there, just type in the name or the email address you used to set the WordPress up, and also type in the password. Okay, the password you used to set it up. And when you're done, just click login or hit the enter key, and then it's going to take you to your WordPress dashboard. Okay, so basically this is what the WordPress dashboard looks like. This is the whole setup, and this is the most important page of your website. This is where you're going to access everything. Okay, let me just drag this here. Now quickly, I want to take you through it. Okay, here basically this is our main dashboard page, and it is way too crowded. If I was a beginner and I was looking at this, to be so confusing to me. Okay, so we can clear this by clicking on the X button here, and then just clicking on these little arrows to just minimize everything. Or you can go to screen options. Okay, and you can just untick everything, just uncheck everything that's here, right? And now your dashboard is clean and good to go. When you're done, move over to the update section. Okay, now for the update section, any theme updates or plugin updates, I'll explain what those are a bit later. But basically, any of those updates or even WordPress software updates, when they come, you're going to view all of them over here. Okay, so that you can update everything from one place. You don't have to go to every place to update everything. All right, now let's go to the posts. Now if you create any blog posts on your site, any news posts on your site, basically this way you are going to view it. So here we have the hello world post, for example. So I can click on this button to add a new post to my site, and when you install WordPress by default, it always comes with this default hello world post. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It's just a simple first post. It's dummy. It's just something that isn't to welcome you. All right, now let's go back, and then you can click on categories to add post categories, right? So if you've created a post about maybe perfumes, the post category can be perfume. So if it's like a post about a specific type of perfume, then the category can be perfumes. Okay, and you can add tags as well. Now let's go to the media section. We mostly call this the media library, and this is where anything you upload to your site, whether it's an image or a file, anything you upload to your site, I'm going to find it here. You can click on the add media file button to add or to upload files onto your website. All right, now let's go to pages. Okay, so if I go back to my online store, we have multiple pages over here, and these are all created at this section. Okay, so you can add a page or view the pages you have over here already. So by default, we have this privacy policy page. Okay, now let's go to comments. Now if anybody comments on anything on your site, whether it's a post or it's a review, you're going to view them over here. Okay, so this is just a default comment. All right, now I'm going to skip appearance and plugins from now. We'll come back to them later. Okay, let's go to users and all users. So right now we are the only default user over here, but if you know that you're going to have people coming on board and working on your site as well, you can click on add a user. Okay, you can add a user with any type of rule. So if I click on this, you see we have a subscriber, contributor, author, editor, and the most powerful role is the administrator role. Okay, so you can add multiple people who will be working on the site as well with you. Now if I go to profile, we can basically change some stuff about the WordPress, especially the color scheme. Okay, so if I choose modern is my favorite. Okay, I often use it a lot, but right now for this video I'm going to stick to default. But you can change the color scheme. I can make it sunrise, I can make it midnight. Okay, but one might be default. And then you can have the language being the site default, so you can change the site language from here, right? And then you can add in your first name, your last name, your nickname. You can add in the email, the website. You can add a profile picture, and then you can also add a password. Okay, now let's go to tools. The tools are a bit advanced. I basically can use them to import and export data on your site. You can also use them to edit the theme files and edit the plugin files on your site as well. Okay, now let's go to settings and let's go to general. Now at the general settings, you see that we have the name of our site over here, JSON store. You can also add a tagline. Okay, add a tagline. So over here it is best store in the world. Okay, so as you can see, the tagline is basically the description, short description that comes after the hyphen over here. Okay, so I'm also going to type the same thing, best store in the world. Okay, you can add a site icon or a favicon, this icon that you see here, and I'll show you how to get one later in the video. Okay, so scroll down over here. You can choose anyone can register, but we'll do that once we install WooCommerce and we have people logging in order to buy products. Okay, now let's scroll down as well. And for time zone, I want to change the time zone to my local time zone. So I'll scroll all the way up. That's where my time zone is, Accra. Hold on. Yeah, this one. Then I think the date is fine, but the time I usually like the capitals. And here the week starts on Sunday. Okay, now just click on save changes and you're good to go. All right, now the next place we'll be going to is the permalinks place. So maybe on your website, if this permalink structure is not set to post name, you have to change it to post name. All right, so let me show you what that means. If I go to all posts over here, okay, let me just open that in a new tab. If I go and view all the posts over here and I click on view, as you can see, the name of the post is hello world, and that's what WordPress uses to structure the link. Okay, so here it says hello world, and that's how we want it. If the name of the page is home, or if the name of the page is shop, sorry, we want WordPress to use the name of the page to structure the permalink instead of using the day and name or the month and time or any other thing to structure the permalink. I hope you understand what I've said. Okay, now Lightspeed Cache is a plugin that comes if you have hosting as you're hosting and install WordPress through there. Okay, it's basically a caching plugin. It's quite important. Okay, and I'll show you how to install it if you don't have it already. Now the place we are going to first will be appearance and then themes. Okay, now let me explain to you guys what a theme is. A theme is responsible for the structure of your website. Okay, it doesn't build a website for you, it just provides layouts. Okay, especially for the header, for the footer, some widgets, and then for the blog pages as well, for the blog and then the post pages. Okay, these days there are page builders like Elementor, Repeat Bakery, and then Gutenberg that actually build a page, but a theme is just providing you a flexible space and structure to build your site. Okay, and there are many themes out there that you can use to build your website. All right, so now let's clear these two themes because we're not going to be using them. So just click on the theme, click on delete, and click on OK to get rid of it. This one too, same thing, click on the theme, click on delete, and click on OK to get rid of it. Okay, now let's click on add theme. Now there are many themes you can use to build your site. There are a lot of awesome ones out there. Okay, so we have the Hello Elementor theme is a very good theme as well. Ocean WP is a great theme. Cadence is a good theme. Astra is an amazing theme. Nave is also good. Blosky is great, and Royal Elementor Kit is good as well. But when it comes to a WooCommerce website, there are also some themes that specialize there. Okay, they specialize in WooCommerce, so if you use them, they're going to make your WooCommerce site very nice. One of those themes is called Woostify. Okay, so you can use that. We can use that theme, but that's not the theme we're going to be using in this video. The theme we're using in this video is called Astra. Okay, and if you don't see it over here, you can just come to this area and type in Astra. Okay, and search for that theme, and it's going to show up somewhere here. Okay, so once you have it over here, all you have to do is click on install. Astra is lightweight, and I like the way it displays the product. Okay, it's not only functionality that matters, it also look beautiful. All right, it displays them very nicely. So now when you go back, you see the Astra theme over here. So all you have to do is click on activate. Okay, and I forgot to tell you that themes judge the way your website is going to look like. Okay, so when we had that old theme, you saw how our post looked like. But if I go to our page right now, okay, our site, as you can see now, is now looking different. It has this new background. Okay, so themes judge the way your site looks like. It's very important for you to understand that. All right, now let's go back. Now Astra also comes with a lot of starter templates you can use to build your site. But like I said, I'm going to be building this. If I go to the home page, I'm going to be building this whole online store from scratch. I'm not going to be using any template. Okay, so let's go back. I'll clear all of this, and we can actually delete this theme. Okay, now the first thing I want us to display is to create a static page. Okay, so if we go to our page right now, by default, whenever someone loads up your site, it loads this page, the post page. Okay, and we don't want it to show that. We want it to show a single static home page. Okay, so we have to create a home page. To do that, go to themes and go to pages, and then click on all pages. Okay, now just click on add page to add a new page to your site. All right, and then once you've done that, close this up. Okay, this is just welcoming into the editor, and type in the title of the page. So in my case, I'll type home. Okay, then come to this side. We don't want any featured image or anything for now. You can click on this to view Astra options as well. Okay, so let me close this up and click on publish. Okay, once you click on publish, that basically means the page you just created is now live. So I can click on view page and open it in a new tab, and as you can see, this is our home page. Okay, so let me go back to the WordPress editor. But still, if someone searches for our site with this link, this is always what they're going to see. But now we want them to see the home page. So to do that, we'll go to pages, go to settings, and go to reading. Okay, go to the dashboard, go to settings, go to reading, and then your home page displays. Select a static page, then the home page selects home, and then click on save changes. Okay, now if you have Lightspeed cache installed, you notice that if you refresh, it's not really going to change yet. Okay, that's because of the cache is always saving. So just hover on it and click on page, or if you don't have Lightspeed cache installed, this won't happen to you. Okay, so once I click on page, or if I go back and I refresh the page, I'm going to see that now it has changed to our home page. All right, now we are done with this. I want us to explore the Astra customizer. It's going to help us change some theme settings and make our site a bit more nice. Okay, so you can access it from here. You can click customize, or you can go over to appearance and go to themes. You can click customize from here. Okay, or you can also click on customize from here. There are so many ways to get there. Okay, so I'll go back and I'll click the customize over here. Right now, this is going to take me to the Astra customizer. So this is what your customizer should look like. Okay, now there are many settings we can go through, but I want us to be a faster bit. Okay, we're only going to be editing a few things here for now. Now let's go to general. Okay, and the first thing I want us to do is, okay, it's not a general, sorry. Let's go to global. Sorry, we'll start from here. Go to typography, and then now we want to change the base font. Okay, now there are many good fonts you can use for your site. Okay, and I think I have a text document available. I'll provide it in the download files for you to see and explore all the best fonts you can use for your website. Okay, but basically the fonts I'm going to be using in this site, there are two. They are called Space, Grotesque, and Outfit. Okay, so for the headings, I want to make the font of the headings. Yeah, I'll type in Outfit. Okay, and I'll select it, and then I want to go to the body font, and the body font should be Space, Grotesque, this font. Okay, so I'll just select it, and then I'll click on publish to save the changes, and immediately, as you can see, now the fonts have changed. Okay, now if I go back, you can also set up site colors or brand colors. Okay, now this is something I also want to do, but I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, for now I can just select the viola color palette. Okay, and I can click on it to edit the name. Okay, so I think this purple color, I used it by default, but I don't have this red color. Now the browser I use is Firefox, and Firefox has an extension, okay? But if you're using Chrome, Chrome too has a color picker extension. If you just look for color picker, color picker for Chrome, okay, you're going to find this one over here. You can use this one, okay, or you can use the eyedropper. But if I go to extensions, I can click here, and this is the color picker I'm using. I can click on this. I can just move over to any color I want, and this is the red color I'll be using as my secondary color. So I want to paste it over here. I'll just paste it in here, and then I'm good to go. Okay, so these are the two colors I want to be using. Now click on publish. Now go back. Now go back again. Right now, if you go to post, the header type, we're not going to be doing anything here because we'll be creating our header with Elementor and not with the customizer. So if you go to post types, and you go to single page, okay, just click on this to disable the page title area. Now that takes the title of the page where we have a clean page, as you can see. Okay, you can change the container style, you can add a sidebar, but on our home page, I don't really want any of that to be there. Now if you go to general, you can add in a sidebar to some pages. We'll be doing that later on. You can add in a scroll to top. We want the scroll to top to be there. So you can go to design. I want the background color to be this color here, and then the actual color, the hover color can be this one. Okay, any of these are cool. Now let's go back again. There are many other settings here. You can go to accessibility, okay, but some of them are a bit advanced. We have the block editor here. We don't need them right now. Okay, now let's go to footer. We're also not going to be building the footer with the customizer. We're building it with Elementor, so we don't have to really do anything here for now. Now I can go to site identity. Okay, you can add in a site favicon, okay, over here, or you can click on site title and logo settings. Okay, and over here, as you can see, I can add in a logo for my site. Okay, so if I click here, currently this is what the logo looks like. Okay, but once we add in all the images we'll be using, we can add in a logo over here. Okay, now let's go back and go back again, and then you can go to menus. Okay, so this is where we'll create our menu with all these page links. You can create it from here or even from the menu section over here. Okay, there are multiple places you can create it from. Then we have widgets. Okay, so if you are customizing an area on your site where you can add widgets, you can add some special widgets to them. I'll show you how to do that a bit later. Then we have homepage settings. Okay, so your homepage displays a static page. You can also set that from here. The thing we did are the settings and reading. You can also do it from the customizer. All right, now that we are done with all these options, just click on publish. Okay, you can click on this to exit the customizer, and this is what your site is looking like so far. So far so good. You've done well so far. Thank you for being here. If you're finding this video helpful, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, now let's go to pages. No, we'll go to plugins rather. Okay, click on installed plugins, and now over here, these are, let me explain to you what plugins are. First of all, plugins are software or special tools that can add functionalities to your website. Okay, so right now, as you can see, our website is just a plain site. It's not an online store to be selling goods, but once we add a plugin, it's going to transform our normal site into a site that can now have that functionality. Okay, so plugins just add extra features to your website. And for a WooCommerce or for an e-commerce site, there are lots of plugins we are going to be adding. Okay, there's a whole list we'll be installing, but we'll take it step by step. So let's click on add plugin. Okay, and here is where we are going to be adding all our plugins. So the first plugin I want you to add is Woocommerce. Okay, search for Woocommerce. This was going to transform our site into an online store. This is over here. Okay, so click on install now and wait for it to finish installing. It doesn't take long at all. Okay, just click on the install button. As you can see, it's done, but don't activate it just yet. Then I want us to install all the WooCommerce plugins first. Okay, so another very important plugin we'll be installing is the wishlist plugin. So search for TI wishlist. Okay, if I go back to the shop page, it's going to add this functionality to our website, and that's a basic feature and every online store should have. Okay, so search for TI wishlist, and then as it loads over here, just click on install now to install it. Okay, also another very important plugin we'll be using. After that, search for variation swatches. Okay, type in variation swatches, and what this does is that if you click on a product, okay, a product with multiple variations, for example, a phone with multiple colors and storage options. Okay, for example, this phone has variations in the gold color. Okay, So this is the gold, and then it has variations in the gray color, and then it changes the price. So that's what the variation swatches do. Okay, so add that plugin, and then the next plugin you want to add is Woocommerce tax. Okay, I'm going to show you how to enter the taxes manually, but with this plugin, it can automate the process for you, and that's better for you. It's better for everybody. Okay, there'll be, if you do it yourself, you're more prone to errors, but if the plugin calculates the taxes for you automatically, it's better for everyone. All right, so as you can see, this is it. All you have to do is click on install now to install it, and then we are basically done with the WooCommerce plugins for now. All right, now let's install the plugins that are going to help us actually build our site. All right, so go back here. The first plugin you want to install is the Elementor page builder. Okay, so just search for Elementor. And I have many tutorials on using Elementor to build your website. It's the best page builder there is. Okay, so click on install now, and once you've installed it, there are some Elementor add-ons we'll be using to add more features to Elementor to make building our online store easier. Okay, and there are these two add-ons over here. So install the Elements Kit Elementor add-ons, and also install the Essential add-ons. Okay, install these two, they are very important. And then if I go back here and I go to our contact page, you're going to see that there's a contact form over here. Okay, and it's a plugin we use to build that. So go back here and then type in Metform. Okay, search for Metform. Metform is the plugin we'll be using to build our contact form. So just click on install now for Metform. And then the next one which we'll be installing is a plugin called Classic Widgets. I'll explain what that plugin does a bit later in the video. Okay, so let's just install it for now. So click on install now after you type it in. And then there's one last plugin we have to install, and that's a security solution plugin that's going to protect our site that's on the internet, right? But it's not, you can't find it over here in the plugin repository, so we have to go outside to find it. Okay, so go to a new tab and type in wpsebar.com. Okay, now this is the wpsebar website, so just click on download. And if you go to my YouTube channel over here, you are going to see that I have a lot of videos. Okay, and I've made a video specifically on the WP server. So if you scroll down, just check out this video over here so that you have an in-depth knowledge of how to use the plugin to actually safeguard your site. Okay, but for everything, the default settings of this plugin are perfect to safeguard any site. All right, so when you're over here, scroll down and just click on this link to download the plugin onto your computer. So I'll save it to my folder. Okay, and as you can see, it's now installing. It's not going to take long at all. Right, so now let me just close this page up and go back to the add plugins, please. Okay, now here we'll click on upload plugin, and we'll click on this, and then we'll just drag it over here. Okay, then we'll click on install now. Now this is going to install the WP server plugin onto our website. Okay, just give it a few minutes, and as you can see, it's done. All right, now click on go to plugin. Actually, click on installed plugins. Okay, click on installed plugins over here. Now we'll be activating some very specific plugins. Okay, so let's go together. The Element Kit Essential add-ons will be activating them. We'll activate Metform. Okay, and then we'll activate the WP server for now. So here, click on bulk actions and click on activate, and then click on apply. Okay, once you do that, it's going to create all of these pages. Sorry, it's going to activate all of these plugins for you. Good. Now scroll down again. Then you want to activate WooCommerce. Okay, so activate WooCommerce. That's what's going to transform our website into an online store or a web shop. Okay, now that you're done activating WooCommerce, just leave everything for now. Okay, so now that we've activated WooCommerce, if I go to pages and I go to all pages, you're going to see that some new pages are created. But if they are not created, don't worry, there's a way to do it. But usually there'll be new pages created for you over here by WooCommerce. Okay, if they're not created, there's a way for you to do it. Okay, so I think you go to status. Okay, so we'll go to status, and then we'll go to tools. Okay, go to tools, and then scroll down, and you see create default WooCommerce pages over here. Okay, so just click on create pages and then click on OK, and that's going to create the default pages for you. Now if I go to pages and I go back to all pages, you're going to see that now we have the cart page, the checkout page, the my account page, and then shop, and then refund and returns policy. Okay, so when you install it, it should create these pages automatically, but if it doesn't, then just follow the steps I just showed you and then it should be created. Okay, Now, if I go back to my website and I refresh, you're going to see that we have all these links on our menu now. And if I even go to the My Account page, you see that we have a My Account dashboard. So this is the front end dashboard I was telling you guys about earlier in the video. Okay. Now let's go and start customizing some WooCommerce settings. Okay. Now if I click on WooCommerce and I click on Home, it's going to come up with some onboarding, some steps to just, the things to do next, right? Over here. But we're not going to be doing this right now. We're going to ignore this. Okay, we're going to ignore this for now. And we're going to go to settings. All right. The settings is the most important place. Now you have to set up your address. Okay, so my address, I can type in my current address and then I can just type in my address line or the second address. Okay, the secondary one. And then the city, I'll type in my city, Tema. And the country, I'll type in Ghana. Okay. Now the postcode can be any postcode or your specific postcode, not any postcode, sorry, your specific postcode. All right. Now for the selling locations, you can click on, I'm assuming that most of you here are selling like locally, okay? But if you want to sell to all countries, you can do that. If you want to sell to all countries with an exception, you can also do that. But I'm choosing sell to specific countries, and then I'm taking out these ones, and I'm just leaving my country inside, okay? So that it would just be like a local thing, right? Now shipping locations, obviously we want it to ship to all countries we sell to, and default customer location should be shop origin. All right, good. Now for the tax rate and calculation, you want to enable this, okay, so that we can start calculating taxes when we are shipping. You want to then enable the use of coupon codes as well. And then for the currency, you can use any currency which is your currency, all right? But we all know that the US dollar is the standard currency that everybody uses. But because I'm doing my shop as a local shop, I'll make it the Ghana cedi, okay? Then you can change your currency position and all your separators if you want. All right, now let's go to products. Okay, now over here we have the general shop page being the shop page, okay, and the add to cart button, we don't want it to redirect to the cart page after addition. Now our weight unit, I want to make mine kilograms. Now dimension unit, I can make mine meters, but you can make yours inches, yards, whatever you want. Okay, now enable reviews. We want to enable product reviews and show verified owner labels or customer reviews. Okay, and you want to enable star ratings. A star rating should be required so that when people are leaving a review and they are not typing anything, at least they should leave some stars for the product. I hope you get it. Now let's go to the inventory. Now you want to enable stock management so that you can manage the stock from your WordPress dashboard over here. Okay, we want to enable the low stock and then the out of stock notifications. So when our stock for a certain product category reaches 2, send a notification to the admin email, okay? Or when it's out of stock, send an email to the admin email as well, okay? That's what these two settings mean. And out of stock visibility, you want to hide the out of stock items from the catalog. Don't enable this, okay? We want to see all the out of stock items. Now, we can go to the stock display format, okay? And you can always show the remaining in stock or only show it when it's low. All right, so that's what I want, to only show it when it's low. For downloadable products, everything that's set here by default is good. Okay, the file download method should be forced downloads. Access restriction, the settings here are cool. And when people grant access to downloadable products after payment, right? When people pay for example, an ebook, that's when they can download it. All right. Open downloadable files in browser. No, we want the files to be saved onto the device once they buy it. Okay, and then the approved download directories. So these two are basically, this one represents your media library, okay, and for this one over here, if you go through the file manager for your site and you locate this folder, you upload a file there that you want to be downloadable, then these is going to also apply. Okay, so these are the two approved download directories. You can add a new download directory if you want. Okay, now let's go to tax. Okay, let's talk about taxes. Now in WooCommerce, taxes help you comply with your local or international tax laws by charging appropriate sales tax, VAT or GST on products and services like shipping. Okay, now WooCommerce has a built-in tax system that's going to help you achieve all of this. So I basically have to explain some terms to you before we can proceed. So the first thing I want to explain is what a shipping tax class is. Okay, now it determines how shipping fees are going to be taxed when a customer makes a purchase. All right, so I'll get there right now. For example, let me talk about this place. Okay, so prices entered with tax. Now if you are a company, okay, and you are a registered company selling goods to clients, then you probably want to have this on no our enterprises exclusive of tax. But if you know you are just starting, you're not selling goods as a company, then you want price entered with tax. Okay, so yes, sorry, you want price entered inclusive of tax. Yes, this is going to save you a lot of legal trouble if you are not a company yet. Okay, now we want to calculate the tax based on the customer shipping address, because in most states that's how it works. The tax is calculated based on where the shipping address is, not where the billing address is. All right, good. Now the shipping tax class, I've already explained it to you. Now with the shipping tax class, how this works is that if you have the shipping tax class based on cart items, that means for every individual item, the tax class you give it is how the taxes are going to be calculated. Okay, if I were just to change this to standard, for example, and my standard rate is 20%, that means it doesn't matter which type of product is in my cart, the tax is always going to be 20%. And you don't want to do that, okay, because the taxes may vary for different things based on different states or locations. All right, so you want the shipping tax class to be based on total cart items. Okay, now rounding, I can show you this when we enter products and when we are buying a lot of products, but to explain it, if you are buying a lot of products, there are lots of products listed in your checkout, then when it is calculating for the taxes and you enable this and you have this disabled, sorry, it will calculate for the tax per line. So it's going to calculate for the tax of each product and then add all together. And I don't recommend you turning this on because sometimes it has errors. Okay, so you want it to round tax at the subtotal level. That means it's going to add the price of everything you're buying and then calculate the tax at the last place or at the last level. Okay, now we have additional tax classes. Now in Ghana, we have the standard VAT, the zero rated VAT, and then the exempt from VAT. Okay, so we have the zero rate. So let me just enter. Okay, I think I'll keep the standard rate. Okay, and I'll take the reduced rate away and I'll make it the exempt from VAT. Okay, we have the zero rate as well, but that in Ghana is called the zero rated VAT. Okay, so I'm going to put a hyphen between these two, and I'll call it a zero rated VAT. Okay, you might want to do some research on which exact type of taxes are in your own country. Okay, now we want to display prices in the shop including tax. Okay, or yeah, no, excluding tax rather, sorry. So here we'll click on excluding tax. We want to display price in the shop excluding tax. Now when we create a product, I'll show you what that is about. Okay, and display tax totals, we want them to be itemized, okay, not as a single total, so that doesn't scare the customer when they're at the checkout page. Everything is displayed as one, not as a new price or as a new total. Okay, so we are going to click on save changes for now, and then here we can click on the standard rate. Okay, so now to set this up, you are going to want to know which exact things they charge for in your own country. Okay, so in my country we have the standard rate and it's 15%, and it's divided into a lot of things like the VAT, the national health, and then even we have a levy called the COVID-19 levy. All right, so that's how that works. Now in Ghana, the standard rate applies for almost everything that you sell or ship online. So we have electronics, clothing, furniture, online services, and then most general retail goods. Okay, so in Ghana, the standard rate applies for almost everything. So if I wanted to set this up, how will I do it? I'll click on insert row. For my country code, I'll make it GH. GH is for Ghana, right? And then I'll go to rate and I'll make it 15. Okay, 15%. And then the tax name, I'm going to call it 15% standard. Okay, yeah, I can call it 50% standard like this. Good. Now the priority can be 1, and then it should be for shipping. Okay, and I can just click on save changes, and then already we have our first row inserted. Right, so now now that this is done, you can also add, let me also add in the city. Okay, so here I can make it any city in Ghana. Since this is a local thing I'm doing, I don't necessarily have to type in a city. It will apply to every city in Ghana. Okay, but if you were doing it like internationally, then you have to do this over here. Okay, now going through all of this can be a bit stressful. Okay, we only have one standard tax rate for now, but if we, this is the 15% standard, okay? So actually what I should have done was that I shouldn't have entered all of this. Since Ghana, like this is just one way of doing it. Since Ghana, we have the standard rates being divided into 3 different taxes. And what I could have done was that I could have added, so let me actually show you. Instead of me making this 50%, I'll make it 12.5, right? And I'm going to call it 12.5, and then here I'll make it VAT, okay? VAT. Now I'm going to set another rule. I'm going to type in the same GH, okay? GH being for Ghana. Then we have the 2.5, I think. Yeah, 2.5 NHIS, that's the National Health Insurance Scheme. So NHIS percent, okay? I'll make it 2.5 NHIS, 2.5% NHIS, sorry, like this. So this is another standard tax. And then I can add in one more rule, okay? So here is going to be the same GH, but this one is going to be 1%, okay? So 1%. And then this is going to be, hold on, I don't think we have to add the percentage over here. We can just type it like that, okay? And I'm going to type in 1% COVID-19, COVID-19 levy. All right, good. Now, these are the standard rates we have in Ghana, but you might want to do some research to get to know more about the standard tax rates you have in your own country. Okay, so if I come here, I can also set up the exempt from VAT and then the zero rated VAT. Okay, now let's go back and doing research for all the types of taxes that are applied in your country might be very stressful for you. Okay, that's why WooCommerce has a solution for that. That's going to automate the tax process basically. Okay, so if you go back to the plugins, the installed plugins we installed already, if you go back there and scroll down, you're going to find WooCommerce tax. Okay, so click on the button to activate it. Okay, just activate the plugin, and once you do that, you're going to have to install Jetpack. All right, you're going to have to install Jetpack to get that working. So if I go to WooCommerce and I go to the homepage, okay, WooCommerce homepage, and then I scroll down, you're going to see that we have Get Jetpack over here. Okay, I'm going to click on Get Jetpack here, and it's going to install Jetpack to my site for me. Okay, now all you have to do is activate. Now it's activating, and then the last thing you have to do is connect. So click on Connect Jetpack to connect it, and I think you are going to have to create an account. If not, then everything will be smooth. So just click on Connect Jetpack. Then here you have to create an account, right? So this is the email I want to use, and I'll click on Continue. Okay, and it's going to create my account for me, and it's going to connect it as well to your WooCommerce site. So just give it a few seconds, probably it will finish very soon. And now it's taking me back to my WooCommerce website. Okay, so now we have connected Jetpack to our website. Good. Now that that's done, if I go back to plugins and if I go back to WooCommerce and I go to settings, okay, I'm just going to go to tax. I'll click on tax over here, okay, and since you've installed the Jetpack, it should automatically calculate the taxes for you when your clients are at the checkout page. But you should also see an automated tax calculation section over here. There's something wrong with my end, that's why it's not displaying. But on your end, once you connect to Jetpack, you should see it here, and then you should enable it. But even if you don't see it, because you've connected with Jetpack, it should automatically work for you. All right, so now that we are done with the tax section, let's go to the shipping section. Okay, now with shipping, how it works is that you can choose a geographic zone where a certain set of shipping methods and rates apply. That's basically what it means. Okay, so we have shipping zones, shipping settings, classes, and then WooCommerce shipping. Okay, so if I click on add shipping zone, you see here we have a zone name. Okay, so I want to make this a local shipping zone. Now I can start to filter it, right? So I want to make mine a local business, right? Mine is in Ghana, it's Ghana based. So I will select Africa, okay, and then I will look for Ghana. Okay, now Ghana, we have so many regions, So I want to choose the Greater Accra region. That's my region. Then maybe Central, Western, Volta, and all of these regions here. Okay, so these are my local zones. Okay, this is my local zone, and these are the local zone regions. Now we can add a shipping method for these zone regions. Okay, so you can add multiple shipping methods within this zone, and only customers within the zone will see them. So I can add a shipping method. So maybe I can add flat rate for this zone. Okay, so I can click on continue once I select the flat rate, and now the tax status is taxable. Now the cost, the cost of this so here, as you can see, it says enter a cost. So now the cost of this flat rate, the flat rate value, I can make it 50 cedis. Okay, and I can click on create and save. So for here we have the flat rate. So now I can go back. Okay, this is for my local shipping. Okay, rest of the world is just a default one. That's the, you don't necessarily have to use it. Okay, I can also edit this zone as well. Like they said, you can add multiple shipping methods for one zone. So I can click on local pickup. Okay, I can click on continue. Now local pickup is not taxable, so I can make it 0 cost for local pickup. I can click on create and save. Okay, so now we have the local pickup over here. If I click on edit, yep, this is it. So now we have local pickup and flat rate as the two options. So if it's delivered to you, then this is a flat rate. If you come and pick it up, then there's no price charge. Okay, now let's go to shipping settings. Okay, now we have shipping settings, and here is calculations. So we can enable the shipping calculator on the cart page. We want that. And you can hide shipping costs until an address is entered if you want, and hide shipping rates when free shipping is available. If you also want that, you can do that. Okay, so when free shipping is available, you can hide the shipping rate. And the shipping destination, default to customer billing address or default to customer shipping address. So here it says this controls which shipping address is used by default. So just leave that on customer billing address, and you can leave the debug mode. Okay, now let's go to classes. Now you can add some shipping classes, and classes change the shipping rates for different groups of products like heavy items or light items, for example. Okay, so we can have a shipping class, and this shipping class can be heavy items. Okay, and then the slack can be the same as the title, but in, you know, small letters. Okay, so I can call this heavy items, and then there is the description, and I can type in for items between maybe 500 kilograms to 1000 kilograms, something like that. Okay, and I can create a shipping class over here. Then I can also add another shipping class, and this is for medium items. Okay, medium items. So I can type in medium dash or hyphen items. In the description, I can type something like for items between let's say 200 kilograms to 500 kilograms. Okay, something like this, and I can create it. Good. Now I can type in light items. Okay, so we can add a shipping class, and we can call this one light items, and this one also type it in. Like, you can add as many shipping classes as you want based on the things you ship as a company. Okay, and for this one I can type in maybe from 5 kilograms to 100. Okay, let's make it 200 kilograms. All right, so let me type this word for items from 5 kilograms to 200 kilograms, and I can create it. This product count, when you create a product and you give it a shipping class, that's what the product count represents. So how many products are in this class? That's the product count. Okay, now let's go to WooCommerce shipping. And over here, you can print shipping labels yourself and save a trip to the post office. Okay, you can print shipping labels. So the paper size, you can set it. And then to purchase shipping labels, you have to add a credit card. Okay, so you can have email receipts, service selection, package selection, and then you can add packages. Okay, so you can add boxes, envelopes, and other packages you use most frequently. So you can add a box or an envelope, or you can add a service package if you like. Okay, now let's leave here. The next place you want to go to is the payment section. Okay, now I don't want us to really do this. Let me leave page. I don't want us to really do the payment options right now. Okay, I want us to save it for a bit later in the video, like after we've created our product, then we'll come back to the payment so that we can handle them. Okay, so let's go to accounts and privacy. Now we want to enable guest checkout. Okay, we want to enable guest checkout so that in case they feel lazy to log in before they check out, then they can also check out quickly, because in the end our aim is getting money, right? Account creation: allow customers to create an account during checkout. I'll enable this so that they can create an account before placing their order. Okay, and account creation options: send password setup link. Okay, so new users receive an email to set up their password, and then use email address as account login. If unchecked, customers will need to set a username during creation. Okay, so just leave this checked. If you want them to also use a username too, that is also your decision. Okay, so we have the registration policy. So here, if you have a privacy policy page, you would link it over here. Okay, and I advise that you create one. It's very important. Okay, so it says the privacy policy notices below will not show up unless a privacy page is set. Okay, so I can open this in a new tab, and then we can look at what they are talking about. So privacy settings. Okay, so we can choose a privacy policy page, and I want to choose this default one, and I'll click on use this page. Okay, so now that I've done it, it has been saved. So settings, we have privacy, so that's how you can access it. Okay, now we have our privacy policy page over here, so you can preview the content if you like. Okay, we can preview the content, and you can actually use ChatGPT or various resources to learn how to write a very good privacy policy for your site. Okay, especially with registration and those kind of things. Now let's leave here, and then we have personal data retention. So if you want to retain a user's account, you can retain a user's inactive account, okay, for a number of months. So for 1 month, for a year, you can retain a pending order, okay, for a number of days, retain a failed order, retain cancelled orders, and these are all some data that you'd want to set some retention time for, okay, to help you with tracking and things. You can retain completed orders for also an amount of time if you wish to. Okay, account erasure requests: remove personal data from orders on request. Okay, so if you want, when handling an account erasure request, should personal data within orders be removed, you can enable this. You can remove access to downloads on request, and you can allow personal data to be removed in bulk from orders. Okay, now let's go to emails. Okay, hold on, let me stay on the page. I have to always remember to save your settings. I'm sorry I didn't show you guys that. Now let's go to emails. Okay, now with the emails, you can actually customize how your emails look like. Okay, so here it says email notifications sent from WooCommerce are listed below. Okay, so now we have the new order notification, the cancelled order notification, and the failed order notifications. As you can see, the recipients are the administrator email, and the failed order is the customer, order on hold customer, processing customer, and all these are customer emails. All right, so if you scroll down, we can have the from name to be JSON stored, the from address, that you can upload a logo. Okay, you can upload a logo if you want to. So here we have the logo width. You can set up the header height, set up the font family as well. I like using Verdana as my font. And you can set in the footer text. I'll show you what that is a bit later. And then you can actually sync your color palette with the theme. So if I click sync with theme, as you can see now, the color I was using has come. Okay, and then you can change the background of the email. You can change the content background color. You can change the heading and text. You can actually customize this and make it very, very beautiful. Okay, and let's see what else. You can change the heading. Okay, so if the heading is black, you can also change the secondary text color if you like. Okay, so now you can, if you want, you can send a test email as well. Now for the logo, I actually have a set of images I prepared for you guys to use to learn to access them. Okay, so if you want to download these images, let me show you how you would do it. So you would go to my YouTube channel. Okay, and by the time this video is out, it will be on my YouTube channel, obviously. Okay, so just go to my YouTube channel and then go to the video section. Okay, and then you see the video somewhere here. So all you have to do is click on the video. Okay, just click on the video, and when it loads up, go to the description section and then scroll down, and then you see download the images used. That's one way to get to them. When you click on it, it's going to take you to my website where you can actively download these images that I used to create the site. Okay, so if we go here, as you can see, I have a blog post on this video. Okay, and when I scroll down, as you can see, we have the download images use section. So all you have to do is click on download, and it's going to download as a zip file onto your system. Okay, so let me save it, and then you can just save it to where it's supposed to be saved. Okay, so now once I'm done with that, let me show you how to get access to these pictures by extracting the file. Alright, so once you save the images to a certain location on your folder or on your document or whatever, this is what it's going to look like. Okay, it's going to be a zip file. So all you have to do is right click on it, and then if you have WinRAR, which you should have, just click on WinRAR and click on extract here. Or if you have this, you can also use this extract all option as well. So I'll use WinRAR, I'll click on extract here, and it's going to extract a folder called online store images. Now I have prepared all of these images for you guys. I can't use every single one of them in this video, but in case, for the learning experience, if you want to try and go further from the things we've learned in this tutorial, I have images prepared for you that will help you to build the exact same site I have seen. Okay, so, and I've also named them, all of them, for easy navigation. All right, cool. So now let's close this, and then let's go to our browser, and then I will go over to, this is where we were, right? So I will go over to the logo section. Okay, so now just click on that to upload those images, because I actually want to show you guys what this email is going to look like, and I want to send a test email for you guys to see. All right, so just click on the logo and then click on select files, because currently we have no images at the media library, right? And once you've extracted all the images, use Ctrl A on your keyboard, Ctrl and A, the A key, to select all the images and click on open. Then here, if you go to the media library, as you can see, there are 60 images, so all of them will be uploading. So I can't sit here for all of them to upload while the video is still recording to make it too long. So I'm just going to wait. When they are done, then we'll come back and continue from there. All right, so now as you can see, all the images have uploaded, and it didn't even take long. Okay, so the image I wanted to search for right now is this one, the main logo. Okay, now just click on select. All right, and then it's going to appear over here as the logo. So if I were to go to this email, as you can see now, your logo is there. This is very good for branding. Okay, clients who receive emails from you would like to see your own branding over there. Now if I scroll down, you see that here we have the name of the store and then the address, right? So if you scroll up to this place, as you can see, site title, break, store address. Break just means that put the store address on another line. Okay, so we have site title, site URL, store address, and then store email. So you can use these tags, okay, to create your own footer text if you like. Right, now let's scroll down, and also you can also change, I forgot to mention, you can change the size of the logo as well. Right, so if I wanted, I can make it 150 pixels, and that's going to increase it over here. Okay, so now I can click on send a test email. Okay, now let me just choose my email, okay, as the test email. So I'll type in my email and I'll click on send test email. Okay, now it's going to send to me. Now let me quickly go and log into my email and show you guys what it looks like. Okay, so give me a minute to log in. So as you can see, it says your JSON store order has been received. And if I click on it, and here I click on allow, you see that now we have the logo, the dummy products, and then we have everything. Now the email looks very professional. Okay, so this is what your emails will look like, and you can actually customize them. You can make them really, really nice. Okay, you can change the colors of things, and if you take your time, you can create very good emails. And if you scroll up, we have the new orders. If I click on manage, okay, hold on, wait. Like I said, always remember to save your changes. I always forget this. I don't know why. After my 6 years experience of building websites, I always forget to save. Anyway, so you can click on manage over here. Okay, if you click on manage new order, you can also change what the structure looks like. So you have the recipient's emails, you have the subject, you can change what the subject is. Okay, so there's, if you click on this, you see the available tags you can use to create that. Okay, you have additional content as well. Okay, so as you can see, we have this as the you got a new order email. You can edit it. It says HTML structure, and you should leave this on HTML. And you can choose some carbon copies and blind carbon copies. So people who you want to send the same copy of the email to, in case you're working with some employees or some people, you may also want them to receive the order notification. All right, and you can customize all of these emails over here. You can make them look really good. And if you are a company or you are building an online store for someone, I advise that you take your time on these things, because they'll actually be really good. I can do a video on customizing your emails for branding and for business, but I can't fit all of that because there's a lot more we have to cover in this course. Okay, so if you want a video like that, just leave that in the comments and I'll be glad to do that for you. Now, integration, this is maximize geolocation, okay, and this is something that people can use automatically to find their addresses, okay, and it only does country lookups for now. This is not really necessary for your site. If you want to go the extra mile, you can do that, but it's not really necessary. Okay, now site visibility has to do with your online store. Okay, now over here, if I were to open my online store, right, so let's say I copy this link. Okay, this is my online store link, and I was to go to an incognito window or a private window, and I paste this in the window link, you're going to see that I'm going to get a coming soon or like a maintenance. When you see here, it says great things on the horizon. That means the store is not being displayed yet, but if I come here, I see something. So over here, it has to do with the site visibility. Okay, if you change it to live, then they'll start seeing your store live. But if it's on coming soon, you know, they will not start seeing it. And I advise that you leave it like this until you set up everything and you're ready to go live. Okay, now let's go to advanced. Let's go to the advanced settings. Now over here, you can set up your cart page, and I already showed you guys how to generate these pages a bit earlier. Okay, you can set up the checkout endpoints. Okay, these are just page URLs that you can add. Okay, and more page URLs here. And here you can add APIs. Okay, but this is a bit advanced, like it's actually quite advanced. So I don't really want us to cover it right now. Okay. And this is basically the most important part. We have set up the WooCommerce settings. That was very important. Now, I want to show you guys how to add your first product, which is a normal product. Okay. But before we do that, we have to add some of these things over here. It's just going to make adding the product easier. Okay. So if I go to categories, okay, I can go to categories, and right now, the first thing I want to add is a phone. Okay. So if I go to the shop page on the site we are trying to emulate, let me just go to the shop page. I want us to add in a certain iPhone. Okay, this one, for example. So I can click on it here, and you see its category is mobile phones. Okay, that's the category, mobile phones. So I can go back here and I can add in the category mobile phones. I'll show you another way to add categories when we're adding a product. Okay, the Slack is just the same name but with hyphens and small letters. Okay, we don't want a parent category. We want this to be a standalone category. And then the display type should be default. Okay. Now you can add an image for phones if you like. Okay. If I have an image, I can add one. I don't really think I have one, but I can add an image for the phone categories if you like. It's also cool if you do that. Okay. So I can click on add new category. So for the most part, this is where you'll be adding your categories from. Okay. Actually, it's actually good to add images for your categories. Okay, let me quickly check if I can find an image for that. All right, so this is the image we'll be using for the categories. Okay, to be included in the image files. It's called phone categories. Okay, so click on use image and then just click on update. It's normally advisable to have images for your categories because you may be using these categories to display some nice designs on your homepage. All right, like I said, for the most part, this is where you'll be adding your categories, and for now, that's all we have to add. Okay, so just click on the add new product button over here and start getting excited because you're about to add your products to your online store. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'll copy the name of this phone. Okay, so this is the product we're adding a phone. And if you are using Hostinger hosting, right, you can put the name of your product in this section. You can set a content length and then a tone of voice, and Hostinger is going to generate a description for your products for you. Okay, but I'm assuming it's not everybody who will be using Hostinger. Some will be using other hosting, so we're not going to use this right now. So I will close this up. Okay, and then what I'll do is that I will scroll down, and I have this description for the products over here. Okay, so I am going to copy all of it. Okay, and then just come back to my page and then paste it. Okay, now as you can see, I have my description, and I used Ctrl+Shift+V to paste without formatting, because sometimes if you paste with formatting, it brings a lot of like confusions and errors. All right, so here we have, let me show you how to start this a bit. We have unleash your creativity with the iPhone 11. Okay, so first of all, we can select everything and we can center align it. Okay, as you can see now, we are seeing the outline of the text, right? So I can use the enter key to create some space, and I can use this to center align, and I can say the same thing, right? So I can just copy this text and then use Ctrl+Shift+V to paste without formatting. Now I can select it. I can make it bold, okay? And you can click on this to view more options, okay? You can view more options for the text you are currently editing. And I can make it heading 2. Heading 2 makes it bigger, okay? And then, or even if you like, I can make it heading 1. Okay, so I can even come to this text over here. I can select it only, make it bold, make it heading 2. Oh, sorry, that was a mistake. I'll select this text only. You know what? Also, let me create some space. Yes, then I'll select the text. Then I'll make it heading 2. All right. And then you can do the same for this one. Now, over here, you can insert media, add images into your description as well. So I can click on add media, and then I'll be brought to my media library. And if I scroll down, I have this image for you guys. So you can click on insert into description, and this is the image. And then you can change the alignment. So I can align it to the center. I can click on this to edit it, and I can change the size, right? So I can make it large, and as you can see, it has become large, and I can make it full size. So I can update it, and then this is how you would create your description section. I can even change some colors, right? So instead of this text being black, I can come here, and the text color, I can make it red, you know? Just knock yourself out with the designs you can do for your online store. I'll keep it on black though, all right? Now scroll down, and here's where you want to set the price for your phone. Okay, so the price, I can make it like, which price do I have here? Let me see, $299. The price can be $299. If you are running a sale or a discount, that you would enter that price here. So I can make it maybe $250. Then you can schedule how long the sale price will be. So maybe I want it to be from 2nd July to 24th. Okay, and this is the sale, like this is the sale duration. Now we have the tax rate, so it should definitely be taxable, okay? And then the standard, we want the tax class to be the standard one, okay? You can choose the other ones you set here. You can make it shipping only, okay? But I just want it to be taxable. Now let's go to the inventory. Now you can add an SKU. SKU is a unique number, okay? It's a unique number identifier. It's not even a number, it's like a set of characters that help you keep track of the amount of products you have, okay? So it's a stock keeping unit, a unique identifier, okay? And you can display the SKU here. So this is the SKU I'm using. You can ask ChatGPT to generate an SKU for you, or you can also generate one on your own, okay? So it can be maybe the first 3 letters of your store, plus the warehouse you're keeping it in, plus the iPhone, then the unit number, and then any 3 sets of characters you want to add, okay? And here is a barcode. You can enter a barcode for the products as well. You can track the stock for this product. So you can enter how many you currently have in stock, okay? And that will allow you to, allow barcodes over here, okay? Cool. Now you can also make it sold individually. What this means is that a customer can only buy it one at a time. I can't buy 2. I can't order 2 of these phones. I can only buy 1 of it at a time. Okay, so now I can make the weight of the phone 150 kilograms, for example. You can add a dimension, so maybe length, width, height, okay? The shipping class, I want to make it light items like we set up earlier. Okay, then we can go to attributes, but we don't want to add any attributes for now. I'll show you about that later. You can add a purchase note. You want reviews to be enabled, and then you are basically done. Now for the short description, I can go back and I'll copy what is here. Then I'll paste it in the short description over here. Good. Now for brands, okay, you can add brands here with images, but you can also add brands here as well. So I can click on add new brand, and I want to add Apple as the brand, okay? So once I add Apple, Apple is the brand for the iPhone, obviously. Now let's keep going. We also want to add product tags, okay? Over here, I don't think I made the tags displayable, but you can add tags, okay? So if I come here, maybe phones can be a tag, okay? Phones, iPhone, Apple, Bionic chips, okay? Because the Bionic chips are the CPUs the iPhones use, and you can add tags to your product. Okay, now product categories, you want it to be mobile phones like we created earlier. We'll select it. Then you have to add a featured image for your product. Okay, so when I click on set product image, I scroll down. As you can see, I have these images here. So I want this to be the featured image for my product. Then I can click on add product gallery images. Product gallery are these images you see here. Okay, so I can scroll down and I can click on this one and I can use control and then select another one. Okay, so just hold control and select another image. Click on add to gallery and those images will now be added. And when you're done, click on publish. Okay, so click on publish and I would like to congratulate you. You've just created your very first product. And this is, for the most part, the process you'll be using to add all of your products. Okay, so I can use this to view the product in a new tab. And then as you can see now, we have it here. We have the phone, we have the discounts, we have the sale notification, we have the SKU, the tags, the category, the brand. You can add it to your cart. And we have the images here, we have the description, and everything is looking amazing right now. Yeah, it's looking very good. The additional information, we have the weight of the phone. Okay, and then we have review section where you can add a review of the phone as well. So this is what the phone is looking like currently. This is what the product is looking like currently. So this is your very first product. Okay, we'll customize the page for it to look like this a bit later on, but for now this is very good. Okay, now I want to show you how to create another type of product, and that is a variable product. Okay, a product with variations in maybe color, size, storage, and the rest. Okay, and to create a product like that, first of all, we have to go to attributes. Okay, now for the products you are selling, they are going to have different attributes. They can have color attributes, size attributes, storage attributes. That's when it comes to devices and so on and then so forth. Okay, so here we have variations in color. We have variations in the color attributes and in the storage attributes. So if I add a new attribute, I can add maybe color. Okay, color can be one of my attributes. And then for the slag, I can also call it color. If you want to specify, you can make it maybe phone color or dress color or something like that. Okay. Now you can enable archives if you want it to have products under it as its own page. Okay, how do I explain this to you? Let's say I go to the shop page, for example. Okay, if I go to the shop page and I select maybe mobile phones over here, the mobile phones category now has archives of products under it. So that's what it means. The color will now become an archive over here with products under it. Okay, I hope you get it. Now you can leave this the way it is and you can just click on add attributes. Okay, so now we have the color attributes added. And then I also want to add the storage attributes for now, because over here we have storage. Okay, so I'll type in storage and then the slag to will be storage by in small letters. And then I just click on add attributes. Now that we are done with that, we can configure it. Okay, so we can click on configure items first of all. And once you do that, maybe I want to add the gold color right now. Okay, so the slag will be gold. And then I can click on add new color. Okay, this is the gold color I'm adding. And then I also want to add the gray color. Okay, so I'll type in gray. And then I'll type in gray here as well. Now click on add new color. This is the gray color I'm adding. Okay, now let's go back to the attributes page. Okay, let's go back to the attributes page. And then I'll click on edit to edit this one. And okay, everything looks good here. We should be able to select which color we want to display. So I'm assuming that if it's not displaying, then we haven't enabled that plugin. So go to plugins and then go to installed plugins over here. And then you should see something called variation swatches for WooCommerce. Swatches for WooCommerce. So it's like we've not even installed it yet. Okay. And I have a few plugins that need updating. You should always update your plugins. That's important. Okay. So I don't know if I showed you this earlier, but if I didn't, I'm very sorry. Let me just update this. If I didn't, I'm very sorry. For the variation swatches to work, you need a plugin called variation swatches for WooCommerce or swatches for WooCommerce. Okay, so just search for swatches for WooCommerce. Okay, search for this plugin. It's very important. Just search for it. And as you can see, this is variation swatches for WooCommerce. So click on install now. And then click on activate to activate it. All right. So once you activate it, it should look something like this. Okay. Now we'll go back to products and we'll go back to attributes again. Now let's do this again. Okay. So I'll click on configure items. Okay. And then we will not be able to select the color because there's one thing we should have done. Let me go back. Because we didn't have the plugin, we didn't see this option. Okay, so now when you install the plugin, if you're adding a color, the type select color. Okay, so now I can click on edit and I can actually set it up from there. So I'll click on color. Okay, and I'll click on updates. We want the swatches type to be a color. Now I'll click on back to attributes and then I'll click on configure items again, and now we should be able to edit it. Okay, so as you can see here, I can click on edit to edit the gold one. Okay, and I can set the color for it. So now for the gold, I want the color to be, you guessed it, gold. Okay, so I can actually increase the lightness of it and make it a bit more yellow to get the gold color. And I can click on updates to update this, and then we are going to do the same for the gray color as well. So click on back to color attributes, and then this is the gray color here. Okay, so I'll click on edit to edit the gray color, and then I'll click on choose a color. Right, now I want the color to be gray, so we'll make it something like this. Then we'll click on update. Okay, we'll update it, and then it should currently be good to go. Okay, so this is, we can click on back to color attributes for now, and then now we have our two colors ready to go. So go back to the attribute section, and now we want to add the storage attribute. Okay, so the storage, click on edit, and here if I go here, this is a button. The type is not a color, it's a button. Okay, so go to attributes and we'll make the type button, and we'll click on updates. Okay, click on updates, then we'll click on back to attributes. Then now we want to add some items, so click on configure items. The first one I want to add is 128 gigabytes, and I want to add 128 but with small GB as the slug. Okay, then I'll go back and I want to add 256 gigabytes, then 256 with small GB as the slug, and I'll click on add new storage. Okay, now we've added our attributes in. Now we're ready to add in our variable products. Okay, so I'll click on all products. I'll click on all products here, and then what I can do is that I can click on add new product. Okay, click on add new product. Now I'll copy this heading as my product heading. I'll copy the description as my product description. Okay, but this one I'll paste it normally because I want the styles. And then now for the prices, what you do is that we want to change this to a variable product. Okay, product data, make it a variable product. And then here, just click on got it. I want this to be taxable, and this should be standard. Okay, you can go to inventory, and then I think you can add an SKU number. Okay, so maybe the same structure, but I changed this to iPhone Pro Max. Okay, and we can go to shipping. We can make it maybe 177 kilograms. And the shipping class can be light items. All right, now let's go to attributes. Okay, now what we want to do is that we want to add some attributes. So I'll remove this new attributes for now, and then we can search for the attributes. So we have color, so we want to add the color attributes. Then over here, we want to select the values gold and the values gray. You can also create a value from here, but you'll not be able to add the image. Okay, then we can also add the storage attributes. Then we want to select the values 128 gigabytes and then 256 gigabytes, and then just click on save attributes for now. Okay, click on save attributes. Then we'll go to, once I'm done with this, just go to variations. Okay, and what you can do is that you can click on generate variation, but I recommend you do this when you have little variations. If you have many, then you may want to add the variations manually. Okay, once you click on generate variations, it's going to generate all the possible pairs you can do. So we have gold 128, gold 256, and gray 128, gray 256. Okay, so we can have, what we can do is that with the 128, we can click on this. Okay, we can click on upload an image. Now I want to add the gold iPhone Pro Max. Okay, so if I scroll down, I think, okay, maybe it should be up rather. Let me just squint my eyes, and okay, this is it. So this is it. I'll click on set variation image, and then I can add an SKU if you want. Now the regular price for this variation is let me make it 300. Okay, you can add a sale if you want. You can make it in stock or out of stock as well. Okay, shipping class should be the same as parent, tag class should be the same as parent. They are good to go. Okay, so for now, this is the settings for it. Now for the second one, we want to add the same image, but we want to change the price. Okay, the variation price, instead of it being 300, we'll make it like 500. Okay, because if I go back here, if we have the color gold with a 128 GB storage, you can see that it's 250. But if I change the price, if I change the storage, the price increases. Okay, so we want to make this 500 instead, and then we can do the same thing here. And then I'll click on upload an image. I want to add the gray iPhone, and then I'll make the variation price, the normal price 300. Okay, and then I'll go back, I'll add in the same image, and then I'll set the variation price to be 500. Okay, good. Now I want to add in my short description over here. I'll copy it and paste it in. Then I want to add in the product image, the main product image, and I'll set it to be, the featured image can be this one. Okay, then I'll leave the product gallery images. I don't want to add those. And I'll have the mobile phones category selected. And I can also type in, you can also, here what you can do is you can choose the most used tags. Okay, you can also choose from the most used tags. So I can add in Apple, Bionic chip, iPhone, phones. And then, you know what, I'll clear the iPhone, I'll make it iPhone Pro Max. Okay, then I'll just add it. Good. Now the brands, I want it to be Apple, and I think everything is so far so good. So we can click on publish to publish this product. Once you publish it, it goes live. All right, and now that we are done, we can actually view what it looks like. So I can open this in a new tab. Okay, and if I go here, you see that now we have the variations in color. Okay, so from gold, if I select gold and I select the storage, as you can see, now we have the gold over here. If I select 256 GB, we have an increase in price. If I choose gray, as you can see, we can now change it. So this is what it looks like now. It looks very, very, very good to me. It even looks better than what I built over here. Okay, so now that we have this done, we've learned how to create our second type of product. This is a variable product. Now that we are done with this, I want to teach you how to create the third type of product. That is a virtual product. Okay, and let me remind you that this is a double variation product. You can create products with 3, 4, even 5 variations. If you want to set RAM as a variation, you can do that. It's possible. Okay, and you can make a product with just one single variation. Maybe if you have a dress and you want it to have variations in size, maybe a t-shirt, you have small, medium, large, extra large. You can also set that up if you want. Okay, with the knowledge that you've gained from this session, I assure you that you can create any type of product you want to. Okay, now let's do the virtual product. Okay, and if I go back to my site and I go to the shop page, I want to show you an example of a virtual product. So for example, this one-on-one web design lesson is a virtual product. Okay, a coaching call can also be a virtual product. I want to show you how to create one of these. Very simple. Just go back here and then click on add new product. Now once you land over here, you want to add in your virtual product. Okay, and some companies, they actually do sell a lot of virtual products. So if you know you fall into that category, this session is for you. All right, so I will just copy the heading. Okay, now virtual products, they are a bit different. You have to come up with your own description, because this one I don't think is something AI can generate for you. You know what you are serving as your virtual product, so you just need to come up with your own description. The only thing that changes is that when you're over here, you just select virtual for this, and once you select virtual, things like shipping go, because the product is virtual, so you're not shipping anything, right? So for my web design lesson, I can add in maybe 600 cedis as a regular price. Okay, and the taxable, I'll make it none. Okay, I'm not charging anything for this. But if you know in your country taxes are charged on virtual products, then you may want to set this up. Okay, so maybe you can even create a new tax class for virtual products if you want. It's absolutely possible. All right, so now over here, you can also add a description, a short description as well. If you have a brand for your virtual product, I mean, sure, you can add that. So a tag can be maybe web design course or something. Okay, that's a tag I might want to add. And then product category, I can click on add new category. I can call it virtual product. Okay, and I can click on add new category as my virtual category. Then I can click on as my category, sorry. I can click on set product image, okay, and then I'll just scroll down until I find that image that I use here. Here it is. So I'll click on set product image and I'll just click on publish, okay. This is how you create a virtual product. There's not much, it's not really that crazy, okay. It's very simple. And after we are done creating all our products, I'll show you guys how to create your payments methods, and after that we can start customizing and designing the shop page and everything, okay. So now you can click on view products, okay, and this is what your virtual product looks like, okay. Very simple. And then you can review it if you want. So over here it's basically the same thing. All right, so this is what a virtual product looks like. If you want to add a description, like I said, it's totally possible, okay. So for now, if I go to the shop page, we can actually check what our shop page is looking like. As you can see, we have all the products we listed and entered here, and it's looking beautiful to me. It's already shaping up to be very nice. All right, now let's go back here, and then after we've added our virtual products, we want to now add a downloadable product, okay. Downloadable product, we've added virtual, okay, so it's left with downloadable and then affiliate. And I'll introduce what the group product is, okay. I'll show you what it looks like. I forgot to mention that at the intro. Okay, so we'll go to all products, and then now we want to add in our downloadable products, okay. And I want to show you an example of that real quick. All right, so this is an example of a downloadable product, okay. This is an ebook, okay, and it's my fault that this image is so big, but depending on the ebook you are selling, you have to get a good image that's cropped well. All right, so this is the ebook, and if you wonder how I got this top bar, I'll show you how to create it. It's very simple, okay. So now let's create our downloadable product, okay. So let's go back and I'll click on add new product, and this is what the book is called, right? And I generated this book. It's not a real book anyway. So I'll paste this in, and then I'll actually just copy this description that I used over here, okay. Now I'll go back and I'll paste it in here as my description for the book. Now this can be on simple product, yes, but what you want to do is you want to make it downloadable, okay. Make it a downloadable product, and then the regular price, let me see what I set it to be. I made it 19, okay. If you're running a sale, like I said, it's possible. You can add a sale price, okay. Now it's a downloadable file, right? So we want it to be set up this way. When people pay for the book, then they have access to download it. So you have to add the file over here, okay. So right now I'm just going to add some dummy like PDF that I have. So I'll just click on add file, and then here I'll click on choose file, and here I'll go to upload files. I'll click on select files, and then I will choose this one, okay, and I'll open it, and I'll just insert file URL, okay. So I'll insert it over here. Now this is, I can name it the same as the name of the product as well. The download limit should be unlimited, right? You can leave blank for unlimited read and list because the person has already bought it. And download expiry should be never, okay. Now you can make this taxable because if the books cost, then yes, you can make it taxable. You can have it as a standard, standard taxable class. We don't want any shipping because this is a downloadable product. We are not shipping for anything, okay. And then here you can add your description if you like. So do I have a short description? Yes, I do. So I'll copy it and I'll paste it over here, and then you can add a brand, okay. So maybe my brand is Colin Hoover. It's a very good author, by the way. So I can add here as a brand, for example, for this book, okay. I can add in a tag, right? Ebook, guide, mystery, adventure, something like this, okay. I can just click on add. All right, now I can add a category, and the category will be ebooks like this. Now click on add new category, okay. Now I can add a product image, so I can click on set product image, and I've added many ebook covers for you guys to choose from in case you are building your site, okay. So I'll just select this one, and I can just click on publish, okay. Now because of the dimensions of the image, the page is going to appear to be stretched, okay. As I said, if you are doing this, you have to get your own better image. I feel like we have a lot of tabs open. Let me just close them, okay. I'll leave this ones open. So as you can see, we have our ebook here with the description and then the reviews and everything, okay. I don't know why the description is not appearing. Hold on, let me update it again because we have a description over here, right? So I'll click here, I'll click on page all. Sometimes this will causes it, okay. So I'll just click on page all, and when I scroll down, the description is still not showing. All right, let me just close this from the bottom. Okay. I'll delete it and I will, let me copy it again. Okay, because the description should show. I'll copy it from here. Sometimes it does this though, but more times it should show. Okay, so I'll just update this once again with the new product description. I have my short description at the bottom of the page, and I'll come back here. I'll click on page or one more time to see if description appears. If it doesn't appear, that means it's just now caching it. It will take time, but it will definitely appear because we have the description written here. Okay, so if I scroll down, okay, now as you can see, it has appeared. All right, it's good. Now we have to create the last type of product. So if someone pays for this, they will get access to download it. All right, so now let's create the last type of product, which is an affiliate product. Now I explained this before. If you're an affiliate marketer, you're basically promoting products and you want people to buy the products you're promoting through your unique affiliate link, because when they do, you're going to get a percentage of the money they paid, or you're going to get a commission. All right, that's what that is. And you can add SKUs for this as well. All right, now I can click on add new product, and I had an affiliate deal with this company called WP Travel Engine. I did a video for them on my YouTube channel. Okay, so I can call this the WP Travel Engine. Okay, this is my affiliate product, and I can actually add it to my shop. Let me scroll down and see if it's over here. It's not. Okay, so I'll go back to the shop page, and because I have books now, let me check if I'll see it's not be here. Let me go to the second page and check if it's be there. That's okay. So this is it. So I'll just select it. Okay, I'll select it, and this is the WP Travel Engine over here. So I'll copy the main description over here. Okay, I'll copy it and I'll just paste it inside here. And then I can go to the short description. I can copy what's here and I can just paste it in here. And then I can add a brand if I want to. So here I can type plugin, travel agency, maybe affiliates. Okay, affiliates product, something like this. Okay, and I can just click on add. Which category did I give to it over here? Plugins, obviously. So I can add a new category. I can type in plugins as my category. Okay, and then I just want to do the formalities before we actually make it an affiliate product. Okay, so I can click on set product image to set the image, and then if I scroll down, this is the image here. Now I can scroll here, and here I'll choose external or affiliate product. Okay, now here the button says buy now, so I can also make my button text buy now. Okay, and now the URL is the unique affiliate link that you have. Okay, so if I click on buy now over here, for example, it's going to take them to my unique affiliate link for them to buy the WP Travel Engine, as you can see. So I'll copy my affiliate link again, and then I'll come back here and I'll just paste it in. Okay, so this is it, and I can scroll up and I can click on publish, and this is basically how you can create an affiliate product. Okay, so now I've basically taught you how to create all the important products, but we should check out the group products too. Okay, so I'll actually let's actually view what this looks like. So as you can see, we have the image here, we have our description, and then we have this button taking us to, so if I click on buy now, for example, it's going to take us to my unique affiliate link or to that page so that they can actually buy the plugin. All right, so now the last product we have to learn how to add is the group product. So go to all products again, and then here just click on add new product. Now once you're on this page, I quickly want to show you what a group product looks like. Okay, so if I go over here, you see I have the Sony PlayStation 4 set. Okay, and here I can buy everything. I can buy the controller, I can buy the PlayStation itself, and I can buy the docking station, right? So a group product is basically a one-stop shop for you to get related products that work very well with each other. So maybe if I was buying an iPhone, right, I could create a group iPhone product. So maybe I have an iPhone there, I have AirPods, I have the charger, and I have an iPhone case, for example. Okay, so that is what a group product is. And in case you would need something like that, here's how you create one. So in this case, I want to do the same thing for the PlayStation, but I've not created a PlayStation on this site yet. Okay, so let me quickly take you through the process. So I'll type in Sony PlayStation 4 set. Okay, I don't think I spelled this correctly. PlayStation 4 sets. Okay, good. Now for the product description, I will just copy everything that's here. Okay, and I'll scroll up and I'll just come and paste it in here. Good. Now here, what you want to do is you want to make the product data grouped. Okay, make it a grouped product. And I will just copy this SKU number that I have here. Okay, now I'm going to paste it in here. Now let me do all the normalities. So over here, I'll type in Sony as the brand and I'll click on add new brand. And then I will scroll up and then I will check this place, right? So maybe I want to add PlayStation, right, as a category, PlayStation. So I'll click on add new category and you can even make a PlayStation a parent category, and then under that you can add in game controllers, for example. Okay, so for the product task, I'll just type in PS4. PS4 is a good one. I'll type in PlayStation. I'll type in gamepad and also type in maybe DualShock 4. Okay, something like this. And I'll add it. Now these are my product tags. Okay, now all I have to do is add in a featured image. So I'll click on set product image. And for now, I just want to add the normal PlayStation image that is here. So this one, I'll click on set product image and I'll click on publish. Okay, for now, this is our group product. Now we have to go and create the product that we want to be in this group, okay, in this set. So I'll go back to add new product again, and I'll come to my page here, and first of all I'll select the Sony PlayStation 4. So if you view the product, as you can see, this is it. There's nothing much to you know to change over here, but there's something we should do. Let's edit the product again. Okay, I'll go back, and the description is not showing. Okay, and I'm not too sure why, but I'm very sure it's because I copied this with the formatting, right? So I'll just copy it and I'll just paste it back in without the formatting. I taught you guys how to do that earlier, right? And then the short description too, there should be some text there. So I'll copy what is here and then I'll come back to my page over here and I'll just paste it in, right? Good. Now I'll scroll up and then I'll update the set again. Okay, that should probably make it look better. And I'll come back here and I'll go to my first product. Okay, so here I can click on view the product again to view the set. Now we have this description, and I think let me purge. If I purge all my changes, I'm sure the description at the bottom will come. All right, now let's start creating our first product, which is the PlayStation 4. So I'll copy this one here and then I'll paste it in the short description. I don't even know why I didn't copy the title first. Sorry. So I'll copy the title first and I'll come back and I'll paste it, right? And then for the product description too, I'll copy what it says here, okay? And I'll come back and I'll paste it without the formatting. Good. Now, over here, if you want to create a variable product, I've showed you how to do that already in case you have PlayStations or other products of different colors, all right? So I'll make this a simple product and I'll make the price 1000. I'll select Sony as the brand, and over here I'll select PlayStation as the category, and I can add in a product image. Okay, so for now, maybe I want the black one. Okay, I can click on set product image. I can click on publish, right? So this is our first product of the group. So now let's go back. We have the PlayStation 4. We have to also do I think the gamepad. Okay, so the DualShock 4 controller. So here I'll click on add new product again. Then I want to add this one. Okay, so I will copy the title and I'll paste it in here, and I'll copy the description as well. Okay, and then I'll come and paste it in here, and I'll copy a short part of the description to make my short description over here. Then I'll make the price of it 250. Like I said, if you have different colors for any type of product, you can make it a variable product and just add your attributes and change your variations. All right, good. Now I will select Sony here and PlayStation again, and I'll click on set product image, and now we have to choose the gamepad as our image. So I'll just select this image over here and I'll click on set product image, and then I will publish it. Okay, so this is our second product of the group. Now we just have to create the last one. So go to add new product again. Okay, and then this one is going to be the docking station. All right, so let me just go back. This is the docking station over here. So what I can do is that I can select it, okay, and I'll just copy the heading. Okay, so it's basically the same process. I'll paste the heading in. I will copy the short description from here, and I'll also paste it below, and I'll copy the main description. Okay, and then I'll come and paste it in. I taught you how to style your description and add images a bit earlier in the video if you want to do that, right? So now I'll add the price of 100%. I'll make this Sony and I'll make the category PlayStation. Then I'll set the product image to be a docking station over here. Okay, now that that's done, all I have to do is just publish the products and now we are done. So now we have our 3 different products of that set or of that group. Okay, so I can go to all products and you see the Sony PlayStation 4 set, right? So what I can do is I can click on edit to edit it, and then once we are here, all I have to do is scroll down, and then when you see linked products over here, you see linked products. So just click on group products, and then all you have to do is search for them, right? The first one, I can type in Sony, and I can select the PlayStation 4, and I can type in the controller. Okay, then I'll select the controller, then I can type in the docking station. Okay, then I'll just select the docking station from here. Then all I have to do is just update my changes, and then we are good to go. Okay, so if I go back to the page and then I refresh the page, as you can see, now we have our different products here. We can buy all of them at one place. Okay, so I've taught you how to create 6 different types of products in this tutorial. Now I want to take you through the add to cart process and setting up your first online payment method on this site. Okay, so to do that, click on the shop button. Okay, and let's add a product to our cart. For example, so I want to add the iPhone 11 Pro Max, for example. Okay, so I'll select it, and maybe I want the gold with the 128GB storage option, which is 300 cedis, and I can click on add to cart. Now this is going to add the product to my cart. Okay, and after we create the payment method, I'll show you guys how to create a wish list. Okay, wish list is a very important function to add. So here I can just click on view cart, and now it takes me here. Okay, I don't have a coupon code for this yet, and as you can see, we have the shipping, or I can do local pickup. But already has my, I can change my address from here if I want to. Okay, so my country is Ghana, my region, and then I can type in maybe Tema as my city. Okay, and I can click on update, and then we have our flat rate already. Okay, so this is displaying the shipping tax. Okay, now this is inclusive of tax. This is an inclusive of tax price over here. Sorry, this is exclusive. It's showing the rates over here, and it's showing the tax as well. I'm actually not too sure which type this is. Let's check. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go to Woocommerce. This should be somewhere here, and I'll click on settings. All right, now let's go to the tax area, and then when we go here, we see that this is including tax. So this is showing the price including the tax. Okay, so I can click on proceed to checkout. Okay, I can click on proceed to checkout, and all I have to do is fill in my details. But for now, there are no payment methods available for now. Okay, so what I want us to do is I want us to add in our first payment method. So let's go back to the dashboard right now. Okay, actually, let's keep this on the checkout page. We can do this from here. So what you want to do is that you can go to payments over here. You can click on payments, or you can also click on payments over here. Now, depending on where you are going to see your payment methods available. Okay, so if I was in Ghana right now, I'm in Ghana right now. Okay, and Ghana doesn't support a lot of payment methods. I have no idea why. Like PayPal and Stripe, for example, we can't use them in Ghana, but I will still show you what the process is like. Okay, it's a very similar thing. There are basically 3 main things you need, and I'll show you how to set them up. Okay, and it's like it is general across all the different payments methods or payment gateways that you can set up. Okay, so we're doing Paystack right now, and Paystack is for African merchants basically. So if you are not in Africa or in any of the accepted Paystack countries, I'm not sure you see this. So just click on install. Okay, and now we are coming to install the Paystack plugin, and this is going to install it to your site. It's not going to take long at all, and it's also going to enable it as well. Right now, that's done. WooCommerce payment gateway was successfully installed and activated. So now all you have to do is click on manage. Okay, just click on manage. Now that you're here, we have to now set up our Paystack account, and like I said, there are going to be 3 main things you need. I'll show them to you later. So once I click on this, it's going to, sorry, let me close that. Let me refresh this page. Okay, I actually want to keep this page here. Good. I'll click on manage again, and then first of all, this button should take me to the Paystack page. If it doesn't matter. I'll show you another way to get it. So it's not taking me there, so I'll just open this link in a new tab. Okay, now this should take me to the Paystack dashboard and everything. Okay, now I want to create an account. I'm assuming all of you guys don't have an account, so let's create our first account. Okay, so the name can be Ghana. Okay, I'll name the business name Jason Store 2. Okay, my first name will be let me type in my local name. Okay, and then I will type in the email address as well. All right, so let me just type in that email address here, and then we have to type in a number. Okay, so I also type that in over here, and then a password. But I've already set Paystack up with this number, so it makes sense if I get an error. But if I don't, we'll just proceed from there. Okay, so now let's create a password. So I'll type in my password here, and I'll just confirm it again over here. Good. Now, what type of business do you own? Now, I'm assuming that you guys have registered businesses with documentations and licenses. But if you are a startup business, you can select starter. That's also cool for you. If I select registered, I'm assuming that they are going to ask me for those, those licenses and those documents and things, right? So I am a software developer. If you are, you can select yes. If you are not, you can select no. Okay, and I can click on create my account right now. Now I have to go to my email to verify, right? So what I'll do is that I'll go to my mail, and then just give me a moment to log in. All right, guys. So now as you can see, it says verify your Paystack email. I've received the email over here. Okay, so I can click on confirm email address, right? And that's going to take me back to the Paystack dashboard. Okay, so your email address was confirmed successfully. So now we can log in, right? So I'll type in my password again. That we just used to set it up, and then I think we should be good to go. Okay, so now they've sent an OTP or a 6-digit verification code to our email address. So what I can do is I can refresh and see, and as you can see now it is here. So I will just copy this and I'll paste it in here, and I'll click on login, and then that should take us to our Paystack dashboard. Okay, thank God. Good. Now I'll close this here, and now it says introduce transfers to bank accounts. Registered businesses can now make transfers to bank accounts in Ghana. So if I click on get started, I'm now going to have to, simulate a transfer or create a transfer. But this is not what I wanted to show you guys how to set up in the tutorial. Okay. So now let's go to the get started, please. And as you can see, we have submit compliance details to accept live payments. Okay. So if I click on activate business, I'm going to have to go through all of this, submit my business documents and everything to get it started. Okay. If it's a startup business too, I can also, so actually let's just type a description. Okay, so maybe let me just generate one with AI. Give me a minute to generate. All right, so now over here I can just paste in my description. Okay, and now that that's done, I can add in a staff size. So maybe we are 5 to 50 people, right? Annual projected sales volumes, maybe we make like 5,000 every year or annually. And the industry can be electronics. Okay, the category is let me see, computer stores. Let's say computer stores, right? We can make the business type a startup business for now. Now that our profile is done, we can go to next. Okay, and you can also set up your contacts, right? So this is the general email. The support, you can make it use the general email. The disputes, you can make it use the general email. You can add in your number, and then you can add in your website. Okay, so what I can do is I can go back here and I can copy my website. Like I said, this is very similar for almost all the payment methods that you use. Okay, so I can add in my Facebook, my website right now. Okay, and you can add the rest of this if you want to. Now my state or region in Ghana is Greater Accra. The city is Tema, right? The street address is Lumumba Road, and then I can add a GPS address. Is this optional? This optional. Let me see how to get the GPS address. Okay, I see what they want. NH 54 N5 C2, something like this. Okay, good. Wait, hold on, I'm coming. Let me get rid of this. Now the building name is the Onwa flat. Okay, and I can just save it, but I don't think this is correct. Okay, Let me go to the help again. I don't really have this GPS location right now. So let me just copy this one, for example, and then paste it in here. And I can click on save. All right. Now that I save it, and I can click on next again, and then I can go to owner, right? And you can type in the identification documents of the owner. You can go to account and also choose your account type, if it's bank or it's mobile money. And then you have to accept the service agreement, obviously, right? So I can type in this in Kenya as my full name, and I can type in the number that we use, type in my email address, and I can type in maybe marketer or something as my job title. Accept the agreement, and I can accept it. Okay, good. Now that I've accepted it, we can now go on to actually setting up the payments gateway. Okay, so right now we are on test mode. Okay, but once we submit all our compliance forms and everything, then we can now go into live payment mode. Okay, but right now this is just a tutorial, so I don't really have all of those ready yet. Okay, good. So now go to settings. Okay, and you see something called APIs and webhooks. Okay, APIs and webhooks. Now there are some very, very important things that you are going to need here. And I told you I told them earlier. So they are your webhook over here, your test secrets key, and your test public key. Okay, so copy your webhook for now, and this, you are going to copy this and paste it in paste tag, and this is going to help when customers do transactions and all of a sudden there's a problem with the network. Okay, it's going to save the transactions here. So just paste in the webhook URL over here. Now this is the secrets key over here. Okay, so what I can do is that I can even generate a secret key if I want. Okay, right now we have the public key and then the secret key. So I'll just copy the test public key for now, and I'll go back here and I'll paste in the public key, and I'll go back and I'll have to copy the secret key. I'll come back and then paste it in. Okay, now this is my secret key and my public key all are ready, and all I have to do is just enable paste tag over here. Okay, now you can change the title. So instead of debit and credit cards, maybe I want to make mine pay with paste tag, something like this. Okay, pay with paste tag. Now, and here you can says make money, make payments using your debit or credit cards. I can make it all mobile money. All right, because PayPal also supports Paystack, also supports mobile money. The payment option should be a pop-up. It should not be redirect. Okay, so because we want them to make the payments natively on our site. So to auto complete the order after payments, we can also enable payments via save cards. Okay, and then you can move the cancel order and restore cards button on the pay for the order page if you want to. And for now, we are basically done. So we can click on save changes. Okay, we can click on save changes. Now that we are done with this, the Paystack payment gateway has been activated. So I can go back to my site here and I can refresh. As you can see, now we have pay with Paystack over here. Okay, so at the end of the video, I'm going to show you guys a test payment. So I'm going to make a test payment and how we can handle the order and everything. But for now, we are done setting up our first payment gateway. But for PayPal and Stripe and the rest, if you want to add them, like I said, it's very, very similar. The important things you're going to need are your test secret key, your test public key, and then your webhook as well. And if you want to add those payments methods, all you have to do is go to plugins over here and click on add plugin. Okay, and then when you go there, just search for PayPal. Okay, search for PayPal, and then once you search for it, it's going to bring PayPal for WooCommerce. Okay, as you can see, WooCommerce PayPal payments, and just install it, and then all you have to do is go through the same process. You register at their site, you enter your details, and then you go to the APIs and webhook section, and then copy them and come and paste them in your test secret key and test public key, and it's all going to look similar. And when you submit your compliance details, then you can actually go live with these payments methods on your site. Okay, so I can close this up. And for Stripe, you can also search for the Stripe payments gateway. Okay, you can also search for Stripe, and once you do that, it's also going to bring up WooCommerce Stripe payments gateway. Okay, and then lastly, there's also Razorpay. Okay, Razorpay, and once you search for Razorpay, you can also install it and also go through the same process. I think with Razorpay, I can actually show you what it looks like from here. Okay, so if I install Razorpay right now, onto my site, and then I activate it. Okay, just give it a few seconds to activate. Then good. I'll just go over to payments over here. Okay, now we can just do it directly from here, payments. And then as you can see, we are going to have Razor Pay over here. So I can click on manage, all right? And then as you can see, the same thing. Then the key ID. So this is the public key, and key secret. This is the secret key, all right? So like I said, it's the same thing for almost every site, okay? For almost every site, or for almost every payments gateway. Just log in. I could log in and show you the process, but they are going to need a bank account, and they also verify with Indian numbers, because Razorpay is mainly for Asian countries, like Indian countries. Okay, so if I'm registering, I will need to verify with an Indian number, and I don't have one. But if you're an Asian over there, you can also go through the same process, and you also have Razorpay as one of the active payment gateways on your site. Okay, so now that we are done installing our payment gateways and everything, we should now start customizing the shop page and the other pages. Okay, so as you can see, we have the shop page like this. We have to customize it. Okay, so let's click on customize and open that in a new tab. All right, so now this is what our shop page looks like. Okay, so let me quickly close all of these tabs. Okay, I'll close I actually need to reopen that. Okay, so we can go to the shop page and customize it from here. But for now, I can just close all of these pages. We don't really need them right now. Okay, I'll close this one as well. And now we are the customizer. All right, we are the customizer over here. So now quickly, if I go back, this is what the whole page is looking like for now. Okay, this page is called the product archive, or the shop page. Okay, this is the product archive, the shop page. You can even call it the product catalog if you want to. Okay, so if I go to post types and I go to single post over here, you see post title area, right? I can take this away, okay, and it's going to take away the, sorry, not single post, single page rather, sorry. Let me go back again. Single page rather, okay, single page. We've already done that, good. Now let's go back. Okay, what we need to start changing, what we need to start customizing is the WooCommerce options over here. Okay, so we want to get it to look something like this. So you can go to general, right? Now the container layout by default should be normal, right? And the container style should be unboxed. And we want no sidebar for now, okay? No sidebar for the general type. Now let's go back to the product catalog. For the product catalog page, we actually do want a sidebar on the left. We want a left sidebar that will customize later on. Okay, so we want a left sidebar, something like this. But right now the sidebar is a bit long. Okay, it's taking up a lot of space. So if you want to edit that, we can go back until you find general and you see sidebar over here. Okay, you can actually decrease the width so that we can have more width of our shop catalog or of our archive. Okay, now we'll go to WooCommerce and we go to product catalog. Back again. Now you can change the shop card design. Okay, so we are using design 2. You can also make it design 1. Okay, design 1 is what is like this. Okay, so as you can see, it's the same style here. So it's either you go with this or you go with this, or you go with this style, but this style looks a lot nicer to me. Okay, the products per page, you want to make them 12 and they should display in 4 columns. That's a much more cleaner look to me. Okay, now the shop page display should show products. Okay, you don't want it to show your categories and products because that may look some way. Category display too should also show products. And default product sorting should be on default sorting, but you can have it to be on popularity. You can have it to be on anything by default. Now for the shop card structure, we have the category first. Okay, so category, as you can see, is here. We have the title over here, rating over here, and then the price over here, and then the add cards button. Okay, so that all looks the same for now. We can leave that the way it is. And the sidebar layout, we can also leave it the way it is. You can go to design. Okay, now we want the content alignment to all be on the left. When you're done with your customizations for here, you can just click on the publish button and it's going to publish it. Now I click on a single product, okay, and I can go to single product page. Okay, I can go to single product page. If I click on a single product right now. It should take me to a single product page. Hold on. Good. Now this is the page, as you can see. Okay. Now this says sale. But I actually want us to edit it with those that have variations. Okay. So let's go back to the shop page, and I'll rather select this one. Okay, because this one has variations that we can look at. Okay, good. So now I select a single product from here as well. I can select a single product from here. And right now, this is what we have it looking like. Okay, so let's go back. This is what our own looks like currently. So we don't want the product title area. The default, the container style should be on default, right? And we have the category first with the ratings below it. So the ratings, drag it below the categories over here. Okay, then the titles are, okay, the category title, then the ratings are below the title rather. Okay, so it should be like this. Sorry. We have our price, our short description, and then our meta. Okay, so this is very good. We want it to be like this. Now you can enable the shipping text if you want. Okay, you can enable it to display the shipping text to the, you can add a shipping text to the product price. Okay, but I honestly don't want that, so let me just take that away. If you also want to get rid of some of this meta, let me look at how you can do that. We have the add card button. So below that is the meta over here. So if I click on this, it's going to take away this section at the bottom. Okay, all the meta tags over there are going to go. Okay, but I actually don't want, I actually want the meta to be displayed. So I'll click on it to show it. Okay, and I can also click on this to show the payment methods that are available. Okay, as you can see, it says guarantee safe checkout. And as you can see, we have choose icon colors. So we have safe checkout. We can choose Visa. Okay, you can make it either an icon or an image, and then you can edit it for the MasterCard and for everything. Okay, so I can go back here. Let me leave the add to cart. I think our button width is also a bit longer. So what I can do is I can come back here and I can increase the width of the button just a bit more. Okay, and then now we have our payments also being displayed over there. Good. Now if you scroll down over here, you can see that over here there is no sticky add to cart, but there's that feature I wanted to show you guys about. So if I enable the sticky add to cart over here, right, if I enable this, it's going to add a top bar, okay, on the top of our site. This one that you see over here, that will allow us to add the products to our cart at the top, and it's just for ease of access, and I think it's very good. Okay, so you can leave that the way it is. Good. Now let me close this up, and what you can do is you can go to design. Okay, and here is where you can actually start customizing everything. So right now we have the main product title, okay, the product title over there. So we can edit the sticky add to text, add the sticky add to cart colors and everything. You can change the paddings for it and everything as well. Great. Now let's go back. Let's go back to the single product, and then for the colors, ideally if you change the global colors, that's what's going to affect these colors. Okay, but for now, because we haven't changed that, we set our global colors to be purple and then pink. Okay, that's why they are displaying like this. But ideally, if you want to change them, you have to change them from the global color section. Okay, the product variation layouts, we have them as stack. We can also have them as inline. Okay, so they can all be inline like this. We have color like this and then storage like this. Okay, I think that's actually better. It makes it a bit cleaner. So let's leave it like this. Okay, now let's go back, and then we can also have some variation. We can also have some editing on the cart page as well. So if I go to the cart page right now, I think for the cart page, everything is cool. You can change the cart button text if you like to. Okay, but for now, everything is cool. Okay, we can show the cart totals on the cart page as well. If you want to take this away too, you can do that. Okay, setting page opening now works smoothly on the block editor. All right, you can also edit the checkout page, but I think for now, all of these things are okay the way they are. All right, they are good the way they are. Now you can also change the image width through here and the thumbnail width through here. And you can also customize the aspect ratio of the images through here if you are interested. All right, good. Now let's go to global. Okay, and let's go to typography. Now we can actually start editing some of these text, some of these fonts. Okay, Because for example, this we can make it bigger, right? We can make it quite bigger. Right now, I'm not sure which of the headings it is, but I can increase the size of this to like 38. I'm assuming that it should be the heading 2. Okay, so let me make this like 39 or something, right? I'll make it like 39, but it has made this side really, really big. Hold on. If I let me set this back to 30. I also set this back to 30. Okay, so this is heading 2, I'm assuming. So heading 1, let's try and see if this heading 2, then this can't be the heading 1. So I'm sure it can be like the H4. It's probably be H4. Okay, so let's change the H4 size to like 30 and publish for now. Okay, so these are basically the small customizations that we want to add to our page to give it more style, to make them look more nice. Okay, but if you ask me, I think our shop page or our single product pages as well, I think they all look very, very professional right now. Okay, so for now, if you want to actually view this, you can close the customizer. Okay, you can close this and you can click on a single product. Okay, and then you can view what the single product page looks like with the payments methods and everything. And I think it looks very, very good to me. All right. Now, the next thing I want us to do is to create the wish list. It's very important. We have to add in our wish list before we start trying to create a sidebar or anything. So let's go to dashboard. Okay, go to dashboard, and then you're going to find I'm not sure if we've enabled it yet. Okay, so let's go to plugins and let's go to installed plugins. And I have some plugin updates, as you can see, right? So what I will do is that I will enable the wishlist plugin. This is it, the TI Woocommerce wishlist. I'll activate it. Okay, this is what's going to add the wishlist functionality to our Woocommerce website. Okay, and from here I'll just update. Okay, I'll update this a little later. All right, let's go to the wishlist and let's go to general settings. You want to set this up. Okay, so now that we are here, just quickly run the setup wizard. Okay, it's going to make everything easy for us. So here, click on let's go. Okay, and page setup. We want the default wishlist name to be obviously default wishlist. All right. Now for my wishlist, you want it to create the page automatically. Okay, you can create the page automatically. Default wishlist name should be just wishlist. Good. Now let's click on continue. And for the button should be after the add to cart button, and it should say add to wishlist. Okay, we can start it up a bit later. We also wanted to show you the product listing page, that is the shop page. Okay, good. Now let's click on continue, and then processing options. For the following option, allows you to set products to be automatically removed from a wishlist when added to the cart. Okay, so make this manual. Okay, when added to the cart, the products should be removed from the wishlist manually. You want the user to do it themselves. Okay, now share. We want to share to Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest. I don't think clipboard is necessary, but you can have this all on. Okay, and you can go to support, and then we don't want to do the support chat right now. Okay, so just click on continue, and then you're good to go. So you can return to the WordPress dashboard. Okay, and let's look at a product. If I refresh this page right now, we should be able to see the add to wishlist button on our site. Okay, now if I select this product from here, I select a single product, you now see the add to wishlist over here, and you can click on it. And you can click on view wishlist, and it's going to take you to the wishlist page, and this is it. And then you can just add it straight to your cart from here. It's as simple as that. Okay, now we have our wishlist functionality on and going. That's very good. Now what we want to do is that we want to start customizing our sidebar, this sidebar that we see on the shop page over here. Okay, this sidebar here. And to do that, we have to go back to this place, go to plugins, and then click on add plugin. Okay, click on installed plugins rather. We already installed this plugin earlier in the video, and that is the classic widgets plugin. Okay, now click on activate to activate this plugin. It's going to make us see these options right now. If you don't add this, it's not going to make you view the customizer or the widgets options for this sidebar. Okay, I'll show you what that is. So here, go to appearance and then go to widgets right now. Okay, go to widgets, and then once you are here, we have the main sidebar, then we have the WooCommerce sidebar. This is what we want to be editing. So the first thing we have is the search filter. Okay, so what you can do is you can scroll down and you can actually look for the search, the product search. I think that's what it's called. Yes. So you can click on this and you can select the WooCommerce sidebar, Then you can click on add widgets, okay, and then it's saved already. So let me see, it's already saved. Good. So we want the product search to be on our shop page. So if I refresh this page right now, you see that we have the product search over here. Okay, the product search is here. Now the next thing we want is we want the filter by price. Okay, we want the filter by price. So here we have product filter by price. We can click on the add widget to add to the WooCommerce sidebar, and I can go back to the page and I can refresh. And if I refresh, it's not showing. Hold on, let me go back and I will actually purge all my changes. Okay, I think once I do this, it's going to now display. As you can see, we have the filter by price over here. Okay, good. Now we also want the product categories. Okay, so here, if I scroll down, we have categories here. But if I keep scrolling, we have product categories. Okay, this is WooCommerce. Here we have product categories. Okay, so I can add this to the WooCommerce sidebar. I can go back to my shop page. I can hover on here and I can click on purge or okay. And once I do that, it's going to bring the product categories displaying beautifully over here. Right? Good. Now the next thing we want to add is our top rated product. Okay, and I think it's products by rating list. If I'm not, wait, hold on. This is products recently viewed. This is TI wishlist, product tag, recent comments, product list. Okay, so I'm sure it's product by rating list. Okay, I think this says top rated, right? We can click on add widget, and then the number of products to show, I just want this to be 3. Okay, and I can click on save, and I can go back, and then here the title says top rated product. Okay, so I can go here and I can click on page all one more time, and then it's going to also bring that one to the side for me, as you can see. So now we have our sidebar ready to go. Okay, we always want this to be on your side. Product filter is also very important. Okay, so if we have this being 100 to 1000, right? So I want to maybe be in the iPhone category, right? So I can make this 200. Like I also reduce the price to like maybe, let's make this like 500, right? Let's make this 500. And I can click on filter. And once I do that, it's going to filter the products within that range. Okay, so as you can see, we have this and this, and because of the gamepad and the docking station, that's why it is displaying. Now the products have been filtered by their price. Okay, we can select mobile phones as well, and we can, once we are on mobile phones as our category, and we can also filter this by price. Okay, so if I click on filter by price, sorry, this is between 300 because of the variations. So let me actually take it away from the 300 range to like the 290 range, and I can filter this by price, and this product will go, and then we'll have just this. Okay, so now we have a fully functional shop page with all the basic functionalities of our WooCommerce website. We have our sidebar, we have our shop page, we have a cart, we have a wish list, we have a search products over here, we have an easy checkout process, and we also have an online payments gateway on our site. So once you are done with this, you are basically done with the heavy lifting. Okay, it's left with you to add all the products that you want to see on your site. But for now, you are done with the heavy lifting, and what you have to do next is we have to now design our page. Okay, we have to design it to look like this. Okay, so to do that, this is going to be in a different section. Okay, so to do that, let's go back to pages and we'll click on all pages from here. Okay, we'll click on all pages from here. Now, like I said, we have our home page being our static page or being our front page. So I can click on edit, and earlier we installed the Elementor page builder, and I'm sure we've activated it. Okay, we have. Good. So now click on this to view the sidebar, and over here templates, just select Elementor full width, and then click on save to save the page. Okay, we want the page to have the Elementor full width template, so just click on save to save the page, and what you want to do is click on edit with Elementor. Now that's going to take you over to the Elementor page builder for us to start editing our site. Okay. Good. Now before I proceed, I want to tell you guys about something I've been working on behind the scenes. It's called Apex Hall, my brand new online course platform where a couple of instructors, including myself, will be teaching everything we know about web design, graphic design, video editing, and so much more. This isn't just another course site. It's a creative learning hub built for people who want to level up their digital skills, whether you're a beginner or a pro or in a journey. And the first course we are launching on Apex Hub is focused on one of the most powerful tools out there, and that is WordPress. And it's all about building stunning, professional, and beautiful websites with WordPress. I'm talking about no coding needed, step-by-step guidance, real world projects, and launching your own site with confidence. Now here's a quick sneak peek of all the things we'll be doing in course. I'm very excited to launch this, and I want you to be part of it from day one. So just click the link in the description and head over to apexhall.com and enter your name and your email. You'll be the first to know the moment the course goes live. Plus, you might get early access and exclusive bonuses. Alright, let's jump back into the tutorial. And once you load up the Elementor page builder, this was going to appear. So what you can do is you can also click on let's do it, okay? And then once you do that, it's going to bring the Elementor AI. All you have to do is agree to the terms, and then you have to connect your account, okay? And I recommend you do this. It's going to help you with content, okay? So I can click on sign in with my email, okay? And this is my email over here. I can just sign. I think it saved my details for me, and it has sent me a verification code. So I have to go and look at it. So let me go. Hold on, I think it's the wrong mailbox I'm opening. Let me just go back and find my email. So I think it's with this one. All right, good. So I'll just go there and I'll just paste in the verification code and then we'll be good to go. Okay, so this is not the account. Hold on. This is over here. Good. So I'll just close this up. And then there's my verification code over here. Okay, so I'll go there and I'll copy this. I'll come back and I'll paste it in. I'll click on verify my account. Okay, I'll verify my account, and then now all I have to do here is just you can disable this if you want. Okay, I'll just click on connect this to connect my user, and now we are back. Okay, so the Elementor AI should now be working, and this can help us when we want to write content and anything. Okay, so if I click on try it, we can now use the Elementor AI to actually build our page for us if you want. But I don't want to do that. We're going to be building this from scratch. Okay, so now that you are here, we can start building our home page. So to start building this page, let's look at our site first. You realize that the main section, this section here, is divided into two. It's like there's this side and then there's also this side. Okay, so it's like divided into two sections, and we want to create that. Okay, so to do that, what you have to do is you have to click on this plus button here. Okay, then you add, and you see you have the option to choose between a flexbox and a grid. So choose flexbox, and then I said it's like two different sections. Okay, like this one here and then this one. So we'll be adding in two sections like this. Okay, so two sections. Now it's clear that obviously this whole section is bigger than this one here, right? So to build something like that, first of all, I want us to adjust the width of the whole thing. I want it to be a bit long. Okay, now we can do something. Okay, we can go to page settings, and sorry, not page settings, we can go to site settings and then set the general width that we want our site to be from there, right? So if I click on site settings and I go to layout, okay, you can choose the general content width that you want. But let me go back, and you can normally do that if you're doing like a straightforward website, straightforward page. But with this online store, a lot of different blocks are going to vary in length. Okay, so the ideal height for this one is stretching it to about 1231. Okay, something like this is perfect. Now for this block, we have to make it smaller. So you can select this column over here, and then you can use this container, sorry. You can use this slider to drag it, okay, and make it smaller. So we can make it like let's say 30. Okay, 30 looks long enough. So now we have this looking good. Okay, we have this container as well, and let me just change the width to 100. Okay, so sorry, no, I'll actually just clear this from here, and that makes it much better. Okay, now I want us to add some spacing, okay, between these two containers here and here, because if I choose this, there should be some spacing between the two. So select the main container, okay, and scroll down till you find a setting called gaps. Now this setting is going to allow you to add column and row spacing between elements. Okay, so if I go to gaps, I can put in 20 for column gaps. Now as you can see, there's some space. I think 20 is even a bit too much. Let's make it just like 10. Okay, now we want to start creating this section. Okay, and if you look closely, you see that it has like a shadow behind it. Okay, so to do that, select this container and then go to style. Okay, and then go to border and then click on this to enable box shadow. Now that gives it that shadow effect. Click on color, and then here I'll make it a bit lighter and a bit more transparent like this. Okay, good. Now the border radius is the property or the attribute that's going to curve the edges of our box over here. But right now our own even looks too there's like the box shadow effects, we can't see it. So what I'll do is that let me just add in the border radius first of all. So I'll add in a border radius of 7 to curve the edges. Okay, and I'll make this just a bit darker. Okay, just a bit darker to see if it's more visible. Okay, so as you can see now, it's a bit more visible, right? So I will make it a tiny bit darker, something like this. Okay, now it's much more visible. Good. Now let's go back, go to advanced, right, and release the paddings over here. We want to have advantage of the whole spacing. Good. Now what I'll do is that we want to add the next block over here, which is a category called home and garden, right? So search for icon box. Okay, I'm going to see this one, eKit. Drag it in here, and this is what it will look like right now. So on icon type, select image, because obviously this is not an icon, this is an image, right? And click on choose image. Okay, now once you've done that, just search for, okay, no, let me scroll down and see, this is it, the home and appliances one. So I'll select it here. And now, as you can see, we have the image ready, and this says home and garden, right? So that's what I'll type in here, home and garden, like this. Now, what I'll do next is I'm going to clear this description because we don't have a description. And if you go to read more, we want this to link to a category. So for example, if you wanted to link it to any of your site categories, this is how you do it. You can actually do it from the shop page, right? So if I go to the shop page, and for example, I want it to be the mobile phones category I'm linking to, I can just click on the product link. Okay, I can click on the product link. So over here, all I have to do is click on mobile phones. Okay, and then that's going to take me to this page. So all you have to do is just copy this permalink, or copy this link in the address bar, go back and then paste it as the link. And you can click on link options and click on open a new window. So even let's say open in a new tab. Okay, go to settings. In the icon position over here, you see that it's on the left, so we want to make this left. Okay, now if you want to create something like this, it's really simple. You can use a platform called Canva, right? So go to a new tab and type in canva.com. Okay, type in canva.com, and now the size of this image is about 500 by 500 pixels. So to create something like that, you can either use the logo template or you can click on create. Okay, and then if you go here, you can see logo, or you can click on custom size, and then you can make it 500 by 500 pixels. And you can click on create new design. Right now, once you do that, it's going to take you to this page. And then all you have to do is a matter of adding elements to just create it. So we have a circle, right? So go to element, and then we can drag in the circle. Okay, and I can make this very big. I can make this circle big like this. Good. Now I can go over here and I can use my color picker, okay, to just pick this color I used, and I'll go back, and all I have to do is just click on this gray and then paste in the color, and I'll have it here. Now the next thing I have to do is just to get like a lamp. So you can go to elements, right? You can type in lamp, okay, and you can go to graphics and you can just click on see all, and you see all the cool kind of lamps you can add to your image, right? Or you can even go on Google, search for any lamp image, and then just come to upload and then click on upload files, and then you can drag it here and adjust the size. If you want to export this, all you have to do is click on share and click on download, and then once you do that, just click on download again and it will be exported to your computer. Okay, so now let's go back here, and the reason why I showed you how to do this is because maybe you don't sell home and garden appliances, maybe you sell something else and you want to do something like this for that category. So that's how you would do it. All right, Now let's go to style, and here just get rid of all of the paddings, right? So we'll make this 0 and we'll just release the paddings. Now scroll down till you find the icon, and then here just adjust the width. Okay, make it just like this big. Now we want to adjust the spacing between the icon and then the text. So go to spacing, and then right spacing, make it like 27, make it like 10. Okay, good. Now go to content, and we want to edit how this looks like. So typography, make this space grotesque. Okay, space grotesque, this font. Now we want the width to be like 500, something like this. Something like this is perfect. Then we want to adjust the size, so you can use this slider to adjust the size. Maybe I want to make mine like 18, right? And I can use margin, okay, to increase this, like the top. I can use margin to push this down a bit, and that will make this in line. Okay, so now I'll go back to icon, and I feel like we should increase the width just a bit more. Okay, good, something like this. Now let's go to icon box container, and then we want to add in some spacing between the edge here. So on left padding, we can make it like 20. Let me see. Yeah, like 20 is good. And then for top padding, we can make it like 10, bottom like 10. Okay. Now when someone hovers on this side, there's this effect. Okay. So to do that, go to hover, color, background type classic, and the color, drag this to the blue section. Okay. And then use this to make it a bit, make this white. So when you hover, you get there's a subtle blue hover color over there. So I can click on publish. Okay. And once I do that, I'll just click on this eye icon to just preview my changes to my site. Once I do that, you see that now we have this section ready to go. Okay. So if you want to, we want to add a border line to the bottom, because you see there's a border separating this and this. So we go to border, we go to normal. Okay, and then here just click on type in 0, release all the length, and then make this 1. Okay, and then we'll go here and then we'll make it slightly more visible by dragging this down. And the next thing you have to do is you have to right click and duplicate. Okay, so you can get something like this, and you don't have to now create this all over again. But see, there's some spacing between this and this. We want them to touch each other. So select, to do that, we have to select the main container over here. Then we'll go to layout. Then we release the gaps between the elements, and now they are way closer. Okay, so now if you wanted to change this to another one, it's the same thing. Click on it. To change the image, click on choose image, and then I think this one is the electronics. Okay, no, it's fonts rather. Okay, I'll type in fonts, and then it should be this image over here. I'll click on select, and then this title of this is electronics. Okay, and all of a sudden now it has changed. If you wanted to add a link, go to settings, and then you can go to read more, and then you can add your link. Okay, now I'll show you how to do one more, and then I'm sure you can handle the rest. Okay, and if maybe, and like when I'm done with all of them, then we'll resume to the video. Okay, because I can't do all, I'm trying to save time. All right, so now let's click on duplicate, and then the next one is beauty and fashion. Okay, so we'll click on choose image, and I think that image is bags. Okay, if I type in bags, this is it. That's why I named the images for you guys for easy accessibility. So I'll click on select, and here this says this says beauty and fashion. Right, so I'll type that in. I'll click on publish, and if I go back to my site, once it's done, if I go back to the site here, as you can see, now we have the beauty and fashion section added. Okay, so if I click on this one, it's now going to take me to the category that we linked it to earlier in the video. Okay, so I'm going to stop the video here. I'm going to do the rest. I'm sure you guys can do the rest, and then we'll get straight back to it. All right, so now as you can see, we've added the rest to our page. Okay, and if I go back, like I said, it's a very easy process. Just follow, and then you can add everything. Okay, good. Now for this container here, if we analyze it from here, we have 2 sections in this container. So there's one at the top here, and there's another one here. Okay, 2 separate sections. So to add something like that, just click on the container, make sure that the direction is vertical. Okay, and click on add element and add in a container in it, and just right click and duplicate so you have 2 containers. Now let's handle the first one. We want to make this a horizontal container rather. Okay, so I'll do is I'll select the main container here, and I'll release the padding so we can take full advantage of the space. Now with this one, make it a horizontal container because these things are side by side, right? Now click on the plus button again and drag in a container. And right click and duplicate till you get 2 containers. Now select this one again, go to advanced and release the padding so we can take full advantage of the space. I'll select this container here and then I'll put my cursor here, okay? And I'll just use this to increase the width, okay? I can increase the width like this. Okay, so now maybe I can take it to like 60. And then this is the size of this one. Okay, good. Now for this block, I want to show you how to create your own hero block like this. Okay, so if we go back here and I click on style and I click on background type classic, I click on choose image, right? And I scroll down, you're going to see that I have this image here, a carousel, and it's 1280 by 720 pixels. So if you come to Canva and you go here, you can also create another design. So if I click on create, I can go to custom site and here I'll type in 1280 by 720 pixels. Okay, I can click on create new design. Now once I'm here, I want to create something like this. So depending on what you sell, that's what you would create in case you are doing something like this. Okay, I can click on this to choose the image, right? Now I can click on this, click on the color, select here and then just paste in the color code. Okay, now if I want to add in these texts, I'll just go to text, drag in a heading, and I'll type in laptop savings. Okay, I'll select the whole thing and not make it bold. I can make it something like this. This will be the size. Okay, good. Now this says engineered for brilliance. Okay, if I go here, I think Canva, they have outfits as a font. They don't have outfits. What about space grotesque? They don't space grotesque. Let me see. They don't have it. So I can use pop-ins in case I can't find any of them. Okay. Now I can just make the size quite small. And this says engineered for brilliance. Okay, so I will drag this up and I can add in another heading. And here this says engineered. I think that's how you spell it. Engineered. Yeah, that's correct. So engineered like this. I can make it, you can use this to make it big. I can duplicate this. And this says for brilliance, something like this. Okay, I can use this to increase the width of the text. And I can just put this under like this. Good. Now the next thing we want is something like this, save up to $700. So I can duplicate this and here make this in line. I'll type in save up to $700, or in case whatever currency you're using, right? On whatever currency you're using, you can just change this. Okay, on select laptops, something like this. And I can make this very big. And I can drag this here. Good. Now we have this section ready. Now all you have to do is just add a button, right? So to do that, what you do is you select this type of shape, right? A rounded square. So select it and then just edit it, make it like this. You drag this around to make it about this size. And then you can put this in here like this. Now the stroke style, make it like 4. Okay, select the main color and then make it transparent, and it should only the stroke color that's left. Okay, and inside it you can type in the text you want. Okay, you can type in shop now inside it, and I can actually make the text color black from here, right? And this is let's see if we can make it pop-ins or something. Okay, then we can pop-ins for this. You can increase the size of the button. Okay, now it looks like this. Good. Now the next thing I'm going to need is like an image of any type of laptop that you have or something, right? So maybe I can search for laptops at the elements side, and I can go to, I don't know, I can go to footer, I can click on see all, right? There's a background for this image. So this is a background remover. So I can take the background away, and then I can just use this to adjust the width of the image, and all I have to do is make it a bit smaller, and now you basically have something like this, okay, ready for your own banner. You've just created your first banner. This is literally how easy it is. Okay, once you are done, all you have to do is click on share and then click on download. Okay, and it's going to download onto your computer, and then all you have to do is just come here, upload files, and upload it, and you're good to go. Okay, so now that I've learned that, I'll just select this, and then the position, I'll make this center. The repeat size, I'll make it no repeat, and the space size, I'll make it cover. Okay, good. So now that all that is done, I now want to add this place, this block. Okay, and to do that, I would like this same color that I used. So I'll click on this to select the color. This is even a lighter color. Hold on. I'll click on this to select the color. I'll go back and I'll go to style, background type classic. I can just paste in the color over here. Good. Now what I have to do next is that I have to drag a heading over here. Okay. Now I have no idea why this heading is this color, but you don't have to worry about that. So I also want to use the brown color I used here. Okay, so this is also another design thing I can tell you guys about. So you see here is a subtle yellow brownish color, and the text is all brownish, and this drawer too is also brownish. Okay, so here, as you can see, this is all pinkish. Okay, and this is bluish, and I use that design style a lot more going down. Okay, so it's just a design tip I want to give you. Now let's go back, and the text says, I think, limited time offer. Did I copy it? No. So I'll type it in, limited time offer. Good. Now I'll go to style, and then the font, the typography, I'll make it space grotesque. Okay, and then I'll go to the color and I'll make it this color here. Now I'm going to change the size of this to like 15. Okay, now it looks good. Okay, it looks quite similar to what we have here. I think it's a bit bolder, so let's make it like 700. Perfect. Now the next thing we have is autumn showcase. Okay, so I can actually duplicate this, and I can type in what it says, autumn showcase, and I can go here and I can use this slider to just increase the size of it to something like this. Okay, but I think ours might be a bit too big. Let's make it like 25. And then the next thing is save up to 40% on all furniture. So I'll duplicate this again, and I'll actually just copy what it says here, and I'll go ahead and just paste it in here. But this one, the font is a bit different. I think instead of it being space grotesque, it's outfits rather. Okay, and I'll make the size like 15 until there's something like this. Okay, the weight should be like 600. I'll make the size like 16 rather. Now I'll select the whole container. I'll go to layout, and I'll just release the gaps and make the row gaps like 10. I'll go to advanced and release the paddings. Now I want to give it some top padding. So like 20 will be, no, 20 is not even good, like 30. Okay, and then less padding will be like 20. Now lastly, we want to add in our image. So click on the add element button and then just put the image below the text. Okay, one thing you can do is you can click on this to view your navigator, right? I'll close this up, and once I've tapped on the image, this is the image that we have, and this is the heading, and we want the image to be below the heading. So I can just drag it below the heading like this. Okay, now just click on choose image, and then scroll down, and you should find this here. This is the furniture. Okay, so I've selected the furniture, and I can just adjust the width, adjust the size by adjusting the width. So I can make it something like this. And I can make this, I think it's left aligned. Yeah, it's left aligned. Okay, and now that we've been increasing this, as you can see, slowly this one too is also increasing. Okay, good. Now that this is done, you see that when we hover, it has this nice like grow effect. So to add that, just go to hover, and on hover animation, select grow, and as you can see, it's going to give you this effect. So click on publish once you are done, and then once you are done publishing, if you go back to your page over here, you're going to see that now we have this blog ready to go. Okay, and it looks good if you ask me. Okay, so we can do one thing. We can actually increase the width of this one, of this section a bit. Okay, so make it like 36. Okay, let's make it like 36. Let's go back and then view our page one more time. Okay, cool. Now the image, let's make it like 63. And then select this main container. And then I think we should make the spacing like 15 instead of like, okay, no, 20 rather. 20. Okay. Now if I go back to our site, you see that these blocks have some rounded edges. Okay. And to add something like this, all you have to do is you have to select this. And like I said, border radius is the property that curves the edges. So we'll go to border, and border radius, you can make this 7. Okay, I can go back here, style, same thing, border, and the border radius, I can make it 7. Okay, now they should have the rounded edges that we want them to have. Okay, so if I go back to the site, as you can see now, they have rounded edges, and this shaping up to be really nice. It looks quite exactly like what we have over here. Okay, so now the next thing we want to add is these two blocks over here. And to add them, select this container below, and let's see, make this horizontal. Okay, now select it again, advanced, and release the paddings. Okay, good. Now go to add element and drag in a container. You can actually duplicate it to get 2 containers. Okay, now the first one we want to add, we want to make the background that pink color. So I will just use my color picker to select the color from here. It's #F9DAEO in case you want to use it, E0. So background type, I'll paste this in here, and this is what we want to have. Now we want to make this container itself horizontal, right? Then we want to add in a container and right click and duplicate to get 2 containers. And then we'll select the whole container here and release the paddings, okay? Because inside we have text and we also have a shoe. Okay, so now what we can do is that we can copy this, right? We can paste it in here. And it says weekly prices. The style is the same, it's just the color that changes, right? So what I can do is that I can select the color from here, and I'll go back and I'll paste in the color from here, okay? And I can duplicate, and this says trail running. So I'll type in the same thing, trail running, like this. And I'll go to style, typography, and I'll just use this slider to increase the size to like 25. Great. Now the next thing I want to add is the text. So I can copy this text because it's the same style, like I said, paste it in, and it says what? Comfortable, confident, fit, right? So I'll just paste in this text for now, and I'll go to the style and the color, hold on. I'll copy this color, I'll come back, and I'll just paste it in. And the last thing we want to have is a button. So all you have to do is click on add element, and you see button here. You can drag this in below, okay? And now this says shop now. So we'll type in shop now. And you can link this to any category you want to link it through here. Now go to style, and the background type, make this transparent. The color, make it transparent. The text color, you can paste in the color code, and you want to make the border type solid, okay? Make it like 3, and then make the border radius like 50, okay, 50 to curve it. And then you can just start editing the paddings, right? So I like to link all the values together, start with something like 15, then gradually I increase the left and gradually increase the right paddings as well. And we have to edit the typography of the button. So here I'll make this outfit. I think outfit would be a cool font to use. You can make the size like 15. Now what we can do is that we can select this whole container and release the gaps between the elements and make the row gaps like, let's see, they're like, okay, there's quite a lot of space between them. There's quite a lot of space. We can make it like 15. Okay, 15 looks good. And then what we want to do is we want to increase the width of this till the fit comes into the picture. Okay, so you can use this here and increase the width till fit comes. And I think our button is a bit too, let's decrease the top and decrease the bottom paddings of our button, and I'll make it just a bit longer. Okay, now we can select this container. If you go to your navigator, okay, you see the container you've highlighted. can select the main one from there. Okay, now we want to add in some margins and paddings. So top margin we can have 20, bottom margin we can also have like 20. Okay, and let me look at something here. Okay, and now left padding we can have like 20. 20 may be too much. Let's make it like, let's decrease it until we can see the fit again. So that'll be on like 1. We don't want it to be that way. So this is okay for now. Okay, what we can do is that we can increase the width. We can select this container here. We can increase the width just a bit more. Okay, and then we can select the main one, and then now we can add in like some 7 spacing over here. Good. Now click on add element and then select an image, right? And click on choose image. Now we want to add that pink shoe. Okay, so I'll click on select. Now first thing you can see is that the image is like, it's not the same rotation as this one. So first of all, we have to change that. You can go to advanced and then scroll down to find transform. Okay, and on transform select rotate, and then you can use this to rotate it to like it's exactly the way you want. So, okay, so like 40 degrees is fine. Now we can increase the width of this as well. We can increase the width of the image like this. Then we can select the container and justify content to the center. You can come back to the image and I think the width is fine. If you go to hover, okay, here you can choose the hover animation to be grew. Okay, so when I hover on it, it becomes big. Now I can just increase. Let me look at something. Hold on. I'll increase the width of this one till I see the fits. Okay, good. Now I can select this main container layout. And I can release the gaps between the elements. Okay, we don't want it to have too many gaps. You can just click on publish, and then once you do that, you go back to your site. Here you see that now you have this place ready. Okay, and if you want to change anything, we can actually make the edges rounded. So I can go to style, border, and on border radius I can make it 7. Okay, now I can publish it. Now the next container I want to add is this one, and this one is, the color is blue, right? So here I can select the blue color. Okay, I can come back to my page, go to style, background type, select classic, and I can paste in the blue color. And now it will be the same thing, right? What I can do is I can quickly add in the border radius. I can make this 7. Good. And now I want to add in this same thing. So I can copy this weekly prices over here. But before I do that, I have to add in, put a container in it, right? And I have to make the layout of this horizontal. I have to release the paddings. Okay, now we have a second container in it. Let me be sure. Yeah, so I'll right click and then I will duplicate the container. Now we have 2 containers. Okay, and I'll copy this heading from here and I'll paste it in here. And now it says weekly prices, but the color is a bit different. So I'll use the page color picker to select this color. I'll go back to my page and I'll paste in the color over here. Okay, sorry, let me close this. And I can duplicate this and just drag it below. And this says vacuum and mop. So I'll type that in. Vacuum. And let me just use this symbol. And mop, something like this. Okay. Now I'll go to style and I'll paste in the color. It also says, let me just close this for now. It also says low prices. So I can just duplicate this, drag it below, go here, and I can paste in the color. And lastly, I'll duplicate this as well. And I'll drag this below here. Okay. Now I can go to advanced and I can change the text color. And I can also change the border color. Good. Very good. Now, the first thing that strikes you is this container is the row gaps are 15 and the width is 51. So the row gaps over here are 15 and the width is 51. I think. Yes. And now over here, so we have some paddings. we have 2027. Okay, so you can just copy the same thing so that you'll not stress yourself. So I can release this. I can type in 20, 20, and then 7. Okay, and then the container here, the width is, we can leave that on 100%. Okay, but what I want to do is I want to go to style, and I want to just increase the width of this container. Okay, it should be a bit more long. Now I can use my navigator to select this main container here, and then I think the paddings have not been added, right? So we want padding top, bottom, and then left 7. I think we added the paddings at the wrong place. Over here there should be no paddings. Okay, let me see inside this container. Yes, there should be no paddings. Okay, good. Now I'll select this container again. I'll go to layout, and then what I want to do is I want to add in an image next. So I'll put an image over here. I'll click on choose image, and then it will be this one, this vacuum image here. Okay, so this one we can also do the same effects. I can go to advanced, go to transform, and then on rotate I can add in the same effect. So something like -13 is fine. Okay, and I can go to style, and I can adjust the width. I don't want it to be that big, obviously. So something like this is fine for now. Something like this is fine. Now I want to increase the width of this section. So I get something like this. Okay, so I'll use the slider over here to make it like 50, 53. I'll select this container. I'll justify the content to the center. Now make the image its maximum size. Now I'll select the main one here. I'll go to layout, and I'll just release the gaps between the elements. Now our vacuum has become way big. We can make it like, I don't know, 92. Now I can click on publish. Okay, now once I do that, if I go back to my page over here, as you can see, now we have the block ready. It's left with the animation. So scroll down, hover, and here we'll select hover animation, select grow, right? Then we'll click on publish, and as you can see, you are basically done building your first block now. And I know it was tiring, but you should be proud of yourself because now you built your first block and it looks very beautiful, right? Now that we are done, the next block that we want to build is this one, and it's going to be very, very simple. So come back here, click on add elements, click on the plus button. Now we are going to move a bit fast, okay, because the video is getting a bit long. So the next block we have to do is this one over here, okay. So I'm going to go a little fast. So let's go back. We'll click on the plus button and click on flexbox, obviously. Now if you look over here, we have 4 icon boxes here, okay. So to develop that, we'll come back and we'll select the 4 containers over here. Good. Now just click the plus button and then search for icon box, okay, and then drag this one in. So this is going to be your first icon box, and then what this says is fast delivery, right? So I can search for the image. I think this is like a truck, okay, yeah, like a truck. So let me look for the specific one. Something like this. Okay, I think it's this one. So I'll insert it, and it says fast delivery, so I'll copy this and I'll paste it in here. And here also says on order over 50%, so I'll copy this and then paste this in here. Good. Now I'll go to read more. I don't want this to link to anything, so I'll disable the global link, and I'll go to settings and I'll change the icon position to left. Okay, now I'll go back to style, and then I will just make this 0 so I can affect everything. Everything will just be 0. Okay, then we can go to let's start editing the content first. Okay, so if I go back, the heading is much smaller, and so is the description. So the heading, I can make it like let's say 18. Okay, 18 is like big enough. And the description can be like 15. If it might be big, like 14. Okay, now we have to edit the icon. So yeah, so we'll go to, I think I like this color, right? I'll copy it, and the icon color, I'll give it the same thing. Okay, I think it's the same color already. Now first things first, I release the spacing, right? I want to give it some right spacing of like 10. Is 10 enough? Let me see. Okay, we'll make it like 15. Okay, Then we want to adjust the size. So maybe you can make it like 40 or maybe like 50. We can make it 15. Okay. So I can just publish this page for now. Once I publish it, that means I've saved it. Okay. And I can preview it over here. And then once I do that, I'm going to see that now we have our icon box over here. But our problem is ours has like this subtle border. I don't know if you can see it. But to change that, all you have to do is go to the icon box container, and then the border type, select none, and that is going to go away. Okay. And the width of this whole section compared to this is smaller. Okay, so we have something like that over here. But I can actually reduce this even further, okay, by using this slider here. Now all I have to do is copy and then right click and then paste into all of these containers over here. Okay, now that that's done, we just have to give it some spacing. So I can select the main container, go to advanced, release the margin and give it a top margin of like 30. Now if I want to change this one, all I have to do is look at what this says. So this says next day delivery. So if you want to change the title, you will change it from here, title. If you want to change the description, I can copy this and then you can change it from here. Okay, now this icon, I'm sure it's like a clock. Okay, a clock. So if I look closely, is this one here. I can't, okay, yeah, I think it's this one. So I can insert it in here and I can just publish it and then we are good. Okay, so now if you want to edit it, you can do the rest. This is money and I'm sure this is like thumbs up. Okay, so this, you can edit them as you continue. Like I said, we're going a bit fast, so I'm sure you can do the rest on your own. Now the next block to do is this one. Okay, these 3 blocks over here. And these 3 blocks, they look quite similar to these ones, don't they? Let's go back. We'll click on the plus button, we'll click on flexbox, and then we can add in a horizontal container. Okay, now I'll click on the plus button again. And let me look at the width of this whole section. This is 1230. Okay, and if you look, the width is quite similar. So what I'll do is that I'll make the width of this one maybe 1220. Okay, then I'll click on add element, add a container, and I'll right click and duplicate until I get 3 containers over here. Okay, 3 containers. Now I want to start editing the first one. So all I have to do is click on page color picker and then just pick the color of this. Go back to my page, I'll select this container and then I'll go to style. Then I'll click on background type classic. I'll click on the color and I'll just paste in that green color. Now I'll go to border and the border radius, I'll make it 7 so that I can curve the edges. And I'll go to layout and here we have this section and this section all in this container. So it's like it's horizontal, right? The direction is horizontal. So we'll click on the plus button again. And actually we should go to the container, go to advanced and release the padding so I will get full advantage of the space. Then we can drag a container in and then right click and duplicate to get 2. Okay, now that we have the 2, we can actually copy and paste. Okay, so from here I can copy this and then paste in because the style is almost the same, right? This says expect good, so I can just paste that in. And then for the color, okay, the text color, I want to make it that orange color there. So I will use my page color picker and I'll just select the green. Okay, and I'll go back. Now the text color, I'll just paste it in. All right, good. Now what I can do is that I can go to typography and I'll make the size smaller. So like maybe 16, okay? And I'll duplicate this one, this text here, and I'll drag it below the text. I want it to be below the text. Hold on. Over here. And now it says fresh and clean. So I'll type that in. Fresh and clean. Like this. And I'll go to style and I'll just paste in the description. I'll also duplicate the description. So that was the heading, right? I also duplicate the description. And then here this says get 50% of all new home stuff, right? So I'll copy this and I'll paste it in here. This should be below the fresh and clean. Okay, good. Now the text breaks off at all and then new home stuff is at the bottom, right? So over on the all, I'll add an HTML self-closing tag, that is BR. It just tells the browser to break the text, okay, or it just breaks the text on another line. And it says that it just breaks the paragraph or the text and sends the remainder to another line. Okay, that's what it does. So now we can go to style, text color, and I think I will need to copy the color code again. So I'll come back here and I'll paste in the color code. Good. Then lastly, there is a button. Okay, so to add that, I can just copy the button here and I'll paste it in here. Okay, and now I'll go to style. Now I want the button color to be this color. I think I have to copy this again. I'll go back. I want the button color to be the text color to be this color. This one over here, this color. Okay, hold on. I'm not sure why the color is not copied. Let me right click and then copy this. And I'll come back here. I'll go to the color section and I'll right click and then I'll paste. Okay, this color. Good. Now the border color has automatically changed. That's good for us. Okay, so for now I can just publish my page real quick so that we can get a good view of what it's looking like. So if I go back to the Elementor page builder and I scroll down, this is what the section looks like. Okay, and I can do one thing. I can select this container and I can release the gaps and I can put in a row gaps of 10. Okay, then I can select, I want to select the main container, so I use my navigator. If I scroll down, I'll see the one that's highlighted, so I can select this one and then I can add in top padding, bottom padding, and then left, will it be here, left padding, okay, of like, I think 20 might be too much, like 15. Okay, and I can select this container. I even think okay, that one is fine. So I can select this container and I can increase the width of it a little, just until the fresh and clean can be seen. Okay, so I'll make it like 49 for now. Now click on the plus button, and what we want is we want an image, right? So what I can do is I can select this container and I can on background tab, I can choose classic. Okay, and I can add in the tablet as the background image for this container. Okay, I can actually do that. But however, the tablet grows. Okay, so this is not the way to do it, but just another way you can do that. Okay, I'll just drag in an image. Okay, and I'll click on choose image, and then I'll choose the tablet and I'll click on select. Okay, now as you can see, this is our tablet image. I can go to style and on hover type, hover animation, I'll make it grow. Okay, so that when you hover, it grows. And the width, we can also adjust that a bit, so I can make mine about this big, like 95. Now there's one more thing I want to add, and I want to add in another image. Okay, another image somewhere, let me see, on top here. Okay, and I'll click on choose image, and then if you scroll down, I have a green keep 50% off image over here, and I also created that with Canva. You just go add a circle and add the text on it. Okay, now I scroll down till I find border radius and I make it 50 to curve the edges, and I use the width to adjust how big I want it to be. So I want it to be something like this. Now go to advanced and on position, select absolute. Okay, and then just drag this till it gets somewhere here. Now use the width slider again to increase how big you want it to be, and then you can just put it somewhere here. Okay, maybe ours might be a bit too big, so I can put mine somewhere here, and I can click on publish for now. Okay, I can click on publish, and if I go back to my page over here, as you can see, we have this block looking like this, so it looks quite nice. Okay, so let's actually give this some more padding. So I'll go back to my site over here, I'll select this container, I'll go to advanced, and then you see right padding, right? So we can make it like 15. Okay, select the whole container, the main one, go to style, and then release all the gaps between the elements. And over there, you see that the tablet becomes immediately bigger. Okay, so we can decrease the size. We can also adjust the width of this container as well. If I make it like 51, that really doesn't do much. Okay, and I'll select this one as well, go to advanced, and top pattern, I want it to be like 30. Okay, good. Now we have this block looking perfect and ready to go. So that's basically the same thing we are going to be doing for the rest. So I'll do one more, and I'm sure you guys can do the next one, because like I said, it's taking a lot of time. All right, so I'll select this main container here, and I want to copy the color. So I'll use the page color picker to select this color. Okay, I'm sure the color is the same at all sides here. So I'll copy the color, I'll go back to my page, go to style, and I'll paste in the color over here. I'll go to border and use the border radius to curve the edges by making it 7. I'll go to advanced and release the padding so we can have full advantage of the space. And then here, actually, I'll make this 1350, 2015. Okay, so that like I don't have to struggle. So I'll make it 30, 15, 20. I think that's 15 again. Okay, something like this. Good. Now what I want to do next is I want to check the gaps. There are no gaps between the elements. So I'll do the same thing. I'll add no gaps between the elements. And I'll make sure it's horizontal. Okay. I'll click on the plus button. I'll drag in a container. I'll right click and duplicate to get two containers over here. Okay. Now what I can do is that I can select this one and then adjust the row gap so I can make it 10. Then I'll right click, copy this and right click and then paste it in. Okay. Now what I want to do is that I want to also get the same ash color over here that I use. So I'll go to style. I can paste in the ash color. I can copy the text. Sorry, I could have duplicated the text rather. Okay, I would have duplicated it rather. And then what I'll do is I'll just keep the same color here. I'll go to style and then I'll just paste in the color. Okay, I'll duplicate this text as well. And then I will paste in the color. Then I'll duplicate the button lastly. Then I'll go to style, text color. I'll just paste in this color. Okay, now all we want to do is we want to add the same like image and customizations and everything. So yeah, I'll click on select, right? And that image there is an oven. It's an oven. So I think it's this one here. I'll select it over here. Now we have our image here. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to make the image just a bit bigger. Okay, so I'll use this slider to make it 100. Then I'll duplicate this. Okay, and I'll just as soon as I've duplicated that rather, let me delete this. I'll copy this and I'll just paste it here. Okay, good. Now I'll click on choose image and then I want to choose the ash one. Okay, so I'll click on select. Now we have the ash image here. Okay, so this is how to do it. This is how it would be like the second block. So I can just publish it, right? And if I go back to my page, let me actually preview my changes. So I'll click preview, right? If I go back to my page, as you can see now we have that block ready to go. Okay, and I think the spacing between them is fine. Okay, so I'm sure you guys can add the last one yourself. So let me just add it and then we'll go back and do the next section. Right, so now as you can see, I'm done creating this block and I can just publish it and it's exactly the same process. Okay, so you add a background, use the same gaps and paddings as this one, add the second two, use the same row gaps. You can duplicate the text and change the color, drag, duplicate the image, duplicate this as well, and then just change the images or use, and the images are all provided in the image files. Okay, so if I go back, as you can see, we have this block ready. Okay, now we want to create this one next, and it's very simple. To do that, click on the plus button, click on Flexbox, and choose a vertical container again. Okay, now if I look at this closely, the width of this and this are the same, so I think the width becomes 1220. Okay, good. Now let's add in top margin. Okay, make it 50 to give it some space. Then click on add element and we'll drag a container inside. I'll make this one horizontal rather. Okay, and I will go to advanced and release all the paddings. Now first of all, this says, we'll drag in the text first. This says best selling. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll paste it in here. I'll make the color pitch black and I'll go to typography and I'll make the font space grotesque like this. Is this space grotesque? No, I think it's outfit rather. Okay, so make it outfit like this. Good. And I think the boldness is basically the same. So the next thing we have to add is a button, right? If I hover on this, is there any effect? There's an effect. So to add something like that, just drag in a button. Okay, because it's horizontal, you can place it beside. And this says shop now, right? So I'll type in the same shop now link, and the link should be a shop page. Okay, the link should be the shop page. So I'll select shop from here, and that's all good. Now let's go to style. Okay, let's go to style, and we want to send this button all the way here. But before we do that, we'll take away the background color of the button. So we can make this completely transparent. Okay, we can make the text color like something like this and go to style. And I think the font is still outfit, but it's quite lighter. So I'll make the font family outfit. And let me see if I make this 400. Yeah, 400 is good. Then decoration, just choose underline. Okay, choose underline. Now we go to hover. Okay, and on hover, the animation, we want it to be pause grow. It's going to look like that. Okay, now we want to change the size of the button to like 16. Good. Now I'll keep my hands on this and go to advanced and align self. I can choose, okay, that doesn't work here. The order I can make it, okay, let me see. So I'll select this rather, okay, and then I can release the gaps and I can add in a maximum column gaps. Okay, so I can make it like 100. Sorry, this is not what I wanted to do. I can make it like the column gaps should take care of. It's not working. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I see what we've done wrong. I'll select this one rather, and I'll go to layout and I'll release the gaps, right? And I'll make the column gaps like 200. Okay, 200 is even way too small, like 900. Okay, and that sends it where I want it to be. Good. Now all I have to do is publish this, and we have the top block ready. Now I'll click on add element, and what I want to add is a container. So I'll drag in another container below this one. I hope it's below and not inside. Here it's below. Good. Now I'll go to add element. Okay, and I want to add in a product. So just as for product, I want to add in a product grid. Now WooCommerce has product grids through shortcodes that you can add, right? But because we're using essential add-ons for Elementor, we can make it look even better. So we'll drag in the Woo product grid here. And over here, you see there are so many styles and presets, okay? So we have overall style, there is this one. And then there's even presets 5. Okay, I think presets 5 is my favorite. That's the one I want us to use. But preset 6 too is available. Okay, and there are many other presets that you can use. Okay, so me, I want to use maybe presets 6 for now. Okay, good. Now what I want to do is that I want to take you guys through this. The badge basically shows whether it's on sale or it's out of stock. Okay, and we can go to query. Now query just tells the essential add-ons, okay, which category of product am I choosing from, how am I ordering them, how am I filtering them, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the source, you want it to be product, and you can filter by your recent, your featured, best-selling, sale, top rated, related product, and manual selection. Okay, now manual selection, if you go to select products here, all you have to do is type in the name of the product. Okay, so type in 3 letters that are in the name of the product. And then once you do that, you're going to be able to add the product to this list. Okay, so I've added the iPhone. Which other product did we even add? Okay, let me check the store page. So if I go to shop right now, we added the PlayStation set. Yes, right. So I can type in Sony, and then the PlayStation set will be here. And then we also added the web design coaching call. Okay, so I'll also add this one. Now as you can see, now the products have been added based on our manual selection, and we can change the order by to date, SKU, random. We can make it even random self. Okay, and once you make it random, you can see that now it has switched. Okay, good. But actually I want to make it by date, and I want to make it ascending. Okay, cool. You can also choose to show the rating. We want purchase or not purchase products only. You can do that. You can choose to show the price, what I want. We want the out of stock bar to be there, but you can select from any of these presets on how you want it to display. Okay, so I think preset 5 is quite small and it's nice. So instead of going with what I did here, let's stick with this. Okay, and then we can go to add to cart. We don't want to change anything here. Okay, now for the style we want to do, we have to clear most of these paddings over here. Okay, so I'll clear all of this. I'll even clear the right one as well, and we can just put it on left. Okay, so you can have only the left paddings like this. So now it looks like they are all joined together. Then we can go to advanced. Okay, and then scroll down till you find border, and then release everything. And we want a top border. Make this solid. Sorry, we want a top. Release everything. We want a border width of top for 1, a bottom 1, and I think, let me see, right as well. We also want one. Okay, yeah, let me look at it from here. So something like this is what we want. Now we want to go to style, and then let's see the border color. We can copy it, go to advanced, scroll down, and then we can go to border, and then on the color we can just paste it in for it to look quite similar. Okay, good. Now let's go to layout. We can release the paddings for now. Okay, now if I scroll down, we have the product details, so you can change the typography if you want. If I look at mine, I can go to, let's say, color and typography. Okay, and then on the typography for the title, this is quite small. Okay, and I think so. Let's actually edit it. The first of all is a bit ash, right? And it's not that bold. So let me see. I can make mine outfit as the font. Okay, outfit. I can make the width like 400. Okay, I can make the size like maybe 20. 20 is even too big, like 16 for now. Okay, and our things are all left aligned, so we change the alignment to left like this. Okay, good. Now let's check the price. So the price is what is big and bold. Okay, so we'll go to colors and typography, and then over here you see price over here, so you can actually change the prices from here. So maybe I want to make the typography or maybe the size like, let's say 20. Okay, like 20. Then if I look closely, it's not that bold, so you can make it like 600. Okay, 600 is even too bold. Let's say 500. 500 looks good. Okay, and you can change the font as well. So maybe I want mine to be outfit. Okay, I make my outfit, and you can change the sale price. So if you're having a sale, you can make the sale color like maybe more bold. You can make it red. You can make it inviting and like orange. You can make it yellow. I think yellow is not good, so leave ours as orange. Okay, we can make this a sale price, and then I can scroll down. Okay, and let's see the badges. Now the badges, the color, I want to make it a theme brand color. Okay, so I can make the badges this color. Good. Let me go back and let me look at what we have there again. Okay, so this is looking so far so good. Okay, so let's go back, and if I go to products and I release the paddings, let's see here. Okay, I want to decrease the bottom padding of the product, maybe decrease the top padding as well to send them a bit up. Okay, the product details. Now I can go over to button. Okay, and the button colors are these colors, but if I go here, these are the colors. Okay, so I can quickly make them as something like this. Okay, maybe a bit darker, something like this rather, and that would be for the background color. The main color can be like this. Okay, as you can see now, it looks quite similar to what we have there. So I can click on publish for now. Okay, in case I want to preview what this looks like. Okay, and it's going to refresh. Now let me scroll down my home page. Hold on, just give it a few seconds to load up. So if I scroll down here, you're going to see that if I click on this little eye icon over here, it's going to bring a pop-up. Okay, a pop-up for you to view what the products and everything looks like. So I think we can edit this, right? If I select pop-up, the price color, I can make it the theme brand color instead. Okay, and the sale price color, what I want to do is that I want to copy this same orange. Sorry, that's a mistake. I want to copy this same orange, go back to pop-up. Okay, and I'll actually paste it at the sale price color over here. Okay, and if there's anything more I want to edit, I think everything is fine. Maybe the title is too bold. Okay, it's too bold, so maybe we can make it like 600, and I can publish this for now. Okay, so we've basically edited what the pop-up should look like, and the pop-up is like a very cool modern feature you can add to your online store that will just make it look much nicer. Okay, so it's very good to have that. I recommend it. So that's another feature I wanted to show you. They're going to have a clean pop-up in case they want to get a preview of the products. They'll get a clean pop-up like this. Okay, so that's good. If I select the gray color and this, the price appears and I can add it to my cart. Okay, very good. So now the next block we have to build is this one, and it's not going to be difficult at all. right? We'll click on the plus button, we'll click on Flexbox, and we'll choose a horizontal container, okay? And I'll keep using the same width we've been using this whole time. And then I'll go to add element over here. Now I want to go back to my container. I forgot to do something. We will go to advanced and then we'll release the padding so we can take full advantage of the space. Then we'll add in a container and then go back to the main one. Make sure it is horizontal. Okay, make sure it's on horizontal. And right click and then duplicate till you get 3 containers like this. Okay, then just select the first one. And then what I want to do is I want to pick the background color over here. Okay, so I'll go to style and I'll go to background type classic and I'll paste in the background color. And then I'll go to border and on border radius I'll make it 7. Okay, something like this to curve the edges. Then what I want to add first of all is the heading. So if I scroll up, we have a similar heading over here. I can copy this and I can paste in this heading. Okay, and I'll center align it. I can copy what it says and I can paste it in here. I can go here to style. I can increase the size because ours is a bit bigger. Okay, and I can also increase the width if I wanted to. Right, and I think this is, yeah, we can leave the font the way it is to be on this. Now I think the blue is a bit darker. Okay, so I can make it a bit darker, something like this. Good. Now I want I can also copy this description because in all honesty it looks quite similar. Okay, so I can paste it in. I'll copy what it says. I think it says the same thing. It doesn't. Okay, we'll center align it. Okay, and we'll work on the size. We can make it like, let's see, 17. Then we want lastly the button. So I'll copy the same button and I'll just paste it in here. And I'll go to style and over here position, just choose center. Okay, and now we are good to go. Now the last thing you want to add is the image. So I'll click on the add element button over here. And I'll put an image, below the button. Okay. And I'll click on choose image. And then what I want to add is this one here. So I'll click on select and I'll go to style. And then I can start editing the size using this width slider over here. Okay. And then what I want to do next, I want to go to hover and make the hover animation grow. When I hover, it grows, right? Then we'll have to add some padding, the inner spacing, right? So we'll go to advanced, we'll release the paddings and give it a top pad. We'll release the paddings, give it a top padding of 20, bottom 20, right 10. Okay, something like this. Good. Now I can publish this. And I think there should be some spaces between the elements, okay, especially this one. So I'll go to advanced, right? I'll give it a top margin of like 20 for now. Okay, there should be some space mainly between the button and this. Margin, we'll move it down. Okay, so if I go back to our site over here, let's say refresh, then I scroll down. Now I see we have this blog ready to go. Okay, so I can select this main one, go to advanced, release the margins, give you a top margin of 50. Okay, and now I want to do the same thing for this one. So I'm going to do one more with you guys and I'm sure you can do the rest. Okay, it's the same process. I'll just take this color, I'll go to this main container, but what I can do is now I've already formatted this one, I can use the same settings, right? So this is 2010-20. Okay, so I'll select this one, I'll go to style, background type, I'll select classic and I'll paste in the color. And the border, I'll make it 7 border radius. And the advanced settings, I'll release the paddings and I'll make it 20, 10, 20. Okay, good. Now I can scroll up and we already have a pink block, right? So I can copy this here and I can paste it in here. I can center align it. The size of this was 31. So we can do the same thing. Make it 31. Okay, we can make it like 800 for it to be more bold. I can copy this text and I can paste it in here. Okay, I can go back and copy this heading and I can just paste it below here. I'll go to style, center align and typography and make the size 1 more pixel bigger. Okay, I'll scroll down and I'll paste in the button as well. I'll go to style, I can center align it, and you can also link your buttons from here. Okay, just type in what you want to link it to. Now I'll copy this and I'll just come and paste the image over here and I'll go to style. Okay, and I'll select this one. These are all images I made with Canva. Okay, so now this one, the size, let's see, the size of this image is 92, right? This one 92 is making it seem way too big. So what I can do is that, let me look over here. It's a bit longer than that image even, so I can make it a bit bigger like this, okay? And I'll just publish it. Good. Now I'm sure you guys can handle the last one yourself, so I'll cut the video, do it, and then we'll continue. Alright guys, so as you can see, I've created this last block, and what I want to do is that I'll leave the paddings the way they are, and for now I'll use this slider to increase the size over here. Okay, we'll just make it bigger, so I'll increase the size a bit more. Now I'll select this one, I'll go to advanced, okay, and I'll get rid of the margins for it, so now it's like they're all in line. Okay, good. I'll select this image as well, and then this one I think we only have to decrease the margins slightly. Okay, good. Now if I select this main one and I go to advanced, the top padding might be a bit too small, so we'll make it 30, okay, instead of, and let's see the bottom padding. So bottom padding too might be small, so make it also 30, okay, and that should automatically do it for all of them. But if it doesn't, I can go here, make this 30, and make this 30 as well. And for this last one here, I'll make the top 30 and the bottom 30. I can just publish. Okay, so now we are just done with this block already. And the next one we want to create is this one. Now this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 categories to create. Okay, once you publish, it's going to update what's here, and then you can look at your changes. Okay, so your site is looking very, very cool and professional right now. Now let's go back, and we want to add the next block. So I'll select the plus button, click on flex blocks, and I'll choose the horizontal container. And let me see if the width is the same. The width is even smaller, but let's just keep it on this for now. Okay, and now we want to add 1, 2, 3 for this, I think 6 categories. So to do this, it's very simple. We will drag in a container first, okay, and we'll right click and duplicate it till we get 6. Okay, so just right click, duplicate, right click, duplicate, right click, duplicate again, and we have 6. I'll click on my plus button. Okay, what I want to do is I want to add in an image to the first one. Okay, and I'll select the container and I'll just release the gaps to take advantage of the size. And I'll click on choose image. Now this image is the watches image, this one. So I'll select it and I'll go to style, and I'll use this slider to adjust how long exactly I want the image to be. I want it to be like around 85. I'll give it a border radius of 70 to curve the edges. Then this says watches, so I'll drag in my heading below here and I'll type in what it says, watches. I will center align this, and I think the font is outfit. Okay, so we'll make it outfit, outfit, like this. Then we have to adjust the size, so I'm thinking 20, maybe 22 might be good. Then we'll select the color of this to be black. Now the last thing we want to add is this button. If I scroll up, this button looks quite similar to what we have there, except when you hover, I don't think it has, okay, it has that pausing effect. Good. So scroll down and we'll paste it here, and this says see more, right? So I can center align this for now. And if you want to change the category, of course I showed you how to do that earlier. Okay, now I can select this container, layouts, and I can release the gap between the elements. Okay, I can select this button, style, padding, and release the paddings of the button. As I go back to the container, and then I'll give it a row gaps of 10. Okay, now that has given it some spacing. This is basically how you create this block. You see, it's nothing hard, it's very simple. Let's do the next one. Okay, so this is 10 with release padding. So let's do the same for this one, right? I'll give it a row gaps of 10, and I'll go to advanced, and I'll just release the paddings, right? Now here, all I have to do is copy this image and then paste it in here. Okay, I'll go to choose image, and then the next one says, well, it's a controller, right? So this one here, game controllers, I'll select it, I'll copy this, and then I'll just paste it in here, the text, and this says controllers. Okay, so I'll type in controllers. Okay, and I'll copy this text from here, and I'll paste it below. If you want to change the category, you can do that from here, and I can click on publish. Okay, now we want to add some spacing for the top block, so I'll select the main container, I'll go to advanced, release the margin, give it a top margin of about 20, and I'll publish it again. Okay, so this is basically how you create this blog. I'm going to do one more with you guys, and I'm sure you can handle all the rest by yourself. Okay, so if I go back, this is what it looks like. It's looking very good. Okay, so let me do one more with you. I can copy this here and then paste it here, and this is a bracelet, right? So I will go to I'll click on it to take me to the media library, and I'll scroll down till I find the bracelets over here. I'll copy this heading and I'll paste it here, and this says bracelets. Okay, I can copy the button as well and then just paste it in below. Okay, let me see. This one is not really displaying well. I wonder why. Okay, yeah. I'll go to advanced and I have to release the paddings for this. Go to layout, release this, and make the row gaps 10 rather, and then they'll be in line. Okay, so just publish it, and this is how you do it for all of them. Okay, so I'm come to go behind the scenes and do the rest while you guys do yours, and then we'll continue from there. Alright guys, so as you can see, now I'm done creating this section. If I go back to my page and I scroll down, now I have it over here looking just like what I have here, and it looks quite beautiful and similar. Okay, and the next thing we want to create is this section for our digital product. Okay, so what I'll do is that I'll click on the plus button, click on flexbox, and choose the two-sided container. I'll maintain my width, but I'll select this container and I want it to be quite smaller than all the rest. Okay, so I'll just make it like 25. Now I want to create what this is over here. So first of all, I will actually just copy this heading and then paste it in here. Okay, and I will copy what this says. It says digital product, so I'll paste it in here. Now change the alignment to left, right, and I can increase the size a little, so like 25. I can click on the plus button here, and I want to add in, wait, hold on, this is not how we should have created it. Sorry. So what we should have done was that rather we should have copied this whole container. Okay, rather, so I'll click on the plus button and I'll click on flexbox. I'll make it vertical rather, and I'll paste this whole block inside over here. Okay, now this says digital product. Okay, another best seller, it says digital product. So I'll go here, I'll type in, actually I'll just copy this. Okay, and I'll paste it in here. Now I'll just use the slider to change the width. Okay, and for the button, the custom width is a bit small, so the custom width, I'll select custom and I'll just make it a bit longer. That's not what's causing the problem. Let me see. Okay, then it will be the gaps between the elements that's causing the problem. So instead of making this 900, I'll make it like 800. 800 is even too much, like 700. Okay, too small, like 750, maybe 780. At this is better. Okay, and I will select this main container. I'll go to advanced and I'll release the gaps. Good. I'll also give it a top margin of 50 as well. Nice. Now I'll click on the plus button and I'll add in another container below this whole section. It's possible that it won't come where I want it to become. Okay, and you see where it has gone to appear. That's not where I want it to be, so I'll just drag it right below. I'll go to advanced and I'll release the paddings, go to layouts and make it horizontal. Click on the plus button and add in another container and duplicate till I get 2. Now I'll select this one and I'll just use this to adjust the width because I want it to be smaller, and I'll make it like 25. 25 looks fine. Now I'll go to style, background type, I'll select classic and I'll click on choose image. Okay, then the image I want us to use is this one. Okay, books call to action. So just select it. Position, you can use center, and display size, you can make it cover. Okay, now we want a background overlay, this dark overlay we have on the image. So background overlay, click on classic, make this black, and then just drag the opacity slider, go to border, and on border radius select 7 to curve the edges. Okay, good. Now I want us to add this first. So what I want us to do is search for Woo product carousel. Okay, Woo product carousel. So just type in Woo and then you see this one, product carousel. So select it here. Now if I look at our site closely, I think the style, let me look at the style again. Okay, so maybe I want to use the third preset. Okay, let me check the third preset for now. So this is what we have for the third preset. We get this. So I think it's the third preset that was being used, but we can also check if it's the fourth one. It's not, so it's the third one. Okay, so over here we have the title, a price, and then the star rating. Okay, so title, price, star rating. Perfect. Now let's scroll down. Okay, let's scroll down. We want it to show product price, no description, quick view, everything is normal. Now in the carousel settings, we want the effect to be cover flow and not slide insert. Okay, so that we're going to get this beautiful slide effect, and you can adjust how much exactly you want the products to have rotated. Okay, over here you can adjust the depth and the items gap, the speed and everything from here. Okay, so maybe the speed might be too much, so maybe I want to make mine like 3,000. Okay, maybe 2,980. Okay, good. So now we have it being a bit longer. Okay, you can also change your cursor to a grab cursor when you have over the slider if you want to do that. Okay, if I go here, we have this at the bottom. So, but here I don't really want it. Okay, we have the dots. Let me see the dots. This is the dots, so I will just take it away. Okay, I don't really want those things here. Now I'll go to query. Okay, and then I want to choose order. Let me see, filter by manual selection. Okay, by manual selection, and then maybe I want to choose the virtual product that we did. Okay, I'm not sure. Sorry, the downloadable product that we did. I'm not too sure which one we created. So let me just go and check the name of the book that we created. Let me go and check it from here. So I'll go to dashboard. As you can see, I came to the product section. So this is the name of the book that we created in the video earlier. Okay, so let me see. If I come here and I type it in, if it's, yeah, this is it. So I'll just enter the book over here. Okay, and it's going to bring that book. Okay, now if you have more digital products, it's also going to display as this goes along. Okay, so the product count, maybe you want yours to be 3 or 4. Maybe I want mine to be like 3. Okay, the product count can be 3 for now, or you can also make it 4 if you like. Okay, so I can go to carousel settings, and I think over here the items gap, everything looks fine. If I go to layout settings to, everything is fine. Let's go back to query. Okay, let's go back to query. And you can change the product count to as many products as you want. Right now, it's because I have only one product. That's why it seems to stop. Okay, but the more ebooks you create, the more things you see moving around over here. So if you want to edit this a bit, you can actually you can go to style. Okay, and then when you scroll down to product details, you go to color and typography. You can actually change the title. Okay, so we can make the title less bold. Okay, so let's say the font family, I can make it outfit, and then I can make it like 400 boldness. I can make the size like, let's say 15. Okay, maybe 16 with the width. I think the width should be at 400 rather. Okay, perfect. Now I think it looks quite similar to what we have on our site. If we change anything, it will be the product price color to the theme branded color like this. Okay, and that's very good. So now we have to create what's at this side, this place. Okay, and here it is just a text and then a button. So I'll go to add elements and I'll drag in a heading. I'm going to change the description, and here it says explore. You know what, I'll just copy everything from here. Okay, and I'll paste it in here. Okay, now what I want to do is, let me just get rid of this space. Now I'll go to style, and I want to start making it look like what we have there. Okay, so I can do one thing though. I can increase the width of this column just a bit. Okay, we won't have to increase it just a bit. Now we can start editing this. Okay, so we want to make the color white first. Then I'm assuming that the font is space grotesque. I'm sure it's space grotesque. So that's what we'll be using. Okay, or that's what I want us to use. We'll make it 700 for it to be very bold. Then we can make the size like 35. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't be typing this. Like 35. Okay, we can make it a bit bigger. Okay, now what I want to do is I want the text to break at hour. Okay, I want to send it to the next line. So yeah, I'll type in the self-closing tag BR like this, break. Okay, and I want it to be just a bit, let me see how big we can make it. So like 39. We'll make it 800. Okay, very bold. And then the line height can be like 40. Okay, let me see if I can make this black. the boldness is not really. Let me try this font rather. Outfit, okay. And outfit has become too bold, so we can make it like 700, okay. Now select the whole container. What I want you to do is I want you to just find the content to center so that this can come down, okay. The next thing we want to add is a button. So we'll click on the add elements button and then we'll drag in a button right below here. Now this button says shop now, so I can type in shop now over here, okay. Shop now. And if you wanted to link this, it will be very simple. All you have to do is just go to the shop page, okay. Go to the shop and I want to link this to the digital product section. So here I can just type in ebooks, for example, okay. An ebook is a digital product, right? So I can copy it here, okay, and I can paste in the link over here. Now I've linked the button. Good. Now let's go to style and we'll change the background color to our theme color, okay. Let me check if there's any hover. So the hover color is the same as our theme color. Let me copy the normal color again. It's the same as our theme color, but it's just slightly dark, okay. It's just a bit dark, okay. So make it this color. We'll just drag it down until it becomes a bit more dark. Now the transition duration, make it 0.3 so that there'll be some time and it just makes the hover effect smooth, okay. And here I like to start at 10 for all the, no, not 10, sorry, 15 for all the sides, okay. And I'll look at what we have here. And then I'll increase them uniformly. So I can increase the left side and also increase the right side till I get something that looks like this, okay. And then what we can do is that I can select this again. Maybe we can make this a bit bigger, okay. We can make it like 41. We can increase the line height just a bit more, okay. And then you can actually publish this. Now once you do that, the changes are going to be saved, and if you click on this little eye icon to preview, it will open it in a new tab and you can view what your blog looks like, okay. So now it's looking really good. Now the last one we have to create for the home page is this one. Then we have our footer, okay. So creating this doc is not going to be very difficult. I'll show you how to do this one first, okay. Then this one we'll do it just a bit later in the tutorial because this is where I'll teach you about email marketing a little, okay. So now let's go back here and then we'll click the plus button, click on Flexbox and choose a vertical container. We'll go to advanced and give it a top margin of 50, and then we'll click the plus button here and we'll drag in a container, okay. Now we want this container, we want to choose this background color. I want this yellow subtle color, so I'll take this color, I'll go to background and I'll just paste it in here. And the border, I'll make this what, 7, right? And I'll select the main container, release the gaps. Now leave the width the way it is for now. Actually, let me change it. I can make it 1220, okay. I hope we did the same for this block here. No, we didn't. So we'll make it 1220 as well. Okay, now let's go back here. And this container inside should be a horizontal container, okay. And then click on the plus button and then we'll add 2 containers in it. So we'll duplicate to get 2, okay. So we have this one here. Now to do this, to create this block, it's be very simple. Click the plus button to add an element and just drag in an image, okay, and click on choose image. Now you can choose any of them, whether it's the mobile devices or is the hoodies and the jeans or is the sports equipment, okay. So me, I want to use the hoodies and the jeans, and I'll go to style and then I'll go to hover and I'll make this grow, okay. So when we hover, it grows, becomes bigger. I'll select this container here, okay. And if I look closely, yeah, I'll select it here. I'll go to advanced, release the paddings, give it a top padding of, let's see how much spacing it has, like 50-50. So top 50, bottom 50, okay. So I have something, so it's about this size. Good. Now we have to add an element. So we'll drag a container below this one and release the gaps, okay. Come back here and make it horizontal. Now click on the plus button and then drag the heading elements over here. Now the first thing you want to do is you want to add the 10% off. So I'll copy it and I'll paste it in here, okay. Now what I want to do next is I want to make the color of this white, okay, a white color. And if I can add a text shadow too, I would like to do that. So something like this, okay, good. Now what do I want to do next? To get this background behind it, go to advanced and then release the paddings, okay. And then let's look at this closely. Let me close this. So I'll give it like a top padding of 7, bottom 7, right 15, left 15. Okay, something like this. Then I'll scroll down till I find background, and then background type I'll select classic. Now I am going to copy this yellow color over here, okay, and come back to my site and then paste it in. Then what I'll do next is I'll go to border and give it a border radius of 7. For it, even 7 is too much. Let's make it like 3. Okay, and I don't think we need the text shadow effects again. So now we have this. You can edit the size if you want. Maybe I can make mine like 25. Okay, 25 is good. Now I can duplicate this. Okay, and now this says all of these products. So I can copy this. I can paste it in here. All of these products. Then, then I can go to style, and all I have to do here is just change the background color. So I'll go to advanced, scroll down till I find background, and I'll give it a background color of the theme brand color. Okay, then the next thing I'll do is I'll select the container and I'll justify the content to the center. Now we have this style. Okay, so the last thing we should do is we should select this one, go to style, border, okay, and we want to make it a border solid, but the border should have a bottom, it should be a bottom border of, let's say, maybe I think 4 would be good. Okay, and I want to copy the background color of this button, okay, because it's literally the same thing. I can copy the background color of this button. I can select this main container over here. Then I'm going to locate border, and then I'm going to hold on, I'll select this one rather, sorry. I'm going to locate border, and in the color section I'll just paste this one there. Then I'll click on publish, and we are basically done with the home page for now. Okay, so now that we are done with the home page, it's looking really good. We've just not added this newsletter section, but I said I'll show you how to do that a bit later in the video. Okay, so if I use this to go down, you're going to see that we have the whole home page looking ecstatic, looking beautiful, and ready to go. Okay, so now the next thing I want to show you guys how to do is to create your contact page. Okay, it's a very important page that I want to show you how to create. So we'll create that, and then once you are done with that, then we'll continue from there. So let's proceed. So to create it, let's just hover here and click on dashboard. Okay, so this is going to take us to our dashboard, and then over here you're going to see pages. So click on all pages. Okay, and then here at the top you see add page. Let me just close this. You see add page, right? So you can click on add page, and then that will enable you to add a new page onto your website. So the page you want to add is the contact page, obviously. So over here I'll just type in contact. Okay, and on the templates here, just select Elementor full width and then click on publish. Okay, so that the page can go live, and then we can start editing it. So here I can just view you can view the page if you want, right? So I can click on view page, and it's going to open that in a new tab, and then this is our contact page. So over here just click on edit with Elementor. Okay, and that's going to take you to the Elementor page with us, so that we can start editing our contact page. Now with the contact page, because of time, we are not going to actually be building it. Okay, I've saved this page as a template for you guys, and I've made it mobile friendly so that it's easy editable. So if you go to the files that you downloaded for this video, you're going to find a folder called contact templates, and these are the 2 templates we'll be using in the tutorial. Okay, so before we proceed, there's something that we should do. We have to make sure that our Mets form plugin is working, okay, because that's what we'll use to do this contact form over here. Okay, so Mets form is over here and is working good. So what we'll do is that we'll click on this plus button. Sorry, let me close this. We'll click on this to upload templates. Okay, and then we'll just go to templates. Now we want to upload a template or import one. So click on import and we'll click on select file. Okay, then just go to that same location. So for me to be over here. Okay, so I'll select this one, and these are the files I want to import. Okay, so first I'll import the contact page, right? And just click on don't show this message and click on continue, and then just click on enable and import. Okay, so once you do that, it's going to import the page templates that I had over here, exactly this template for you guys. And like I said, this is mobile friendly already, and it's super simple to edit. Okay, so just click on insert and then click on apply, and it's going to insert everything into the page for you. Like I said, it's because of time, that's why we're not going to be able to I'm not actually going to be able to build it with you guys. Okay, so just insert it, and it's going to take a moment to apply all the changes to the page. But now that it has done that, we have to start editing a few things like colors, for example. Okay, so this color, I'm assuming that most of the things are black and black. Okay, so here I'll make this black. Okay, and this one as well has to be made black. So I'll go to style, and here I'll choose black. Okay, and then for this place, I will just, let me see, the width looks fine, and I think it's the image sizes. So what we can do is that we can adjust the width of the image as well. Okay, and we can reduce the height to make it in line like this. And the next thing we have to change is the colors, right? So I'll go back to the contact page here, and I'll go here in the color, I'll drag it to black. Okay, what I can do is I can copy this, and I can just paste the style on all of the others. Okay, now here search for met form. Okay, and then drag it in here, drag it into this container. I'm sorry, there should be a container here, so drag it in it. Hold on, sometimes, yeah, put it inside the container over here. Some days it does this, I'm not too sure why. Okay, good, now it's in the container. Like I said, everything is super easily editable. You can edit everything to what you want. Okay, so here I can click on edit form. Okay, and then I can create a new form. So I want to call this form 1. Okay, and I can click on edit form again. Now with met form, the reason why I like it so much is because it's going to allow you to actually build the form in Elementor, and that makes the whole process very simple. Okay, now if you want a video on how to build any type of form for your website, I have a video on that on my YouTube channel. Okay, so let me just show you right now. Open a new tab and just go to my YouTube channel. And with your online store, if anybody has a problem or they want to inquire about a product, people will be contacting you. Okay, so in the video I also teach you how to link it with SMTP so that people can start sending and receiving mails on your site, and that's very essential for an online store. So I strongly advise you to take just 30 minutes of your time to watch this video and understand how you can link it with SMTP so that people can start sending and receiving mails to you on your website. All right, and also subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying this video. All right, so now let's go over here. What we want to do is that we want to build our form, right? And now I also have the templates for you guys. Okay, so go to templates once again, and then we want to import templates. So we'll click on this and we'll click on select file. Now we'll do contact form. Okay, open it and just import that template, and then it's going to take a very short time. It's not a big file. Okay, so it's going to import, and just click on insert. Okay, and then click on apply as well, and it's going to insert the contact form template into the method for you, as you can see. Okay, so it's like, just give it a few seconds. It's going to apply the settings to the page. Okay, and then now I'm coming, sorry, let me see the page layout here. Change it to Elementor full width. Okay, so that this little thing can live there. We don't want that to be there. Okay, and then here we want to change the color. The color is black. Okay, so I'll go back to my page, I'll go to style, and the color, I'll make it black. Okay, now I can select this to view the mobile version. As you can see, it's fully mobile friendly. So all I have to do is click on update and close, and then once I do that, the form is going to appear side by side to this one. Okay, but there is a little problem here. I don't know what this is. Let me check my navigator. Okay, so if I select this as the form, we have 2 form widgets. We don't want that, so I'll delete this one. Okay, and now it's in line, so I can just click on publish, and if I choose this to view the mobile version, as you can see, the page is fully mobile responsive. Okay, we have all the sections here ready to go. So now I'll change this back to a desktop mode, and we are done building our contact page and our contact form. So that's very good. So now let's do a quick review of our site. So I'll go and click on visit site. Okay, now the next thing I want us to do is I want us to build the header for our site. That is, if I go to the home page, this whole section for our site, we have to build it. This is called the header. Okay, and to build it, we're going to need a few things. So let's go over to our dashboard. Okay, let's go to our dashboard. I can close the contact page for now, and I can go to plugins and click on add plugin. Now we want a plugin called sticky header effect. Okay, that's going to help us turn our header into a sticky header. And I'm sure you didn't know that you can use Elementor to build a sticky header. Yes, you can. It's very simple, and I also have a video on my channel about that. Okay, so if you go to my YouTube channel and then you just take your time and then go over to videos. Okay, if you go over to videos and scroll down, you're going to see how to build a sticky header with Elementor. Okay, and I teach you how to build any type of header and make it sticky with Elementor. So you can also check this video out as well. Okay, so now we go to add plugins, and on plugins, search plugins, type in sticky header. Okay, sticky header effects. Okay, type this in the search bar, and then it should bring you the sticky header effects plugin. Yeah, this is it over here. So all you have to do is click on install now, and it's going to install onto your site. So this is the first thing we need to do, because it's going to add that sticky effects that brings the header like this. Okay, so once you install this, you also want to install this thing over here. If you don't see it here, just type Royal Elementor add-ons in the search results and it should come. Okay, Royal Elementor add-ons is also an important plugin we'll be using to build this search bar over here. Okay, and it's also an Elementor add-on, so it's perfect. Good. So so let's wait for this to finish installing. Now that they are both done, we can just activate both of them real quick. Okay, so activate the two plugins, and these are the two things we need. Now there's one more thing that we need to do. If I go back to this website here, you see we have a menu here consisting of the page links, the home, shop, wishlist, cart, my account, and then the contact page, right? So let's go to Royal add-on. Let's go here. We'll click on skip. Okay, we'll click on skip, and then what you want to do next is you want to go to appearance. Okay, and then hover on and click on menus. Okay, click on menus, and then we want to create our own menu. So let me just close all of this, it's unnecessary. And then what I want to do next is that we want to have a menu name. Okay, so I can call it main menu like this. Okay, and I'll make it the primary menu. That should be the display location, and I'll click on create menu. I'll click on create menu, and that should create our main menu for us. Okay, now we want to follow the order. We have the home, shop, wishlist, cart, my account, and contact. So we'll add it. So I'll go to view all, and I'll add the home page first. Okay, add the home page first, and I'll add the shop page. Okay, let's just add everything at a go, right? So we have home. Let's just add everything at a go. So add all of it at a go like this, and we'll click on add to menu, and it should add everything. Now if I look at this, we have the shop page coming before the cart page, then the wish list page also before the cart page. So we'll do that over here. Then we have the my account page coming next. Okay, and there is no checkout page on the menu, so I will scroll down and I'll remove this. Then we have the contact page. All right, now let's go to my account. Now over here, I want us to create a little sub menu with a dashboard link and then a logout link that will allow users to log out. Okay, so what I want us to do is that I want us to actually, my account shouldn't link to anything. Okay, so what I'll do is that I will just remove this for now, and I'll go to custom links, and here I'll type in my account for the link text. Okay, and then the URL I'll just type, let me see if I can add it to menu. Okay, so the URL I'll just type in hash, and I'll click on add to menu. Okay, and now I'll send that I'll send that beside the cart. Okay, over here beside the cart or below the cart. Okay, now over here I want to type dashboard, okay, as a next link for my custom link. I want it to be dashboard, because if someone clicks on dashboard over here, it takes them to my account page, but that's actually their WooCommerce dashboard where they can view their account, and then they can actually log in from here, right? So I can copy this link, okay, my account link, and I'll paste it over here, and I'll click on add to menu, right? Now one last thing I want to add is also a logout link. Okay, so for the link text, I want to type in log out like this, but for the URL, that will allow users to log out of your site. Like I said, once again, if you go back to the images provided or the file you downloaded, there will be a text document inside it. Okay, and that text document is called logout link. So you can just copy the link inside it, okay, and then come back to your WordPress and then paste it in here. But the only thing you have to change is your domain name. Okay, so over here is example.com. So I want to make it what mine is. So I'll copy from here up until here. Okay, and I'll just paste it in here. So now I have store.jasonkenya.com and then this link here. And I'll click on add to menu. Alright, so now I'll add both Then I'll drag the dashboard under the my account to make it a sub item. Now drag the logout also under my account at the same level to make it a sub item. And I can click on save menu. Okay. Now once I do that, let's say I view my site, right? I want to visit my site. If I want to visit my site, if I visit my site over here, see that now we have this ready to go. But the dashboard looks like it's out. I wonder why. Because here it's under. Okay, let's purge all and see why. Let's purge all our changes and see if it goes back. Let's purge all. Now that my account page is here and the dashboard is on its own. I don't want that. So hold on. The dashboard should be a sub item of my account page. My account should have no link. Dashboard, this should be the link. And this should be so the parent is my account. Okay. So let me save the menu one more time. Okay, I'll save it one more time. And then here I'll click on page all. Okay, I'll click on page all. And I'll go back to my site and I refresh. If it doesn't work, then that means it's just resetting the cache. So give it time. Okay, it will come to normal. Now, if we want to create our header, we have to go to Elements Kit and select header footer. Okay. First of all, I think we should add some space. Okay, if I go to the home page, there should be some space between this whole section and the header. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll scroll up and then I'll select this whole section. I'll go to advanced and then on top margin, I'll make it 30. Okay, 30 is even too small, like 50. Okay, and I'll publish it. Now let's go back to the Elements Kit section. And then here, I'll just click on next step. Hold on, go back to website power up. Okay. And they can ask you to install all of these plugins. Okay, so if you don't want them, you can get rid of them. Okay, so you can click on next step, complete setup, and then it's going to review everything for you. Okay, so when it's done, you can just go to header footer. I want to see if I can quickly open that in a new tab while this is happening. Good. So I'll close this over here and I'll just clear all of this. Okay. Now click on add new template and we'll call this header 1. Okay. And we'll make the conditions entire site and activate it. Now click on edit content to start editing what your header looks like. So that's going to take you over to the Elementor page builder and you can start editing it. So now that we're on the Elementor page builder, I want to build something like this. Okay. And to do that, first of all, we want to add a container, right? And we'll make this horizontal for now. Now, over here, we have this text and then a button, right? So we'll click on add element and then we'll add a heading. Then I'll just copy what this says, okay? And I'll paste it in the heading. Then I'll go to style. I'll center align it. But it's not really set. You know what? We'll do that later. And we'll change the color to black. And then the font, let me look at this closely, is outfit. Okay, so I'll type in outfit. And then the size is much smaller than what this size is. It's way smaller. So I'll decrease it to like 17. Then I'll center align it. I'll select this container and then I'll just classify content to the center. Now it comes. Now we can go back to the home page here and then we can copy this link. Okay, this is the shop now link. Now this says see details. When you click on this button, it takes you over here to this newsletter. Okay, now let's go back to our site. Let's go back to our site here. Then we'll paste the button, okay, over here. Then we'll go to style and we'll release the paddings of the button. Then we'll select this and I think, let me see, this should be center. Good. Now for this button, if we want to link it, we have to go to our home page and then scroll down. We haven't created the newsletter section yet, but we've created the container for it, okay? So we'll select the container, then we'll go to advanced, okay? And scroll down till you find CSS ID. Now name it whatever you want. I want to name mine newsletter, okay? And just copy the exact name you've named it. And I'll go back to my header. Then I'll just type in my website. So my website link should be here, okay? And I'll paste this in. I'll paste this in. And before it comes, just add a hash. So hash newsletter, okay? And that will link it. So it says see details. So here I'll type in see details, okay? See details like this. Then I'll just click on publish. And I'll bring this back to see what it looks like, okay? Now, let's go to style again. We have released, okay, yeah, now everything is cool. Good. Now I want to add this section. So click on the plus button, flexbox, and then make it horizontal. Okay, now let me look at the width of the header real quick. Okay, so it's like the same width as this, about the same width as that. So to add it, first of all, go to style, right? We want to make the color this, I don't know, this dark blue color. So I'll select the dark blue color and I'll paste in the color over here. Good. Now I'll go to layout and I'll make it horizontal. It's already horizontal. And I'll add a container and I'll duplicate till I get 3 containers. Now, first of all, we want to add in our logo. So I'll drag in an image over here and I'll click on choose image, right? Now our logo is this one. This is the header logo. So click on select and this is it comes here. Now you can adjust the width. We don't want it to be that big. So something like this is fine. And you can left align it, right? And then we can decrease the width of this container. Select the logo again, the image, and then make it bigger. Okay, now it looks fine for now. And we can increase the width of this container at this side as well. Okay, good. Now I'll click on the plus button here and I'll type in search. Okay, now I'm going to see search by Royal Add-ons. Okay, so we can add that, and the search query, just leave it on all. Okay, and then we want the placeholder text. The placeholder text is to search for anything. Okay, so I also type in search for anything, and the area label is just search. Okay, should be a button, but it should be text, not an icon. Okay, now the text should also say search. Good. Now let's go to start. We want to start editing this. So first of all, the padding is smaller and there's like a border radius around it. Okay, so release the border radius. Now you want to add border radius for the top, like 50 is even too much, like let's say 30. Okay, and border radius for I think the left as well, so 32 is fine. Okay, now we have the border radius we want, and let's check the button too. You want to add a border radius for the bottom and then the right. So border radius, you set it to 30 bottom, 30 right. Okay, sorry, 30 right. Now we have to go to, I think even 30 might be too much, but you know what, it's fine. Now we have to go to background color and we'll make it the theme brand color. Okay, then we'll go to input and then we want to adjust the padding a little, right? So I think it's the left padding we should be editing. So we'll increase this a bit until it comes toward this side. Okay, now we have our search bar ready, but I think our border radius is too much. Okay, so I'll decrease mine a bit to like 19. Let's see, 19. Yeah, 19. Okay, let's make it like 24. Okay, like 24 is fine. We'll go to the button and then make both the bottom, the right 24. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to add these icons, right? These 3 icons. And to do that, click on the plus button and then scroll down over here. You should see icon and then drag it here. If you don't see, you can just search for it. Okay, and I'll left align the icon, and the icon is like a user, and this is taking you to the dashboard, my accounts page basically. And so I'll click on icon library and I'll search for user. Okay, user, and hold on, this is it, the user icon. So scroll up, that's the user icon, and then the page we want it to be is the my account page. Okay, so type in just my account and it's going to link it there automatically. Now we want the color to be white, the size to be much smaller, so something like this, and then the hover color should be just a bit darker than the normal color, and the hover effect is that when you hover it grows, so we can add the same thing. Hover, it should grow. Now select the main container and then just center everything. Okay, now right click and duplicate this container should be horizontal. Okay, but this should be center, and release the justify content. Now select this container as well and justify the content to the center. Okay, we can thereby increase the width of this one just a bit small. Okay, and then this one too can also see a reasonable increase in size. Now we can come here, and then the next thing is the wishlist page. So here I will look for hearts, okay, hearts, this one. And then in the link section, I'll just type in wishlist, okay, and it's going to bring me the wishlist page. Now lastly, I want a button. So here I'll type button, okay, and drag in a button by the heart icon. Let me do that again. Let me try from here. Okay, good. Now the button is here. Now the button should say cart, okay, and the link should obviously be cart, but the icon, sorry, let me type it in again, cart, and then I'll just choose the page from the list. Now the icon should be, let's check shop, okay. Shop looks like what we are looking for, but I can't quite find the exact icon. Hold on. Okay, that didn't even, let me check cart. Okay, cart, this is better. So I'll click on insert, and now you can increase the icon spacing if you want. Okay, so I want to increase mine a little. I'll go to style, and then here I'll take away the background color. Okay, there should be no background color, so I'll make it transparent like this. Then I'll go to typography, and I'll work on this. So I'll change the font to outfits, and I'll change the size of the text like 15, maybe like 16. Okay, let me release the paddings on this. Okay, then I'll increase the size of this just a bit more. Now that's good. Now let's go back, and then what I want to do is that if you want to make this sticky, okay, a sticky header. So for now, if I publish my page, if I publish my header, I can publish it, right? And I can go back to this page and I can refresh, and then you see that now we'll have this header on the top. But if I scroll, it's not sticky just yet. So to let it be sticky, select the whole container over here, go to advanced and scroll down. You see sticky header effect, okay. And if I go to mobile, okay, so we can enable the sticky header, we can turn it on, okay. And we don't want to enable it on mobile and on tablet, just on desktop, okay. Now the scroll distance, I believe you can leave it on default. Let me publish and see. After let's just publish it and see how it all looks like before we proceed, okay. So I'll refresh this page again. Then I can scroll down. As you can see, we have our sticky header already. This is what it looks like. It looks good to me. Okay, so the scroll distance is like 60, but let's say we can increase that a little, right? We can make it like maybe 100. And I can publish it. Okay, we don't want a transparent header. We want to keep the background of the header as well. We don't want to shrink the header. We don't want to change the logo size. I think everything is fine. So I can refresh this. And if I scroll down, as you can see now, this works perfectly. Let me just purge all my changes. Okay, we have our sticky header working and ready to go. Then the next thing you want to add is this section, okay, and it's not going to be difficult to add at all. So click on the plus button, container, and then what I want to do is that I want to make it a horizontal container, okay. And then the color, I want this same color. So I will just copy the color, select this container, go to style, background type, select classic, and I'll paste in this same color. Then I want to make sure this is a horizontal container again. I'll drag in a container and I'll duplicate it. Okay, I'll duplicate it till I get 3. Then I'll make this container really, really small. And I'll also make this one small by increasing the width of the main one. Okay, then I want to add in a menu. Okay, so you're going to see element kit nav menu. Just add it in. Okay, select your main menu. Horizontal menu position should be center. Okay, should be center. And then what I can do is that I can increase the width of this container again. So I'll select it from here and just increase the width from here. Okay, or you can select the menu, and then we can go to shop. Okay, shop. And then the menu height, just decrease it. Okay, decrease everything. So you get something like this. And I don't think we can change, yeah, center. Okay, it's all good. Then we don't want to change the wrapper background color. We want to change the menu items. So the colors of the menu items for now, the normal color should be white. Okay. The hover color is our main color. So on hover, I want it to be the theme brand color. When it's active, the color, let's keep it on white, but I want there to be a solid border with a bottom border of 2 and the border color of this color. Okay, so I can publish this for now, and I can select this main container here. Okay, and I'll go to advanced, release the paddings, and then give it a bottom padding of like 20, and then I'll just publish it again. Okay, and I'll go back to my page and I'll just refresh the page. Okay, now once I do that, you're going to see that now the header has been added with all of these beautiful pages. Okay, but I think our bottom padding is too much, and once I do this now, this side basically disappears. Okay, so I'll just make this instead of 2010. Now we want to make it mobile responsive. Okay, so I'll select this, and then for mobile responsiveness, I want this to be center aligned. Okay, something like this. If I click on this, we can view what it looks like on the mobile phone. Okay, now this is the menu for the mobile version. Now if I go to mobile menu settings, it's always going to be a wrapper. Okay, you can't really change that in the mobile menu. So what I'll do is that I will click on here on advanced, right? And I will, I'll go to style and I'll scroll down until I find hamburger menu. I think it's hamburger menu. Okay, so the icon color, let's see if I make this white. Okay, good. Now it's white. The position, you can adjust it if you want to. Okay, when you click on this, it's going to bring a menu there for the people to click from. Okay, so if I click on this, it should bring a menu. Let me close this. Okay, let me close this again. Let me bring this back. So now as you can see, this is the menu over here. Okay, so it looks good. Now let's close that. Then let's just publish it. Okay, so if I close this up, we're just going to have this and this. So what I want to do is that, let's see, I want to increase the margin for mobile. Okay, so I'll make this -100. 1000 is too much. Maybe -100. Yeah, then I'll publish it. Okay, and then align self, I'll make it center, and this icon shows that it takes effect on only mobile devices. Okay, for the most part, the rest of it looks good. You can decrease the width of the logo a bit if you want to. Okay, and keep this center aligned on mobile. Now we have everything ready to go on the mobile version. Okay, now the header looks great. Let's come back to the desktop version, and now this is what our site is looking like. Okay, so now we have our header. Now I want to show you guys how to build the footer next. Okay, the footer is what you see over here, the footer. So let's go over to we'll go over to dashboard over here. Okay, we'll go to dashboard, and then once we are here, we'll visit the elements kit section. Okay, so we'll go here, we'll click on header footer. All right, click on header footer, and then click on add new template. Now I want to add in a footer over here. Okay, a footer, and then we'll go to type and select footer, and condition should be entire site. And you want to activate this, and then click on edit content. Now that's going to take us to our Elementor page builder, so we can start building our footer. Now over here, to save time as well, I've given you the template, the footer template, and it's fully customizable and it's fully responsive as well. So you just click on template, click on that folder icon and click on templates, and you want to import, and just click on select file, and you find it here. It's also been included in the file. So select the footer.json, or as I like to say, JSON. Select it and then just upload it or import it onto your site. Okay, so just give it a few, it's not that big, just give it a few seconds to finish importing. All right, so now you can see that it has been uploaded. So here we just click on insert. Okay, and click on apply, and it's going to import the footer onto our site. You can change colors, you can change everything you want. Now when you see this, just don't be scared. Okay, if I click on this over here, the only reason why I see this long thing and that is blurred out is because if I go to advanced, right, and I scroll down and I find there's a section called responsive. Now responsive, its name is a bit self-explanatory, like it has to do with responsiveness. So this block, I don't like how this menu is displayed on mobile. So I created a separate menu for mobile. And when I selected it, I went to responsive and I chose to hide it on the desktop and on the tablet portrait. So if I click on this, as you can see, we don't see it here. But if I were to select a mobile version, then we'll see that menu and the desktop menu goes, okay? So we want to edit this. The colors shouldn't be this colors, should be, let's make it black, okay? And then we'll change the width. So the width can be like, it's too bold. So make it like 300, okay? And I can copy this. I can just paste the style on all of them. Paste the style on all of them so that they will all have that color, okay? And then this, for mobile, it looks a bit small. So we can increase the size, right? And make it bigger. We can increase the width as well. And I'll do that for here as well. I'll copy this and I'll paste the style on this one. So if I click on this too, the desktop one is not being displayed here, okay? And you can customize this anyhow you like. You can edit the name. This is a dual heading I used, okay? You can edit the description. You can also edit the social media, right? If you click on this and you go over here, you'll see social icons. You can add anyone if you want to. Here we have Facebook, so you can choose the logo, add your link, change the colors. You can also change your address using the icon box over here. Using this one, you can change your phone number. Using this one, you can change your email, okay? And after that, now we have the footer done, okay? So I'll say that we are done with the most difficult part of our website. So now this is the part where we are about to do the finishing touches, okay? So the first thing I want to show you guys how to do is to get this newsletter here, okay? So to do that, let's actually close all of this. Let's close all of this. And then we want to go to our dashboard here. Okay, so I'll click on preview so that I can use that as leverage to get to my dashboard, okay? So all I have to do here is hover on this, okay? And then click on dashboard. Now we'll be using an email marketing plugin called Omnisend to add the newsletter to our website. And like I said, I can't show you the whole Omnisend everything in this video because that will make the video way too long. It's already long enough. But for now, I'll just show you how to add a newsletter. And it's very simple. If you want a full email marketing course or tutorial later along, just leave that in the comments below and I'll be glad to do one for you. So open a new tab and type in Omnisend, or the link will also be in the description below so you can use that. And it will also be on my website as well, okay? And then you see Omnisend e-commerce email marketing platform. So just select it. This is it over here, okay? Now once you're here, all you have to do is click on start for free, okay? And when you do that, it's going to allow you to create an account for Omnisend, okay? So just click on start free. And then here I already have an existing account, but I'll click on create new account because I want to go with you guys, okay? So I'll click on sign up with email. Then I have to type in my email. So I'll type in the email for this site, demo site at jasonkenya.com, okay? And we are going to go to passwords and then we are going to set up a password. So I'll type in this password over here. And my business is e-commerce and I agree with the terms, so you can sign up for the newsletter, okay? So here we can just click on sign up for now. And once you do that, it's going to send a mail. So I'll go and I'll open my mail and then I'll just log in. So give me a moment to type in my details and log in. Okay, so now I have to type in the password. And I'll just hit the enter key and I should log me to the webmail, okay? So now I'll click here and then I'll click on allow, okay? Now we have the Woocommerce, the Omnisend email. So all you have to do is click on verify email address and it's going to take you to Omnisend, okay? Now as you can see, we can close this place and I can come back here. Now I can add in my name, right? So my name, let me just add in any pseudo name over here, okay? So I'll type in this name. Then the store name too, I can also type it in. So my store is called Jason Store. And then for the website link, what I can do is that I can just visit the site, right? Once I visit it, I'll have the link. And I can go over here and I can just paste in the website link. And the platform is Woocommerce, okay? And the email marketing software, you can choose MailChimp is a very good one. Okay, but I'm not using any for now. So we'll just click on none. I'll click on continue, okay? Now you can add, you have to add in your business address, okay? But I can't skip this, okay? So here, the country, I'll type in Ghana. These addresses that I might enter are all fake. Okay, they are not real. So the business address, you can type in anything. So I'll just type in any random numbers. Okay, and the zip or postal code, I can make it this one. And then for the time zone, I can type in Accra. Now click on continue to Omnisend. Okay, now that's going to take us to the Omnisend dashboard or Omnisend onboarding. Okay, so just relax, give it a moment, and now it's going to bring you here. Okay, so now we have to connect our site to WooCommerce. So here, just click on connect to WooCommerce. Okay, just click on connect to WooCommerce, and it's going to bring you to this page. Okay, so just click on this link to download the Omnisend plugin. All right, click on it to download the Omnisend plugin, and here just click on download. Okay, it's going to bring you to this page. So just click on download, and I'm going to save it over here. Okay, I'll save it here. Now, if you go back here, they're going to tell you to activate this plugin. So we'll go to our site dashboard. We'll scroll down to find plugins. Then we'll click on add plugin. Okay, then here we'll click on upload plugin. It's going to bring this section. So I can browse for the plugin, and I can go to where I saved it, and this is it. So I can open it, and I can just click on install now. Okay, now give it a moment to finish installing the plugin. And as you can see, it's done. So I'll click on activate plugin to activate the Omnisend plugin. Okay, it's only going to take a few minutes to activate, a few seconds actually to activate it. Okay, and once you've done that, you're going to see connect your store to Omnisend, or you can also click on this. Okay, and then you see connect your account. So I can click on connect your account. Okay, now let me just close the unnecessary tabs for now, and I'll come back here. Okay, now we have to log in with the account you created, but it's already logged in, so it has automatically done it. So it will give Omnisend the right to do all of this, manage coupons and everything, just approve of everything. Okay, they are a very good platform. If you want a full tutorial, just let me know in the comments and I'll do it for you. So click on approve. Okay, and now everything is going to be done for you. So I'll close this, and then we can add in our store logo. So let's do that real quick. Okay, let's replace this. Okay, I'll click on upload from computer. I'll click on browse files. Okay, now I'll go over to where I saved the logo. Let me see this one. I'll click on open, and I'll click on upload. Okay, and here I'll just click on select. Now it has brought your logo. Now we have our brand colors over there. So it doesn't really have this purple color, so I will select the purple color. I'll go back, and then on here I'll add a color, paste in the color, click on add color, and I will have it in. So maybe if you have your own fonts that you normally use, maybe me, I use Poppins, right? So I can select Poppins and I can add it. And you can add in some social links. You can add in YouTube. You can add in all of this if you have your links ready to go. Okay, I don't have any of them for now. So I'll click on save brand assets. Now, what I want to do next is I want to get the newsletter. So just get rid of this. Okay, now just go to forms. They have a few things for you to do, but I can't go through all of that in this tutorial. The tutorial will be way too long. It's already long enough. Okay, so we'll go to forms, and then here click on view other types of forms. So because we want to add a newsletter form. Okay, and then this will be the form that we'll use. Okay, it looks a lot similar to this. So we'll click on use templates. Okay, click on use templates. Click on use templates, and now it's going to take you to an Omnisend builder. Okay, it's going to look a little something like this. Now this says subscribe to our newsletter. So I'll go back here, and then I will select all the text and paste it in, and I'll change the text color to black. Is this black? No, this is not black. So I'll add a color. I want black. Okay, and I'll click on add color. Now I don't think there's any description. There is. So I will copy this description, and I'll just paste it here. The color should also be black. Okay, now for the placeholder, what's inside? What does it say? It says enter your email, and the button says get 10% off. Okay, but the button, yeah, everything is cool. So I can select this, and I think the button, the text is bold, but this is not where you edit it from. Okay, so we have everything ready to go. I'll select the form, and then this says enter your email. So we want that to be the same thing. Okay, so just click outside of this, And this has a second step when you subscribe it to ask you to do something else. Okay, we don't want that. We just want it to be a single step over here. So it says subscribe to our newsletter. Now I can go to theme settings and I can go to fields. Okay, if you go to fields, we can now edit what the field looks like. Okay, so maybe the border color, maybe all of this, I want this to be just be black. So text color black, placeholder color black, and this color to black. Okay, but the button, if you go to buttons, if you go to primary button, maybe I can change the color of this to our purple color. Okay, but I'm not seeing it over here, so I will use my color picker to copy this color. Okay, now just paste it in. I click on add color. We have our color ready to go. Now let's go back to the fields and then scroll down to find border color. Okay, and here select black as well. Now we have our newsletter looking good and ready to go. So what you have to do next is over here, all you have to do is click on enable. If you click on mobile, as you can see, it looks very good on mobile as well, right? So you can click on enable form. Okay, and they found an issue. Okay, so it says missing at least one required field. So we'll select this here. Okay, and we'll make this field required. It should be required before they can subscribe, obviously. And I'll go to the button. Hold on, I'll go to theme settings, buttons, primary button, and then the font, we should have something like font weight over here. Let me see. This is okay. Hold on, let me change this to Poppins because the font I'm using is Poppins. Okay, I can make this bold from here. Good. Now click on check for issues again, and this time there should be no issues, right? So we should click on enable form. Now that that's done, what you can do is you can click on display over here. Okay, the setting is not here. Hold on. We don't want this. We want to stay on the free plan. They will bring this to you to let you subscribe to the pro plan, but I want to stay on the free plan. Okay, so here we'll click on edit to edit this. Okay, click on edit, and then you're going to find let me see. There should be something over here. Click on update live form for now. We have to find a display. Okay, click on here and then click on edit again. Click on edit again, and I'm thinking it should be, let me select the whole container here. Okay, if I go to text, there's nothing there. Let's go back here and then let's view this. It's not here. If I go to theme settings, let's go to form layout rather. So it's here rather. Okay, we'll set this to embed because we want to embed it, obviously. Okay, so I'll go back, and then once you go to behavior, you'll see this code here. So I'll click on copy and I'll click on update live form. Okay, now go back to your website and click on the add elements button and search for this element HTML and drag it inside here. Now paste this text in and select the main container, advanced. You can give it left padding of 20 and right padding of 20 so there will be some spacing. You can click on publish. Okay, so once I do that, if I go back to my to preview the page and I scroll down, you see that now we have the newsletter here. Okay, it's looking good. Now if someone subscribes, how can you manage it? So let's say I enter my email jk@jasonkenya.com, right? So let's say I enter my email and I click on get 10% off, right? It will say as a thank you, you find a 10% discount in your inbox. Okay, so if I go to audience and I go to contacts, and I go to contacts, now we have two contacts, and see we have email subscribers, and here we have this, we have this as a person. So JK@Jasonkenya just subscribed. Okay, so this says no name, but you can also edit that. So once you click on no name, you can edit that for them. Okay, so now we have all of this here, and this is the person. You can see the person opted in. Okay, so we have their email and everything. Now that's very good. So if you want, you can send campaigns to them. If you go to campaigns, you can create a new campaign like an image or a branded email, and you can send it to all those that subscribe to your newsletter over here. Okay, that's very good. So now I've just taught you guys how to add a newsletter onto your website, and this is a game changer if you want to make money. Like I said, if you want an email marketing course, just leave it in the comments below and we'll do that. Okay, now that we are done with the email marketing section, I want to show you guys what it will be like when somebody actually places an order for something, how you manage it, how you go about that. Okay, So let's go over to shop. Okay, let's go over to shop. Now, once we are here, for example, if I order this product, right, so I can click on this to just get a quick view of it. And that's what you get if you enable that setting in the customizer. So I can click on this, okay, I click on this to view the product. Now that we are here, I can just, over here, this is also for quick view. This for product comparison, right? We can compare our product. Good. Now let's close this. And then we can click on add to cart to add this product to our cart, okay? And it's going to bring a little informative something over here. Our product page looks very professional and beautiful though, I don't lie. Now let's go to view cart, okay? And once you go to view cart, it's going to take you obviously to the cart page, okay? So I'll click on view cart, and there's one thing I want to show you guys. So let's go to our dashboard, right? Let's be here. Now we have both of these products in our cart, right? So let's say I want to order this Apple iPhone over here, okay? So if you have a coupon code, I can enter it. And that reminds me, I want to show you guys how to add coupon code. So let's do that first. So over here, you see WooCommerce and you see coupons, or you can also go to marketing and then you see coupons over here, okay? So let's add a coupon code. Coupon codes are also very good for marketing. So I can click on create your first coupon over here, okay? And I can make it maybe 10 off. Okay, I'll call it 10 off. Sorry, 10 off like this. And then the discount type can be a fixed cart discount. That means a fixed discount of the product in your cart, or a percentage discount, and this is normally the best. So the coupon amount, to make it 10%. And you can also create a certain type of coupon that if users have it, it will grant a free shipping method to whatever they are ordering. If you want, you can do that. You can also add a coupon expiry date, okay? The usage restriction, you can also set it up that when a user spends at least this amount of money before they can use the coupon, or when they buy this amount of money, at most this amount of money before they can use the coupon, okay? So you can also select it to make it in conjunction, to make it not be in conjunction with other coupons. What that means is that they can only use this coupon alone. They can't use this with others, okay? Then you can exclude the coupon used for some certain products and some certain categories, all right? Now you can go to usage limit. So you can allow the usage limit per coupon before it's void, okay? So let's click on publish for now. And I have my coupon, it's called 10 off, okay? So I will go back to my cart page and I'll just refresh the page, okay? I'll refresh the page for now. And then here, I can type in the coupon from here. So I can type in 10 off, okay? And I can click on apply coupon. And once I do that, it's going to take a price off. As you can see, 10 off has removed 25 cedis off the price, okay? So I can click on proceed to checkout. I can click on proceed to checkout. So let me just click on proceed to checkout. And over here now, I can fill in my details, okay? So let me just fill in the details. I'll type in the first name. I'll type in the last name. The company name is optional, so I'll leave that. So I can type in any dummy address, okay? So let me type in the dummy address here. And then the town or city. So I can also type in any city. The region obviously is this one. I can type in the postcode, but that's optional. And I can type in my number, right? That's also compulsory. Then you can type in your email address. So I'll also type in my email address here. You can also email the person with news and offers, okay? And you can add some other notes for your delivery if you want, okay? So here we have Razor Pay, but obviously we've not set up the Razor Pay one yet. But once you do that, especially with the Indians and the Asian side, it will work for you, I promise. So here I can select PayPal I can select Paystack as my payment method. And here you see we have the coupon code as well. So if I remove it, we can also enter the coupon code from here, okay? So let me see something. If I have, you have a coupon code, click here to enter your code. So I can type in 10 off and I can click on apply coupon. So you can also enter it from this page. As you can see, it says coupon applied successfully. So Paystack has been selected. I can click on place order, okay? And now it's going to bring a pop-up on our site, and that's what we can use to pay. So it's going to bring the pop-up. Hold on, just wait small. It's going to bring our pop-up right now. As you can see, this is it, okay? Now because we are using the test mode, that's why it is placed like this. So you can pay with card or with mobile money, and this is a very big game changer for Africans. You can have people pay with mobile money on your online store, okay? I can use this dummy number. I can select MTN, or you can also provide your card, okay, bank authentication, okay, and all of this. So this is a test. So if it's success, you can also, let's say if it's declined, you can also see how it will be like. Okay, you can also use another card. So mobile money, I want to use this number and the MTN, but I can also test with the card. Okay, you can also test with the card. Now let's go back here and let's click on confirm. Now all you have to do is click on I've completed payment. This is a test. Once you submit your payment details and it's real, then the whole process is going to, once you submit your compliance forms and your compliance documents and everything is real, then everything will be fine. Okay, so let's go over to my account and let's go to dashboard. Okay, you see your account has been charged, your transaction has been successful. We'll be processing your order soon. Okay, if I go to orders, from my account to orders, you see we have this order here, and this is the order number, and the status is completed. If I go back, I can refresh this page for now. Okay, I can refresh this page. If I go to WooCommerce and I go to orders, you see that now we have this order here. The status is pending payment, but because it has already been charged, you can change the status to completed and then click on updates, and here you can view the details of the order. You can even refund the order if you want. Okay, good. So now we are done with this. So this is how you can manage your orders if you get an order. And here we have customers. Okay, if you go to customers too, you can also see those who have bought things on your site. So if I go to customers, you see we have the user here, Jason Kenya, and you can also download this if you like. Okay, so now I've shown you how to manage orders on your site. So this is for the most part how you'll be managing these orders. And as you can see, the person too has this over here. So the status is completed, and they can even view their order. Okay, so once they click on view, they're going to see that it looks something like this. Okay, so let's go back to our site. This is all very, very good. Okay, now I can close this, and now everything looks good. All the systems are working very well. We have our product, we have our everything, and you should be very proud of yourself. So let me actually refresh this page. I don't think I refreshed it. As you can see, now we have our newsletter. Okay, and we can do one thing. As the order came, as you can see, there is a notification in the email. If I go here, I can allow, as you can see, we have the new order, we have the order ID, we can see what the order, see the payment method, see the subtotal, see everything. Okay, payment method, we see that they paid with Paystack. Okay, and then if we also want, you can also be the user here, and also, so I can log out from here, right? And I want to log in using the email I used to buy whatever I bought. Okay, so I will type in, I'm not too sure that I use this email, but let's check. Okay, let's check. So I will enter this as my password, and over here, as you can see, we have your JSON store order is on the way. I can allow this, and as you can see, I can see the details of my order. I can also see the receipts from Paystack, right? I can see the receipts from Paystack. So this is all very good. That means your online store is working. Every system is working very well, and that's very good for you. Okay, so now let's go over to, there's a few more things we need to do. Let's go to settings. Okay, these are the final touches. On site visibility, you want to make your WooCommerce store live. Okay, you want to make it live so that now everybody can see it and have access to it. So click on save changes. You want to make this live. Then the next thing you want to do is you want to install this Lightspeed Cache plugin if you don't have it. Okay, install it, Lightspeed Cache, and go to Lightspeed Cache and click on presets, install it and activate it. Okay, and then here you see the advanced presets. Click on apply settings and click on OK. This is going to make your website fast. It's going to make it faster. Okay, good. Now that that's done, on our site you see that we have this thing over here for the footer. Okay, and we don't want that to be there. So how do we change it? We can go to the customizer. Okay, we'll go to the customizer and let's scroll down to find footer. Okay, and you see the copyright over here. So click on this to get rid of it and just click on publish. Then you are good to go. That's as simple as that. Okay, so I can close this. Then now I said subscribe to our newsletter and get 10% off. So if I click on see details, now it takes us to the newsletter section like we wanted. So to add it, go to dashboard, scroll down until you find plugins, and then click on add plugin. It says subscribe to our newsletter and get 10% off. So if I click on see details, now it takes us to the newsletter section like we wanted. So to add it, go to dashboard, scroll down until you find plugins, and then click on add plugin. I want us to add our favicon. Okay, so scroll down until you find settings and click on general. Then here on site icon, click choose a site icon. Then scroll down and you see this favicon. Click on set a site icon. Click on crop image. Then it's good to go. So scroll down and click on save changes. Now as you can see, we have it over here. Okay, so I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching this tutorial, and I want to also congratulate you guys for staying with me to the end of the tutorial, because I know it wasn't easy. This tutorial has been super long, but you've been able to build your very own online store with the basic functionalities every online store should have. It has a cart, has a search bar, an easy checkout process, you have online payment methods, and your website is just genuinely beautiful. Okay, now with this tutorial, you don't have to build this specific type of online store. You can build any type of online store you want to build, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope it helped you. Don't forget to check out apexhall.com in the section in the comments below. Please subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. Love you all. Bye bye.